All right, everybody, we are live. Day 3, Red October 2024, here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Pilot.
I'm Jacqueline.
And I'm Zom.
And we are looking forward to a really incredible top 16 here today for our singles division tournament.
I mean, look at these players. This is nuts. All of the people.
Yeah, we got chezmix Jimbo, HINTZ versus WDRM, Grady versus Eesa, JJK inglomi, SWAGMAN versus T-Swag,
the swag
battle,
off,
and Mason versus JellySlosh to start off the day.
Yep. And this is winner's bracket, so when they lose, they'll be going down to losers. Some people will be facing TaymanND and SenPi, the winners of the losers side of Orange Division that happened yesterday.
Yeah, TaymanND and SenPi making out losers side from yesterday's Orange Division.
Yep.
And we have T-Swag and WDRM already advancers from the winner's side of Orange Division.
Right. So I think the first two matches are Grady versus Eesa and chezmix versus Jimbo. So we should be seeing those shortly. Once they're
wonder which one we are going to see starting off today.
Yeah, I think they're both probably doing their warm-ups right now, so... but... Yeah, okay. Yeah, Reverend Day is not in this card draw, so this is a warm-up. Looks like we're going to be checking out Eesa versus Grady. Alright, let's...
To provide a little bit of context for those of you who are seeing this for the first time, our Red Division tournament, as we've been going up the rainbow through our divisions, we have been increasing the difficulty as we went. We started with level 14 to 17, which is purely in hard difficulty. As we hit the level 19 difficulty range, that's when we begin introducing Wild, the highest official difficulty for singles charts in this game. Now that we are in the very top 16 cut, up until top 8, we are going to be seeing everything at level 22 and higher.
Okay.
There are not a lot of charts 25 and up, all the way up to 27, so I believe probabilistically they are all kind of put together in the same bucket, if you will. But we're going to be starting off pretty hard and fast today as Grady's protected Critical Hit, our first 25 wild of the tournament.
Yeah.
And on the other side, Eesa has protected Utopia, the only 22 in this draw.
So it looks like we're getting straight into game 1 here with Utopia.
Yeah, Eesa is likely the lower seed. Lower seed gets the first pick of songs, so she picks her protect of Utopia.
So yeah, quite the chart to begin with. Utopia is one of the longest songs in the game, to my recollection, time-wise. It's a couple seconds difference, but it matters.
Yeah, I think it's about a minute and 45 seconds.
Which is about the maximum they stick to for song length in the game, featuring quite a few different patterns and plenty of mines to dodge. You do not want to be stepping on those, as you will lose life bar and points for doing so.
Ooh, here's technically crossover sections. Eesa does not cross over anything if she can help it.
If you watch Grady's foot camera, you'll see he is following that pattern more as intended. You will see a repeat of that coming up at the second chorus, but coming into the halfway mark, Grady's holding on to a slight lead despite having picked up an early along the way. Very razor-thin margin, though.
Yeah, you can see when Eesa steps down, sometimes the score flashes over hers. You can see at the bottom, we got our two scores very close together. That way we can compare them really quickly. Ooh, Grady picked up a mine. That's bringing it super close.
It's all going to come down to a very gradual slowdown right at the end of the song. Eesa picking up another late, it looks like there, though. It's going to give Grady a little more breathing room to work with.
But that slowdown at the end is no joke. It's not hard, but it's hard to time.
All right, here we go.
Eesa walk out that perfectly.
Nice.
Yeah, both players very comfortable with that slowdown. Grady takes it with 99, 475.
Yep, just a couple hundred points.
Yep, to about 200 points.
200 points, yep. It really was that perfect count because they both picked up a great.
Yeah, you are going to see a lot of precision coming from these players throughout this day today.
Yep, at this level of play, pretty much anything other than white and yellow perfects can make a big, big difference. Alright, so since Eesa lost, she gets to pick the next song, picking Rainbow Rave Parade. I love this song. I love this song, love this chart. It's a fun one. It's a Mandodo classic. We love those Mandodo charts.
One of our esteemed contributors to the game for writing the charts themselves. So, Rainbow Rave Parade Wild 24 for Game 2. This is a chart that leans a little more heavily into streaming notes one after another, long, unbroken stretches of 16th notes, and foot switches, the act of switching the foot you're using to hit a panel, alternating your feet so that the pattern continues. You can see there, the players kind of have to hop from one side to the other on that center panel so they do not hit the mine that enforces that pattern.
Yep. Both players playing pretty precise. Only about 100 points or so separating them. Ooh, that crossover in that last stream right before those holds.
Still very close. They are
That's
almost
like a
equally matched.
barely a 20-point
Bracket.
difference.
Oh no!
no.
Eesa.
Picking up a miss.
Nope. On the bracket section.
Still extremely close despite picking up a miss on Eesa's side.
Yeah, she's been super precise, which is what you need. Now, ooh, another miss on the bracket.
Yeah.
Aw, dang. I think that's going to cost her. There's really not much.
I do not see Grady giving up any points.
Yeah.
Not at this last section. It's
Yep.
pretty simple.
Wow.
Those two misses. But even if she
99.9.
hadn't, 99.9.
Yep.
From
Ooh,
Gr-
perfect.
Ooh!
That
Yeah,
perfect
there was-
count is
There was no margin there.
incredible.
Yep. Almost an APC.
Almost APC in a 24 in bracket on the first match of the day.
And we haven't even gotten to T-Swag yet.
Yeah,
We
that's
picked
true.
up a single yellow perfect on Speed King Wild 24.
Yep.
Alright, I think we're going to see Black Magic. What?
I was
So you're really picking this one?
I was so focused on the critical hit in the card draw, I did not realize Black Magic was there. And there's a surprising exclamation that has led both players to go investigate the chezmix Jimbo match.
Oh.
I wonder
Yeah.
what's happening over there.
Yeah.
Well, I'm certain whatever just happened was pretty good. Oh,
Oh, Jimbo won twice.
Jimbo won on chezmix's Protect of Hard Fast Disco by, oh my gosh, it's what, 40 points?
Oh wow.
all right. I guess we're going to take a look at that match real quick and then get back into Game 3.
Yep.
Or take a look at chezmix Jimbo, I suppose.
Yep.
Who are now entranced in their own right by the card draw station.
Yeah,
Oh.
so if your opponent wins on your Protect, you don't have a lot of options left.
Yeah, this is quite the match so far, and I actually wanted to talk a little bit about these two players. So, this is a pretty significant match, as the last time Jimbo and chezmix played each other was in 2009.
Wow.
In a different
What?
time and place for a National Dance Dance Revolution competition. chezmix is originally from New Jersey, where
Okay.
Jimbo lives. And they played each other, and Jimbo punched his ticket to the National Championships for Dance Dance Revolution in the U.S. at a trip to Las Vegas. And now, 15 years across time and space in a completely different dance game, Jimbo's coming out here to chezmix's arcade here in Las Vegas and now gets to compete against him as his introduction to Top 16.
Yep.
So these players have quite the storyline, and Jimbo's coming out and making a statement, getting that win on Galactical and then a win on Hard Fast Disco, which is an incredibly difficult chart to score on.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm excited to see this, and personally, as a fellow New Jersey resident, I'm very excited to see Jimbo doing well already. So let's see how Game 3 goes.
Yep, Into My Dream, a little bit more straightforward, but there's definitely some interesting, like, middle button stuff that happens.
Chaz, you can't be getting earlies on center that early in the song.
Yep. I mean, but that's kind of like this song's thing, right? Is that there's so many centers, you got to keep your form tight.
Yeah, definitely very form emphasis heavy kind of chart. Lots of centers, and the exact manner in which they are throwing the center panel patterns at you changes significantly.
Oh, no.
Like that difficult little up-down pseudo foot switch. Chaz picks up a miss on it.
Oh, there's that up center down crossover, if you want to call it a crossover.
Yeah, alternating your feet perfectly, it is this kind of wide hip twist then. They place some lines there to make sure you're doing it as intended.
You're like, you can't cheat this. That wouldn't be any fun.
He's still somewhat close. Although
Trying to keep it close, but Jimbo's about 1,000 points ahead. Yeah, at this level, once you've gotten a few mistakes like that, it's really hard to claw your way back. You gotta hope that your opponent messes up just as much as you did.
Yep.
And there's not enough left in the song to really get there.
Oh, and he picked up another one.
99.8.
99.8, the Hex Star from Jimbo. Very nice. Yep.
6 perfect.
Yep. Just getting a little too sloppy with that stuff, but even if he hadn't gotten the greats and the miss, it's hard to beat 6 perfects.
Yeah, Jimbo came out swinging.
Yep.
And he takes that one. That set
Decisively.
flawlessly.
Yeah.
3-0 over Chez. But Chez not out. This is winner's side, so he just goes down into losers. So we will see him facing off against TaymanND in the losers bracket.
So yeah, well,
and
congratulations to Jimbo for getting a great victory on this long-awaited rematch.
Kind of long history.
Yeah,
It looks like we're...
on the
Yeah,
update to
so
the Grady.
Did not
Oh,
see the
yeah.
end of Eesa Grady, but it looks like Grady pretty handily took Black
Yep.
Magic.
Mhm.
No surprise there. Grady looked like his execution was on point. We saw him doing those crossovers in Utopia, so
Yep.
what's the next level of difficulty up for crossovers to someone that comfortable with the tech? So,
I mean, Black Magic is just painful. It's a painful chart with those whips back and forth.
but I'm certain Grady executed it with aplomb.
Yep. So, congrats
So-
to him. Moving on. And Eesa will be down in the losers bracket. We'll figure out who she's facing a little bit later.
Well, that'll be the loser of HINTZ and WDRM, it looks like, taking a glance over bracket. But we're going to look at Mason versus JellySlosh next.
Ooh, this should be an interesting one. I actually don't know if I've seen Mason in a tournament before.
I don't think Mason is particularly a tournament-heavy player. However, he does play a decent bit of Step Maniacs. Not so much
Right.
recently these days, but definitely a strong leaderboard presence for Wild, and is capable of putting up some pretty impressive scores. Otherwise, he wouldn't be starting in top 16 directly.
Right. And I mean, protecting Go 60 Go, that's a statement right there.
Almost as much of a statement as JellySlosh putting down his protect on Indignation.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice because Mason is a very good player, played a lot more back in the day. You know, Indignation is an older chart. He should be familiar with that, actually.
Well, if you end up a little rusty on the game overall, something like Indignation, which is very unique in what skill set it emphasizes,
That's true.
maybe not a bad choice there. So
True.
they're going to warm up on Dolphin Talk. We're going to look at the rest of the card draw. The lower end here, very technical. Knight of Fright is a very technical foot switch chart, very challenging to time. The 23s here are fairly straightforward. Press start's heavily syncopated, but nothing terribly difficult to execute once you get familiar with it. Hero of the Night, very straightforward stamina check. The upper end is where it gets more interesting. You have the very technical Go 60 Go, the very unique Indignation, and a raw stamina check in William Tell, and pink fuzzy bunnies.
Yeah, that one, I don't really see Well, I mean, maybe Mason would pick it because, he can do the more difficult stuff, and it is an older chart, so he should be familiar with it. But it's just, that stream is just a killer. I would not trust myself, even if I was feeling it that day, to try to execute that 16 measures of 16th run at 211.
211 BPM. That's fast. I don't think you can get much faster without going to Determinator or Max 428 or one of those songs. But
right.
Never mind that. It's also got some brutal step jump patterns. So maybe we don't see it right away. But even though he might be a little rusty, Mason's still striking out pretty hard, getting a similar yellow count just with one miss somewhere on that warm-up.
Yeah, I think if he hadn't gotten that miss, Mason would have been ahead.
Yep.
So
let's see what we're up against for Game 1 pick, which should be coming up shortly.
All right, who is the lower seed here? I'm not sure. They're both, they both went.
Oh, Jelly.
Looks like Jelly is picking.
Press start.
Press start. Okay. That's a good start. It's got some bursts, mostly like 24th bursts, and some. I know this is one of the earlier Mandodo charts in the game, so I think it has some brackets, but I'm trying to remember. I get this one in Critical Hit confused a lot.
Yeah, there's an interesting little piece of tech. I'll talk about it when it starts to come up, but you can expect to see this like broken up 16th note syncopation, kind of emphasizing the offbeat rather than the downbeat, and lots of those triplet or sextuplet bursts. Some real quick footwork there, and being a more technical chart, it's going to expect you to cross your legs to follow the pattern, all manner of other things. You can also see in a segment like this, there are those rolls where you have to hit them a certain number of times before it ends. They're basically written as substitutes for just unbroken stream. Very easy to execute, but while the roll is occurring, you don't get the visual feedback of where your timing is. So if you start drifting, especially during a roll, you get a really nasty surprise with a yellow perfect or worse coming out of it. But both players looking comfortable, very close. Just Mason with the ever so slight lead at the halfway mark.
Oh, it's flashing. We might be going back and forth.
JellySlosh goes a little late on his left arrow, though, making it a more consistent lead for Mason. Very solid lead for Mason now that he's picked up a miss.
Yep, as we said, at this level, those little tech flubs will really cost you. Yep. The player names down at the bottom are swapped for, if you want to make sure you're looking at the correct names, look at the top left and top right corners
right
of
above
the game.
Player fields.
Yeah, because all these players are going to be logged in. So.
All right, and taking a quick glance over at our other match, which is. What match is that?
Parasymptoms.
Never mind. We're back to where we're supposed to be.
They might be just testing out the pads or something there. But yeah, since Mason took that one, Jelly gets his pick, and he's picking his Protect Indignation. Now this one, it starts off with just like the most difficult to execute brackets, like almost in the whole game, just because I feel like you have to practice this so many times, and even after practicing it a dozen times, I still cannot consistently get those brackets.
Quite a number of our players were in attendance at Beast in the East 7, which was a multi-game tournament and convention held in the greater Virginia Beach area, and that was at the beginning of August. Typically for tournaments, they usually have qualifying rounds where you play the charts on your own, and that is used to determine your relative performance. We did not do qualifiers for this tournament, but Indignation was a qualifier for Beast in the East 7.
Right.
So many players have practiced on this. Neither of these players were in attendance, but they are going to open you up with a difficult little center panel pattern there, very twisty. And even though it's a low BPM song, because it has such an emphasis on 16ths and 30 seconds,
Yeah, here they come, those brackets.
and you have to really stomp the pads to hit 3 notes at the time there.
Looks like Jelly. coming
Yeah,
out
Jelly,
ahead.
Jelly got it clean. Mason
Very
getting
familiar with that
early.
pattern.
It's hard not to get an early there. Yeah, most of the rest of the chart is like center panels and like these quick 30-second bursts, which are very fast, though the song only goes about 100 beats per minute. Actually, it's on the screen. 105 beats per
105.
minute.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for that 30-second burst ending on a center panel, especially coming from the down arrow. If you're not properly positioned, you're just gonna hit that center early and your score will tank for it. But coming back into the last quarter of the chart, Mason's built up an ever so slight lead, but it's really, really close.
Oh, and there's also a 30-second run at the end, right?
Well, first they're gonna hit some triplet runs.
Right.
It's the next one that's particularly brutal due to this little twist off the center panel you
Oh,
have to
yeah,
do.
that-
Oh,
And
Jelly.
JellySlosh
Oh, no.
bungles the execution.
That one is so hard because it expects you to go like center down up center. Right, so you have to be completely sideways, not to mess that up.
Yeah, if you have to place your foot in, you have to either lift up your heel or toe appropriately from up to down arrow to make sure you do not mistakenly trigger center, or you may see some players typically opt to do like almost like a 90-degree turn. Sometimes a center panel pattern can be very easy when you don't have to worry about your foot brushing center against up or down if you just turn completely to the side.
Right. Yeah.
Step Maniacs really emphasizes foot placement very heavily compared to other dance games, and the flexibility of execution you have is what makes some of these charts really, really interesting, in my opinion.
Yeah. And so now, where do you go? Hero of the Night. Okay, I mean, that makes sense. It's one of the newer charts. It's possible that Mason hasn't played it yet.
Well, if you're JellySlosh and you just dropped Press Start, which is a slower technical song, and Indignation, which is an even slower, even more technical chart, it's probably best to swing back the other way and go for more straightforward stuff in the hope you can out time. But Mason's playing pretty hot, so
Yeah.
you know, if it's easy for JellySlosh, it's going to be easy for Mason here too. So
I mean, anybody who can just completely rip that last section of Indignation, they're on fire today.
well, JellySlosh has already picked up a number of yellow perfects, which is not really the beginning you want on this chart.
Yeah.
There's nothing really to kind of trip you up. It's just a pure timing, stamina check all the way through.
Honestly, as a more casual player on this panel, I just want to say, like, the viewer might think that this, that's very close, but to us, it's very, very difficult to even see something at this level.
Right.
So I'm honestly just in awe watching. I don't even know what to say because it's so close for you guys, but to me, it's just, I don't know how you got there. Like,
Oh,
it's so good.
Of course, contextually, we say these things are easy for these players, but easy for a fraction of a percent of elite competitive players.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I could not do the things that these players are doing because they're getting these full perfect combos just about.
JellySlosh is streaming a lot of earlies.
Yeah, Mason about almost 1,000 points ahead, probably about 900 points.
Still within margin if an off judgment comes up, but coming up to the last 10th of the chart, I
Yeah.
do not see Mason giving this up.
Yeah, I don't think
We don't have enough left for him to give
Yep.
up.
Yeah.
Wow,
A
Mason.
99.9, dude.
I
Yeah.
believe that's a 2 perfect run.
Yep. Wow.
Yeah.
Correct. It's true. Guys.
That is clean right there. Yep. There's just no margin for JellySlosh to get in there. So Mason with the clean 3-0 sweep. He's gonna be moving on.
Mason just gets up on that pad and goes, "What hiatus? I've been here the whole time."
Yep.
Okay. Well, with that. Anyway, with that, I got to step out. So thanks,
Alright.
thanks for talking.
Everybody say bye, Jacqueline.
Thank you,
Bye,
Jacqueline.
Jacqueline.
I'll see you guys later.
All right. Thank you for your commentary. And me and Pilot will be holding it down. Let's get a little closer. How you doing, pilot?
Can I get a little closer?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit?
Just a little bit closer. Yeah.
Put on a...
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's behave ourselves. We're trying to run a accessible broadcast here.
Oh, are we on stream? Oh.
Oh, yes. Hello, chat.
All right, so we got our next matches coming up. JellySlosh will be moving down to the losers. He's going to be playing...
Let's see what we've got draws for. We got the Swag Battle. Has a card draw up on the table.
Swagman versus T-Swag. That's going to be hype. I think that's the one coming up next.
We don't have any other card draws to look at yet, so I believe that's probably what we're going to see next.
But it's likely that TaymanND versus Chez is also happening soon.
Well, unfortunately,
looks like we're getting a new face on the mic.
Zom and I will not be able to share a commentary moment together. Instead, we now have a new visitor to the desk, so...
Sorry to come in the middle of all this.
No, you're good. You're good.
It's
We're
always
about
good
to
to
get
see
into
you.
a match.
Welcome, C. Timmy, to the broadcast.
Thank you so much for having me. Excited
How
to
you-
be here.
How are you doing, C. Timmy?
A little sore from yesterday, but
Oh, yes.
you know, after some stretching and some Tylenol, doing a lot better.
We had some intense matches, didn't we?
Definitely, and the party was certainly also a factor in there.
Right. Oh, yeah. I was getting down. We jamming.
We had
Naoki, super hype.
Great time with the SenPi Naoki doubleheader here last night.
One of those things you'll never forget. But it looks like we also have the card draw for Inglomi versus JJK, so that match might be coming up soon. Ooh, that looks... Oh my gosh, that looks real spicy.
That's a draw.
Yep.
Naoki performed for about, I want to say a little over an hour.
Yeah, about an hour.
About.
Yeah,
Yeah.
both of them had about an hour-long set, little bit of a break in between for setup.
It also depends on you if you count the extra stage that we got at the end there.
As for recordings of the set, SenPi, I believe, may have one. Naoki expressed the wish to not have some elements of his set shared audio-wise, so I do not think, unfortunately, some people will not get the chance to hear about that. But
Yep. I mean, if you couldn't be there live, then you try your best, but nothing compares to seeing it in person.
you can hear
So-
your own Naoki set by playing any number of his excellent contributions to the game on Step Maniacs, the esteemed exercise fitness dance game by Kyle A. Ward and the remainder of the team at Step Revolution. Thank you, Kyle.
Just make a nice SMX Naoki playlist and just play all the songs back to back. They're all bangers, so.
See at the moment if we have no... Okay, the progression for JJK Inglomi is ongoing. We have the draw for Swagman T-Swag, just waiting to see if something pops up for us on the broadcast.
Yeah, hopefully we will get somebody on the cab soon so we can start checking it out. Yeah, who do we expect? I guess T-Swag is coming from the lower division, so he is lower seed than Swagman. Swagman I think I remember Swagman was at Red October last year, if I remember correctly.
That is correct.
And I remember him having a pretty good performance, so that match should be very interesting to see.
Well, Swagman had the fascinating ability to protect or pocket pick Max 428 multiple times at last year's Red October.
Right, yes.
That made for a very strong performance.
We had fewer songs at the top end there back then, so I guess we had about the same number of 26s and 27s as we have now, which is 4 total. Unless one of the new charts gets bumped up to 26, I think we will be stuck with that number for some time.
Well, disregarding the most recent patch, which introduces a few new hard charts of considerable, or hard wild charts of considerable difficulty. The hard
Difficult
are hard
charts.
too. There are only 3 26s on wild and a single 27, and so I believe the probabilistic bucket includes 25s and 26s and the 27 altogether.
Right.
So we're probably not going to see those very often, and it would get very repetitive if they were always in the draw. Already we are seeing Critical Hit has reared its head twice in draws, as an example. So
Right.
some of these upper level charts, you're going to see a lot of repeats there, but plenty of material in the 22 to 24 folder that will vary things up as we go along.
Have you guys gotten a chance to play the new charts?
I haven't yet, no. But
Oh.
it seems like they've been pretty spicy.
Yeah, you are in for a treat, and some pain. Just a little bit of pain.
Looking forward to it.
If you're a fan of like true like limit testing charting, real upper level stuff, and Naoki music, one or the other, perhaps both, this is the update for you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I played all the charts on all the difficulties, and I had a time. It was some pain. Even stuff like the dual mode charts, which, you know, usually don't see too much difficulty there. Even those ones were giving me a run for my money. But yeah, it looks like we're going into the swag match. Yo, T-Swag versus SWAGMAN.
So much swag.
All right, let's look at this card draw. Let's see what we've got here. We've got Monolith protected by SWAGMAN, the hardest. Well, the hardest.
With Summer in there,
Yeah.
it's questionable.
I would say the hardest 25 depends on your individual skill set.
Right, very much so.
But in my personal opinion, those are 2 very hard 25s that we've got in the draw here, and an appreciably difficult draw otherwise. Katana Fighter's kind of fairly straightforward, a favorite for people who like to focus on their timing for 22. Many players who are working at high accuracy at that level will advocate for Katana Fighter as a great way to get a good score on 22 if you're looking for that.
Right.
Great chart, but it feels distinctly easier, if you will, than most of what else we have in the draw.
It's very possible at this level that either or both players could get an APC on Katana Fighter, even in bracket.
Well, I mentioned before, T-Swag picked up that 1 perfect on Speed King yesterday in tournament play, so I think something like Katana Fighter, getting it completely clean is within reason. Same for SWAGMAN. SWAGMAN's another leaderboard presence, working very hard at getting as many perfect scores and hexes as he can. As he had remarked recently, he was finding it increasingly more and more difficult to close things out as you get through 200 or 300 charts of perfect scores. What remains is pretty difficult, but you know, things worth going for always take effort.
Yep.
Looks like they're going to do a quick little warm-up here.
Music is moving. Makes sense. Get the blood pumping, get flowing. This one's a little bit more. It's very fast, kind of technical.
It has a couple foot switches in there and relatively fast. And also just an absolute bop.
It is.
Love
It is.
this song so much.
You have that classic Tatsunoshi track.
Very satisfying, hardcore kind of like burst sound.
Yeah, so I think T-Swag probably protected Into My Dream because of the center panel shenanigans that goes on there. As mostly a doubles player, T-Swag is very used to, you know, the hip movements, the crossover type stuff that you have to do in that game mode. So he might be tighter on the form that you need in order to prevent the earlies that you could get from the center panels and Into My Dream. So that, you know, helps give him possibly an edge over SWAGMAN, who's more of a singles player. Right.
He is showing that he's got the combination. So I think we're going to see a pretty exciting match as he takes that one up by 21 points.
Wow.
Oh, interesting. 4 to 6. Oh, wow.
They're starting off well.
What scores? Holy crap. All right, let's see what we're going into first. Ooh, all right, starting off with Into My Dream.
Yeah, we seen this one just a moment before.
That's right. Oh, yes, that's true. Was it in the Eesa Grady match, or was it in the...
I believe this was in the chezmix Jimbo match.
Yes. Yes. That's right. Oh, are they getting another warm-up? Possibly?
I think there's been some song and a half warm-ups happening. Again, I can't quite tell, but
Yeah. Song and a half.
unless we're looking for something and just having some trouble.
They were on Into My Dream, so... Alright, okay, dance.
They're gonna dance.
They're gonna do some dancing. Alright, yeah, probably a song and a half warm-up. This is that bartering with T.O. JellySlosh. You're like, ooh, please, T.O., can I have 2 songs of warm-up? He's like, I'll give you a song and a half. You're
Song
like,
and a half.
Deal.
Take it or leave
Deal.
it.
So dance. I would say fairly straightforward 23. It has a lot of double steps. I would categorize dance as a double step tech chart.
Fairly straightforward, I think, if you follow the patterns. It does kind of twist you around in places, but dance is another one of those favorites for timing if you're looking to break into that for charts at this level. Both players are kind of moving and grooving past the halfway point, so maybe they are getting their 2-song warm-up in.
That's true. They might have just forgotten that it's only supposed to be a half. Yep, that's those double steps that I was talking about. Anytime you see a hold at this part of the song, you will be stepping twice with your other foot. And then there's a bunch of crossovers, technically, that if you so choose, you can double step them, because the speed of the song is not so fast that it would be impossible to do so. SWAGMAN with 1!
Incredible.
You know, I think he's warm.
Yep, they're warm now. Now it's time.
Let's jump into it.
Into My Dream.
Into the first song of the set.
Yep. Alright, so we've seen that both of these players are capable of incredibly high scores. So I think it's going to come down to tech flubs. If one of them makes a tech flub, that may be it.
Yeah, and those center panels in this one are particularly tricky.
So,
Can
yeah.
really,
I'm going to be
You make or
very
break.
carefully watching T-Swag's execution here because he's very used to those kinds of complex patterns from playing so much full. And I wonder if we're going to see the ability to execute that sort of thing clash with the potential lack of chart knowledge, as I don't know if he's played this or not. Swagman's going to open
already
up with
picked
him
up an
early.
Okay, so might be a pretty good pick for T-Swag. If he can keep it tight.
It does look like both players are fairly confident executing the center panel tech in this, just that unfortunate flip from Swagman is putting him a little bit behind the start. But the lead is very minor, you can see. When the score flickers back and forth from the gold coloring, that flashing yellow indicating who's in the lead, that usually means the difference is no more than 2 perfects worth of points. That lead can change at the drop of a hat.
Oh man.
Which hopefully we don't see, since T-Swag rocks that hat when he plays.
Yep, he's about a couple hundred points Ooh, but picking up a few yellows, getting it really close.
Yeah, and he's executing the turns too. If you look at his foot camera.
Oh, right into the end here.
All right, there's one more 16th run to account for after these
that's
bracket stomps.
Okay.
All right, and
He
T-Swag ekes
sealed
out
it.
that Hex Star.
That Hex Star super close.
Does he know? He knows.
Yep, it was that. It was really that early.
Early.
I guaranteed it, because being only 150 points apart. Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Well, in that case, since I have jumped on early for today's commentary, I'm gonna give it up to Word for a little bit, but I'll be back on later for everyone. So hope you all enjoyed Game 2 here on the other side.
All right, everybody say bye, Pilot.
Bye,
Pilot.
Pilot.
The pilot's not departing.
How are we gonna get this on autopilot? All right.
We are jumping into the other side.
Oh, this one's spicy. How's it going, Word? You feeling good?
I'm feeling it.
He's feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Right, so there's so much tech in the... Oh my gosh! That's so surprising. JJK usually totally rips fast bursts like that, but he got some misses. It is likely because JJK kind of plays mostly like the flavor of the month. Ooh, inglomi also picking up a miss there, but still ahead. JJK may have been mostly playing other games like ITG for the past year or so. Not necessarily super brushed up on SMX, though. He likely trained a bit in preparation for this tournament.
It is extremely close. That lead just keeps flickering.
Yep. And we still have more tech to go. That crossover, double crossover.
So tricky. And those bursts right after.
Oh my gosh.
The stops, like, you have to do tech before and after stops without any, like, leeway. You have to really know how those stops are working to know exactly where it's going to restart.
All right, that's it. Oh,
Inglomi
and the
takes-
miss. Yeah,
Oh.
I think...
He just wasn't really putting his foot down very hard on that, I could see.
Yeah, but, I mean, inglomi had
Basically tied with
Yeah.
the perfect
Yeah.
that.
counts.
27 and 27.
And they both got one almost as well, like for hitting a mine.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Well, I think mines give you an X, don't they?
Or sorry, yeah, missing a
Would it
roll.
be-
I think it was a roll,
I think,
yeah.
or
Oh.
a run, yeah.
What? That's crazy.
That's quite the scores.
Yeah.
Very close.
But I think inglomi had that one either way because of it was just a bit ahead in terms of the right before that last jump, and they both got.
JJK.
Jumping into
He picks his
gargoyles.
own.
Of course, JJK picks Gargoyle. He wrote this chart.
He wrote this chart and he edited the chart, and they
That's right.
after
Yeah.
like about a about a year after it was in the game.
Yeah, this
They got a
was.
very small adjustment to some of the patterns to be less heavy on the center panels during the streams, basically.
I think what it really was the first part of the. Is it a 16 measure or a 32 measure? The big long stream section.
I think it's 8. It's not like it's like
No way, it's
one.
not
There's
just
like a
8.
1 beat break in the middle of it. So
Yeah,
there's
but
like 2 8s.
I'm talking about the total amount of stream. I think it's like 16
here
or
we go.
32 measures. But
You can count it if you want.
we can. But it was basically copied and pasted from the first half to the second half, and I think JJK wanted to switch up the feet that you're using in between the streams, so it's not dominant on one foot.
So JJK got the 30-second bursts right at the beginning. That's really tough for most players to get.
Yep. And Glomi picked up a miss, but is still ahead, which is crazy at this part of the song.
They're practically tied. they're flickering.
Oop, it's flickering. Yeah, the stream is intense. JJK just ripping it, dude.
Incredibly clean.
Streaming white perfects through the entire stream. Looks like both players.
Yep. I mean, JJK has been playing a lot of ITG stamina stuff, and that's basically what that part of the song is.
This 8th note part can trip you up if you're not confident on whether you're going to double step or do crossovers for the 8th notes.
Right. JJK picking up that miss, but he was so clean in the 16th run that he's still ahead. Ooh. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. JJK
close.
taking that one, as one might expect for the chartist. But going back to the swag match, looks like SWAGMAN took, what chart was that? Rainbow Rave Parade?
1. Wow.
Yeah.
One?
You get a flag, just a 1. The 1 looks like a little flag there, just like a little one flag.
That's just nuts. Yeah, because that was T-Swag's pick. T-Swag won Into My Dream, his first pick, and then SWAGMAN won his pick of Monolith. T-Swag going over and picking Rainbow Rave Parade, but SWAGMAN took it with 1 perfect. So, at this point, what's left if you're T-Swag?
Okay, we got Accelerate, though. That's one of the top, 10 songs, maybe? Depends
I don't know
on
if
what
it's a
kind of
top
music you
10.
like. I really like this song a lot.
I'll say top 100. Definitely top
Definitely
100.
top 50.
Yeah. But yeah, it's got a lot of interesting rhythms at this first section here.
Oh, the roll tech. I forgot about that at the beginning. You have to keep doing the roll while you're doing different rhythms on your other foot. You kind of use both feet to complete the rhythms while you're still maintaining the roll.
Yeah, this first section is a little nutty. After the halfway point of the song, it actually kind of tames up. It's not quite so intense. So we might see our favored player once we get to that point, the halt. Time to accelerate. All right, SWAGMAN about 100 points. A couple hundred points ahead.
So the rolls in this section are really just completing the 16th note burst.
The centers, though. Ooh, SWAGMAN picking up an
Also
earlier
gives you
something.
a chance to change your feet as well, since it is meant to be a foot switch, I believe.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. SWAGMAN. He took it.
Getting that hex star.
Very nice. That is a great score.
Oh, we switch over to see. I don't think that's the first APC. I think that's the second one.
Well, the first one was in a warm-up.
Okay.
So this is actually the first APC in bracket. All right, so JJK just ripping it on Business Wars. But inglomi haven't taken the other side, and 7th trip means that we're going to a song 5. Ooh, we're narrowing it down to critical hit.
That's a good one to go out on. Whether you win or lose.
Yeah, because this one, very, very technical. Another early on Mandodo chart. Coming from the ITG world, where tech is plentiful.
Get a lot of foot switches in this one. Some brackets.
Yep, some brackets, and I think it's corner brackets. It's not usually right in SMX. Usually we do brackets as center plus another note, but this one is 2 notes on the side, not including center. So,
and it starts out with a 3-note stomp. And it's hidden. It's kind of hidden in the mind, so if you're not aware of it, you could just miss it.
Right. Oh, and the bursts. We can't forget about the 30-second bursts, and I think there's some 24ths as well. But even all that, nothing is sealed until the very end, where we have those weird Skittle
Right
notes.
here we
There are
have
those
the
brackets.
Yeah. Oh, ooh, JJK picking up a miss in the foot switches, but inglomi picked one up as well.
I believe this is the only chart in the game that has a foot switch that's more than 2 arrows in a row on the same panel.
That's true. There's like triple foot switches. Ooh, inglomi getting a held miss on that hold. Ooh, more misses. And it gives JJK just a little bit more of a lead. About 500 points ahead or so.
You get foot switches going straight into brackets. Very tough. Very tough.
Both players executing that pretty cleanly, but here we go.
There's even foot switch there on a roll. There was a 4-tap roll within just 1 beat.
Here's that last section. All right, JJK with the 99.
Was it 2 years ago that Tony he got an APC but he missed the very last bracket hold?
Oh.
I believe it was. I think it was here. 2 years ago.
I don't remember that, but I believe it. But yeah, JJK taking that one 3-2 over inglomi. So let's see how this bracket is shaking out. That means he's going. inglomi's going down into the losers bracket, going to face SenPi. That should be interesting.
That should be a good one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I think that one's really going to be coming down to the draw. Very different players.
Yeah, I would expect SenPi to choose probably the lower levels and try to out time inglomi, and then inglomi, if I was him, I would probably, my strategy would be to do the harder songs, especially versus a no bar player. Those harder songs are much more hard to play consistently.
Right. And then we have HINTZ versus Bobby. Looks like it might be happening now-ish. Oh, yeah. Yep. Looks like they're
All right.
ready to warm up. Oh, we might have a frozen camera there. Possible technical difficulties. But it looks like they haven't started warming up yet, so that's A-okay for now. And the winner of that match will go on to face Grady. So, it looks like they're adjusting the bar.
Yeah, the bars can be difficult to move just depending on like exactly how tight the bottom bolt is and just exactly like what angle it's slightly twisted at.
Yeah, because if you push up on the bar before you squeeze, then the pins are like caught on the bar, so it's harder to squeeze them. So
I kept making that mistake yesterday as I was adjusting the bar.
yeah,
It's like, I'm pulling.
Yeah, I think
pulled
there's a market for someone to like 3D print or somehow manufacture something that clamps onto it and pushes exactly into the pins. So yeah, if you're interested, there's probably some people that would like to have that.
Yep. But
usually when you're at home, you don't adjust it too often.
That's
you
true.
You just kind of
Fair,
set it
yeah.
and forget it. But in a setting that's public, it's gonna be adjusted almost every set.
Yep, especially a tournament setting. I believe JJK plays on like one rung down.
1 or 2, yeah. He's used to the more of the DDR
The
bar
DDR
height
style, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but getting into this match, this is just a warm up forever and a day. Pretty straightforward 22. Though looks like Bobby's picking up some misses.
Bobby had a gold combo and then he got an early. I'm not sure if he
you mean
needs
like
to,
a white combo, like
Yeah.
full APC?
a white gold combo. And then he got an early, so I don't know. Maybe he needs to go down one setting on his sensitivity.
That's true. Yeah, every time you come onto a new cab, you have to fiddle around with your sensitivity settings. Especially in the tournament where you're rotating between cabs. But yeah, Forever and a Day is one of those charts that we've seen multiple people rip APCs on in tournament, so
We've seen at least two people choose that as a warm-up today.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if there's something that I need to get in on.
I mean, it's just like, a little bit faster song. It gets the blood flowing, but it's nothing too intense, Gets a few, 16th runs in there at, 160-ish or so. But nothing that's going to exhaust you. You got to save your energy for summer, which HINTZ has protected the madman.
I think Bobby would do really well on summer, too, though.
That's true.
Bobby's really good at those just fast, long kind of things.
Yeah.
As long as he's feeling the endurance that day.
Right. I think
sometimes he tires himself out.
That's the big question, is that I don't know how much Bobby has been playing in preparation for the tournament, but Bobby played a lot more SMX back in the day, in the earlier days of the content updates.
Yep. Still helps write some of the charts as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Still contributing
Currently.
to the new content updates, writing charts for them, but may not have time to play the game as much as HINTZ does. So
This is very interesting because as a newer player, I had no idea these folks were the people that were writing the charts. So I guess it's kind of cool to just put faces to the charts that I love and the charts that haunt me.
Yeah, the last match, JJK, he writes some of them.
Yeah, no
Right.
idea.
that's actually a good
Yeah,
question.
The
Are
team,
any
the
of
team
these
is very collaborative. So
Right, yeah.
There's not like one chart per one author. They
Right,
definitely
very
have
true.
a team effort, and they make sure that a lot of eyeballs get looked at it, so that
So I can't just blame one person.
Yep.
Yeah.
not so much that you can't blame somebody, but that if there's anything that maybe not be the best choice, that someone will catch it before it gets released.
Yeah, sometimes you get kind of tunnel visioned into oh, I like this particular type of tech,
Mhm.
and other people are like, that does not work. Stop doing that.
All right, so we got the first song, To Your Beat.
Yep, going into it. This I'm not sure which of these charts Bobby has written because we don't have chart authors in this game anymore. But so far, Bobby's looking pretty clean on this one. I think To Your Beat is another song that we've seen many APCs on in tournament.
That's a really just well-defined beat that you can just sink yourself to and just kind of focus on the notes.
Yep, those Searle charts or songs. They're bops. Alright, ooh.
Yeah, and that double roll there is really tough. You have to maintain 16th notes at minimum to get that.
Yeah, it looks like HINTZ picked up a miss right off the bat, but has been mostly clean after that. Bobby just picked up his first yellow, so he's almost 1,000 points ahead, probably about 900 points.
Okay, so this was Bobby's or WDRM's pick because he's lower seed on there.
Right. Yes. Which makes sense. This is his. Who knows? Maybe he wrote the chart. But yeah, I mean he's looking pretty clean on it.
And he picks up the win
Very
against
nice.
HINTZ. That's a tough thing to do in a tournament.
Yeah,
is to get
especially
even one
coming
song
from
on HINTZ.
Yeah, I mean coming from the orange division, the HINTZ is definitely projected to be the winner of this set. So even getting one song off him, very nice.
All right, you think we're gonna see Summer? It looks like we might be.
He's taking
There
it
we
over
go.
there.
I think
Yep.
his strategy might be to try to wear out WDRM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fair. But he could just... one strategy that you can do if you know that you're probably not going to take the song and it's a more stamina-intensive song is you can low energy just play it out. Just kind of not really care about your timing too much. Just try to survive. And that forces your opponent to play, to their full extent.
Play at least better than you.
Right.
Or more effort.
Yeah, which can backfire on HINTZ and wear him out. But we'll see what strategies these players have going into it now. Yeah, this song is brutal. goes 185 beats per minute.
So it has a lot. It's not exactly the same as the ITG chart, obviously. It has
Right.
a lot of callbacks to it.
Mhm.
It kind of keeps the same vibe of the style of the chart.
It does have some center panel notes
It's a
thrown
lot
in
more
there.
modernized, I would say. It still has the big runs, especially at the end, the biggest one.
Those
Yep.
runs were incredibly clean by both players. I think I only saw one off perfect, maybe.
Yep, looks like
HINTZ is really locked in. Bobby's getting some yellow perfects. HINTZ pretty much just gold, white gold comboing most of it.
Yep, but even that being said, he's only probably about 500 points ahead of Bobby. So, I mean, the Widowmaker is going to be this last stream here. It's coming up.
So you got a pretty big stream, and then a small break.
That's
Some
not a
jumps,
break. That's
and
jumps.
And then another long run.
Oh my gosh. All right. Yeah.
All right.
You can see WDRM is tired.
I don't know.
Look at the graph.
The graph, when you start trending early like that, it's because you can't even keep your feet elevated in the air long enough, and you're slamming them down early just to
Right, you're
hold
like,
your body up.
oh please, I want to hit these notes.
That's like when I played no bar. I just start trending early because I'm losing my balance.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Right.
as we expected, HINTZ won.
His
pick.
protect,
His
yeah.
protected, yeah.
But the
So we're still 1-1. We still have at least 2 more
Yep.
songs.
WDRM made him play it out, getting a still incredible score. 97 on that is no joke. That is very respectable.
Going to. Music
But,
is moving.
But yeah,
So he's choosing his
99
protected song.
makes sense.
Makes
He's
sense.
going to try to swing the momentum back in his favor. If Bobby can take this one, then he's either guaranteed the set or they're going to game 5. So this is big. Big schmooze. Let's check out the other cab here. We got TaymanND versus chezmix. Look how close that is. Yep.
So you were saying yesterday that a miss can be up to 9 perfects depending on what
Yeah,
kind of
about 10,
what
up to 10,
kind of
yeah.
score you're getting on the yellow perfects, and
Mhm.
that's a really good example right there. Even with the difference of if you add 9 perfects, he still
Mhm.
comes out ahead because he had overall closer timing on the yellow perfects
you
that he
can-
did get.
You can kind of see on the graph that the Chez's yellows were a little bit further away from the big stream of whites. So, yep, TaymanND taking that one. Which song was that?
That
Actually,
was I forget which one that was.
wasn't
now.
actually paying attention to the song.
We didn't watch the song. We got switched into the score, so
We
I
got
think it
that.
was
looking at the score.
Brutalisphere.
Brutalisphere?
Was-
Okay. Wait, but no.
It had to be
Wait.
Outbreak because TaymanND
Oh
had
no,
won
it
the
was
song.
Outbreak. Yes.
Okay. Makes sense. But now going into a sign, which TaymanND just won the song, right? So that means this was Chez's pick, right? Am I?
I believe so.
No, player 2 won.
Oh, I keep forgetting
the camera.
the camera. We're
That's
looking
right.
from the
That's
front.
right.
We're
Yes.
looking from the front.
Okay,
so the
yes,
left
it
player.
was Brutalisphere.
Okay, so Chez did win.
Chez won that one, and picked. Therefore, TaymanND gets his pick, and he picked a sign. Chez picking up an early off the bat there. Puts him a little bit behind, but it is still a fairly close match. You can see the scores flickering back and forth.
This chart has some 8th note patterns that are crossovers, but you can call them like Scoobies or laterals because it keeps you kind of that like crossed over position for more than one note in a row.
Or you can call them double steps, because I'm not doing that. I'm not
I
doing
think both
Scoobies.
players did double steps.
You can't force me to do a Scooby. You just can't do it. Ooh, those center panels, those patterns, they can trip you up, but they didn't trip up these players.
Very small lead. Seen a little flickering.
He's picking up some
We're
yellows.
gonna switch. Ooh, right at the end, almost, but not
That
quite.
was close.
Incredibly close.
You love to see these super close matches in the high levels, especially.
It
Yeah,
was that early.
It's really a killer.
Yeah, those earlies just like crush your score
Yeah, especially at this level of play.
and your motivation too.
Yeah, on the 23 like that, where it's mostly 8th notes with some 16th bursts, our players aren't going to be getting very many yellows, so an early which can cost you up to 7-ish yellows, that makes a big difference in the score. Alright, so Tayman up 2-1. Chez gets his pick of Paradise, which... yeah, this is very much a Chez song. Chez loves those high energy, bursty kind of things. Very fast, going about 160 beats per minute. Classic Kyle Ward Smiley track.
And there's also a slowdown.
Right
Right.
after those bursts,
Yeah.
too.
Right,
So you're
that's
going
true.
from very fast to having to really rein it in and be really in your timing for that slowdown.
Right.
That's where
some
most
re-
of the difficulty for this chart lies.
For some
Yep.
reason, the slowdown in this one doesn't give me too much trouble compared to a lot of other ones.
Yeah, I think the patterns are fairly easy to read, but it's really just like that timing,
Yeah, it's just a very straightforward beat.
Can you quickly adjust to that new
Right.
stuff?
We're still tied.
What a tie this is.
The mines there, yeah, you gotta make sure that you're moving off. Those mines can be rough.
Yep, those are the forced foot switches. As Eesa conceded, you cannot double step that because of the mine pit. Alright, Chez picking a couple yellow perfect sip there, giving the lead over to Tayman, but it is ultra close.
There was a bracket there during the hold where you have to hold with one foot and hit 2 arrows with the other foot.
Alright, I think here comes the big bursts.
There it is.
Yes.
And it swings back to chezmix with that.
Yep, that's Chez's lifeblood right there.
So right after the stop too, we see something that's not too common. You have a lift at the same time as the other foot hits another arrow.
Yep, this is one of those early charts, so they were kind of experimenting with the different tech and things. Nice. Yep. Chez takes it clean. Almost a Hex Star. All right, we're going to Game 5. That's what we like to see. Yep, it was... you can see right where the burst is.
Yep.
Very defined section of Tayman's graph right there.
So each player will be vetoing a song, and then whichever one's left will be played.
Yeah, Tayman vetoing Summer makes sense, given Chez's performance on Paradise. And between Rainbow Rave Parade and Rad, what do you think Chez would pick here? Or with Tayman?
Yes, we're
Looks
playing
like Rainbow Rave Parade.
All right, we're doing Rainbow Rave Parade.
It's fitting because the arcade's located on Rainbow Boulevard.
Oh,
there you go.
They just need to get the Mario Kart arcade version, and they could be on Rainbow Road, on Rainbow Boulevard.
With Rainbow Rave Parade playing in the background. All right, yeah, I think this one could go either way. Because it is a techie chart, it being one of the classic Mandodo charts. very tech focused, but the tech just makes sense.
Yeah, it's a fairly low BPM
Mhm.
compared to some of the other level 24 charts.
Mhm.
But yeah, it really just goes with the music and complements it really well.
Yeah. Both players already starting with the yellow perfect.
Looks like we're basically tied or flickering.
Ooh, those little, I don't even know what to call them, the crossover thing, where it's center, right, left.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you call that. A pattern.
It's definitely a pattern.
So TaymanND picking up either a late or an early. Getting the green combo now.
Yep, definitely swinging it more for Chez's favor, but only a few hundred points ahead. Those foot switches, when you see the mine.
So we have the mine pit section where you can still hit the center very briefly, but you just cannot stay on it.
Right.
So as long as you're moving your feet to hit all the other nodes, you should be fine for the most part.
You just gotta keep your form tight.
It's just if you're not used to seeing that, it can freak you out, especially the first time you play a song.
Nice. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, look
We
at
had
those scores,
two
dude.
really high scores.
Yep, but Chez takes it with a hex star, just a few, about 150 points ahead of TaymanND.
You know, if he
Super
didn't get
close.
that early and he got a white perfect, I'm wondering if he would have won,
That's
even with
true.
more yellow perfects, because Chez has a few of those yellow perfects that are a little farther away from the
It definitely
line.
would have been really close. But yep, Chez taking that one and moving on to, let's see where. So that was losers round 1. So he'll be moving on to losers round 2. We'll figure out who we'll be facing after we run through the winners quarterfinals.
So since TaymanND came from the losers bracket of the previous division, he got put directly into the losers bracket of this division. So unfortunately, he's out now.
Yep. But at least he got here. You know,
He got to
top
play a
16.
whole extra set than what, you can. Okay, so we're back with T-Swag versus JellySlosh.
And I think this has got to be losers bracket, right? Yes.
It is, yes.
So one of these players will be going home.
And so Outbreak, it's all about the chorus here. Ooh, a miss from JellySlosh's side. Here's the big bursty section with the jumps. Yep, it's close. Definitely in TaymanND's favor, or T-Swag's favor, about 300 points or so. But there's basically a copy paste of that first chorus section with the big bursts in the second half of the song. So are both players
I think
doing
they're
the
both doing the crossovers.
I mean, both these players are full mains. You know, they focus more on full mode, and you got to do the crossovers in full mode. So they're well versed with that. And T-Swag takes it. About 500 points ahead. Very nice.
Very
clean.
confident victory there with single-digit yellow perfects.
Yep, 6-13 and a miss.
And all of the yellow perfects being super close to the white perfect zone on that graph.
Yep. Okay,
So,
so that was.
Looking at their draw here, we do have Flight of the Bumblebee 25. That'd be interesting to see if JellySlosh picks that. I would almost expect him to pick that either now or if he loses another song.
So they both pocket picked, actually. Got busted out and in the Hall of the Mountain King. Interesting choices for pocket picks.
So JellySlosh doing the how we win at home song. Not quite, but
Are
close.
they both by Fuller?
Yeah. They both have the car in the picture too.
Right.
This one's just harder version.
It goes fairly slow, only, 103 beats per minute, but there are so
many foot switches.
Foot switches are tough too on the really low BPM.
Right.
Because you can't switch your foot off too early or else you start losing your balance. So it's hard for me especially to get into the habit of accidentally leaving my foot on too long.
Right. And if you do that, then there's a good chance that you'll get a held miss. And it's actually interesting that JellySlosh picked this one, because I know he's not a huge fan of foot switches. But maybe he just thinks that it's something he can take over T-Swag.
I think the choice might be more of chart knowledge, because T-Swag doesn't really play wild.
That's true.
Very rarely.
Yep. He's reading it well though. Only getting right when I say it, he picks up a miss and
so this is something that's in very few charts is we have bracket foot switches.
Yeah.
And another foot switch roll. T-Swag missed that.
Ooh, even with the earlies.
So a really good
Still
chart
takes
choice
it.
from JellySlosh there.
Yep.
Pulling
Even
out
with the earlies, JellySlosh ends up ahead by 400 points. Exactly 400 points. Yep.
So going back to T-Swag. I'm thinking maybe T-Swag might choose Senorita.
You don't think he's gonna pick his pocket pick?
He might. He might save that for if he's down by one.
It's true. Even if whatever picks, if JellySlosh happens to get it, T-Swag will still get another pick and be able to pick his chart. But nope, he's going straight into it. This is a good pick against JellySlosh because JellySlosh is a very visual player. Slowdowns really trip up JellySlosh, and the top BPM for In the Hall of the Mountain King is not the BPM that it starts at. So you're basically reading at like a handicapped read speed at the beginning of the chart.
Oh, yes. So something that I do on the full chart for this is I started off 100 BPM higher, and then during the slow part, it's just rolls, so there's no like timing.
Oh,
so
yeah?
I just like spam the rolls and reach up and change my speed back to my normal speed.
Wow.
You can't really do that on the wild chart because you have a
Nope.
lot more notes during the slowdown in the middle.
Yep.
Don't know what happened.
It looks like there might be a settings change that they need to make. Oh, T-Swag's changing his sensitivity.
I think they get once per match. You can restart before the first note of the song if your setting needs to be changed for any reason.
Okay.
But it's
I
not
didn't know that was
something-
you have a set number of those.
I think you get one mess up on your settings, and then that's it.
Yeah, but I think because T-Swag was having some form issues on the last song, I think he wanted to adjust his sensitivity to make sure he doesn't get those earlies, those misses in this one. Ooh, yeah, JellySlosh already picking up a miss in those quick bursty 16ths. Here it is, yep. Yep, you can see JellySlosh getting those yellows.
This is a particularly tricky one with that gradual speed up too.
Right.
Because once you find that timing window, it's already moved on to be a little bit faster.
Right. Yeah, that's something in the new chart. Paranoid has a gradual speed up very similar to this one, and it is really tricky to time. And these bursts are really fast. I think They're
You
going.
know
Just
what the
some mines
speed
for
is?
good
Is it like
placement.
190 at the very
It's-
end?
Yeah, 196, which is really
Very
fast.
Yeah.
And the mines.
And the mine. I think he gave up, kind of.
It was like, yeah,
Like
yeah,
on
you
like
got it.
3,000 behind.
You got it. Yeah, that's this is JellySlosh's kryptonite right there. A bunch of tempo changes. Yeah.
Do you want to? Or do you
It's up
want to
to you.
stay?
Whatever you prefer.
All right. So the next song, let's see. Go 60 Go. Yeah, that's probably a good choice by JellySlosh.
Yep, this is a very difficult chart. The little 16th swings, or what even quantization is it?
64th swing. So it's really close to 16ths, but it's just like ever so slightly later. So you're
Right.
just kind of like delaying.
Is it like in between the 16th and the 24th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much. So you can kind of play it like 16th swing or like gallops,
Mhm.
but you have to be very, very precise, or else you're gonna get like an early perfect.
Mm.
And if you play it like 24th swing or 24th gallops, then
Mhm.
you have to be super precise, or else you're gonna get late.
Right. Yep, JellySlosh a little bit ahead already.
So this chart also switches in between the 16th note and the 64th note
Right.
throughout most of the song. So
Ooh,
you're
those
kind of
foot
going in
switches.
and out of the swing for a lot of the chart.
Right. Yeah, you got to be ready for those timing changes. This is a demo chart. Back when Demo wrote charts for Step Maniacs, and you can feel it because it's very ITG Tech style.
Yeah, I believe Demo said, hey, if I'm going to be writing charts, I really want to write Go 60 Go if it gets in the game.
That's funny. And he got it. Let's see, looking at the score, JellySlosh is about 400 points ahead, I want to say. Ooh, but picking up some yellows. Ooh, and an early. Ooh, oh no, a miss. But you can't get into your head about it. He's still ahead. Yep. This section is a lot easier than the other parts, but you can't rest.
Wow.
That was close.
Incredibly close.
So close, dude.
Yeah, right at the end there at that early.
28 to 30, and they both had 2 earlies and some misses.
All right, so I'm going to step out just so we can get some relief in. Yeah, so they're going to song 5. Good luck, you guys.
5.
All right.
All
Good luck,
right.
both players.
All right, everybody say bye word.
See ya.
Warren giving us some great commentary. Now we're getting in Jacqueline. Quickly, before they figure out their next song.
So with the pocket picks, I forget how the vetoes work.
So if there was one pocket pick, then each player would get one veto, and you pick it. It ends up being whatever the leftmost song is. So if you hadn't used your pocket pick at the time, your pocket pick is basically irrelevant because it's not going to get played. But if both players use their pocket picks, then each player gets 2 vetoes. And we saw the players narrowing every song down until we got to Rad, a very interesting choice. This is a 24, mostly a technical chart. It does have I think it starts with a 24th burst run section.
Got some foot switches in there. I know there's a couple brackets in there. Definitely has some tech that'll test you.
Yep. So it's really not over until it's over on this song because I think it also has the brackets, my crew, the best.
Yes,
Bom, bom,
exactly.
bom, bom,
With
bom.
the mine pit in the middle, so you have to be very careful of your foot placement. I
Right,
believe.
yeah.
But
Oh,
it's
yeah.
also a relatively slower BPM, so
True.
you know, with
Yeah.
all that tech, also making sure you're not rushing
Mhm.
too much.
Yeah, it's very fair. It's not like up to the level of like critical hit or anything. It's very dense with its tech, but with the slower BPM, you know, you got a chance to do it.
Mhm.
So let's check it out. They're getting into it.
The final song, a lot on the line.
Game 5. Yeah, since this is
Quite a few game 5s already.
yeah. I love it. I love game 5s.
There's those
them.
bursts.
And both players getting a yellow combo right through it. Nice. Nice.
With
Very
witches?
nice.
Bracket.
There's those brackets.
Yep. Once again, like the critical hit, they are corner brackets. JellySlosh getting a miss on one of them. Those bursts. Yeah, with the brackets mid-stream. Ooh.
G-Swag also just got a miss.
Yep.
Jelly.
Giving it back over to Jelly. That's why you can't give up. You gotta play as if, you know, you're going for your PB, even if you get a miss. A little
It's
stop
just 100
here.
points.
Center buttons.
Oh, that lead is changing fast. It was flickering.
Yep.
Yep, you gotta be careful with these
Incredibly
center
close.
buttons. No players picking up any earlies.
Ooh, bracket.
Yep, those brackets.
Those can be very tricky, those holds with the brackets. If your foot placement isn't quite there, you can really trigger an early.
Mhm.
Oh, Jelly.
Wow.
It was so close. Holy crap. 17 to 20.
Yep. Not even 100 point.
And all their the whole bunch of their perfects were super wide. Oh man, a 98.8 to a 98.9. Just what is that?
70 points.
70 points.
72 to be exact. 70 points.
Woo. Giving me heart palpitations.
Well,
Yeah,
Jelly is back in the
Settings.
game.
Yeah, Jelly moving on. T-Swag out, unfortunately. But he did come from the orange division. So,
And if you didn't watch our Friday stream, T-Swag also won the full division. Oh, second place, I think.
second
Play in
place
full
in
division.
full
so
division.
he-
So,
He's already been playing a lot, so he probably was very tired.
yeah. So, yeah, looking at the bracket here. Looks like we got Paranoia Boi versus Jimbo coming up soon. That should be nice. And we got Bobby versus Eesa. Great friends. They know each other very well. So we should that should be a very interesting match to watch. They know each other's weaknesses, so we'll see some great counter picks there. And then SenPi versus inglomi. That should be an interesting one. SenPi coming from the orange division. That one will be very card draw dependent, I think, because SenPi is a very accuracy focused player. Has a lot of APCs. And inglomi just a great player overall. Great in full, great in wild, and he can pretty much do anything if he puts his mind to it. Alright, I think we're doing some pad maintenance on the middle cab, just making sure that it's tightened up. We want to be testing, players, the players at their full potential, Of course, adjusting to a cab is part of the tournament experience, so that's always going to be a factor, but nice. Yeah, Techno World, I think is really a stamina 22. It doesn't have a whole lot of tech. Mostly just 16th runs in various parts, especially towards the end. One of those new Naoki classics.
Yeah, this is just a warm up.
Yep. We'll see. I believe they're past the halfway mark, so it must be a full song. Who knows if they get another half song? We're doing like quarter song warm ups or something.
We're bartering for the length of our warm ups.
Very nice. Yeah, great scores from both players. Eesa just picking up one early, or three earlies. That's where most of her point loss came from.
Yeah, she got them a bit mixed up. Actually,
Oh yeah, the
that's right.
camera.
Hit the camera every time. My bad. But yeah. Well, getting into this match, looks like the first thing's going to be get busy. I'm actually going to be jumping off the mic for now, giving it over to Pilot. So, bye everybody. I've been Zom, giving you some
Thanks, Zom.
Zomentary. Out.
All right, back just in time for game one. Eesa WDRM on Get Busy. It's a very interesting choice for a 22. It's very heavily syncopated. Got some little bursts here and there. Mixture of these kinds of broken up patterns and some streams. I'm going to see a little bit streamier into the first chorus coming up soon.
Yeah, about 100 points off or so.
I think the margin's even tighter than that. Ooh. Bobby picks up that one early. Maybe just an ever so slight disadvantage. Nothing unrecoverable though.
And a late on Eesa's end. And that swings it back over.
And Bobby takes game one, just barely crossing the threshold for the Hex Star rating.
200 points. That's a little bit over.
Impressively low perfect count there. 2-1 compared to 9-1. Wow, that's quite the pocket pick there. Good feeling from Eesa right at the end of the draw. That's a spicy meatball of a 23.
Yeah, those little bursts in there, very tricky.
Yeah, lots of bursts, lots of mine-enforced crossover patterns, and
Yesterday on stream, when Eesa was talking, he was mentioning that whoever Bobby would play the time, she had to take bubble because as she claimed to be Bobby's best friend, so she know what his weakness is. So I think the reason was to teach his confidence.
all right.
He can shoot Bobby.
We're seeing it here for game two. Very mild opening to the chart, you know, nothing too terribly unusual for this kind of level range, and then, look at that little sextuplet burst right at the start.
Bobby is like really, really good at crossover, cross under, and you can see his technique right there. Where Eesa ended up with that level. So far, very, very good.
Yeah, and you don't want to be twisted around the wrong way going to those kinds of segments there where you've got the jumps deck adorned with mines. Yeah, very swingy, and a lot of these patterns being enforced by the mine pit in the center and the placement of mines afterwards. But yeah, Eesa definitely looks noticeably comfortable on this, holding out a lead coming into the second half of the song.
I think it's about 7 points.
Fairly close, but that lead's going to continue to grow if Eesa keeps nailing those complex bursts. And make sure you twist off center panel appropriately there. Yeah.
Well done. It was a good victory set.
Just barely taking it, though. That point difference was not very large at the end. 11 to 8. Yeah, looking like the timing graph goes a little further out in places on Eesa's graph. Likely why it's so close as it is, but a win's a win.
You take it.
I wonder where we go next in this draw. So far, really seems like these players are favoring the more straightforward timing check or technique check charts, but... T.
Looks like we don't
Do your beat?
QB.
Yeah, I think we've likely already seen this one on the broadcast today. I'm not totally certain, but high BPM, 175-ish BPM. Lots of individual foot speed checks with those sets of 3/16ths we'll be seeing after the intro. Eesa missing that one bracket jump. Immediately making this a much more contestable song to start out with.
Both players getting those rolls where you really have to make sure that you're maintaining that 16th notes throughout.
Yeah, you at least have the luxury of flexibility and time to hit that, so you can kind of rush to get it done if you need a reprieve before the bracket jump section, but both players nail it down. Bobby's kind of building out a bit of a respectable lead, keeping the gold combo going. Elisa's already picked up at least 2 pieces of change and another miss right there. Yeah, can't let your guard down yet. I think Bobby's going to secure this handily if he hits that last run.
Yep.
Yeah, closes out with almost a 1,000 point difference. All right, 11 to 15 and change. The remainder of this draw is pretty challenging, and even at the lower end, it's going to be relatively stamina intensive. Flash in the Night, even though it's only 158 BPM, it's definitely got some challenging 16ths in there. So curious to see where we go next, going back to
Are we going to item? Oh, yeah.
Eesa's next pick. All right, no surprise there. Your Own Destiny.
So as someone who haven't played it, could you give us like a bit of info on what the 24 is like?
What's up?
As someone who haven't played this card, could you give me some info on what this card is like?
So Your Own Destiny, pretty fresh in my mind since I had played this yesterday against SenPi. It's a fairly straightforward 24, I'd say, in the beginning. You have to be careful about these kinds of gallops. There's a lot of center panel in this, and you'll also see there's a cheeky little lift at the end of each of those holds, so an opportunity for some easy point loss if you're not paying attention. Just a little tasteful bit of stops there, but nothing too difficult. Just want to make sure that your footwork is in proper form for those center panel bursts. Really going to come into force at the very back of the chart. You get a little bit of a break here. These are twisty segments, but 8ths at 175, you can easily double step that if you wish. It looks like Bobby's committing to all the turns, though, so following it as intended. Eking out just an ever so slight lead, but it's a razor-thin margin. Yeah. And even this is relatively low density for such a high-level chart. Still some jumps thrown in there, just to make it a little more stamina demanding.
I think the best jump is very
All right, both players, though, holding on to a very impressive gold combo. This just looks like he's still streaming a little early on the perfects. Bobby's slowly building that lead. It can change the drop of hat now as here come the more complex, very syncopated, offbeat 16th burst, twisting off of center panel.
Yeah, those are such tricky ones to nail.
Bobby's going to close that out, just
Nope.
crossing the threshold for a 6-star to end the set 3-1. That's a strong
Nine.
showing.
Wow.
I mean, Eesa had a impressive run herself with a 99-4 and 22. Wow. Bobby's showing he still got it. Advanced from winner's side of Orange Division. Immediately ran into a certain HINTZ who knocked him down into losers and still in it after that set. Take a look over at SenPi and inglomi.
Wow, almost an APC.
It looks like inglomi closes that set out on their game 5 on Cosmic Drive. 2 perfect.
2 to 11. Wow.
Yeah, inglomi is a verifiable monster when it comes to timing and does not have a private setup, to my knowledge, like many of the players here in upper top 16. A lot of top players do have cabinets. They can purchase them, play at home, right on the official network, learn the game. inglomi just makes the most of the access he gets, whether he goes to an arcade in his area or visits another player with a setup. Just makes it work, and showing that he's got it on tournament stage with that level of access. So, good stuff from inglomi. I think, unfortunately, that's where SenPi's run ends, coming immediately out of loser side Orange Division. So, tough opponent to start the day off, but SenPi's good. Alright, take a look at where we are in bracket. I think that is the end of our round 1, and for a moment on stream I saw the card draw for Jimbo Paranoia Boi. Yeah, we got draws up for Paranoia Boi Jimbo. HINTZ Grady.
Yep.
It looks like Spencer JJK. All in the works, but I think we're going to start with Paranoia Boi Jimbo going top down from Star GG. So you got Jimbo, New Jersey native, coming back to dance games, having some prior history, especially with DDR, and I presume also some in the groove, but I don't know offhand. Earlier I shared a little tale about him beating chezmix to advance to Nationals for a DDR tournament, and punching a flight out to Las Vegas. And a beautiful twisted fate gets to run up against chezmix, a former New Jersey resident, again now at his arcade out in Vegas. Jimbo took that set 3-0 very handily, ripping some really impressive scores on difficult charts like Hard Pass Disco, so now he gets the honor of going up against Paranoia Boi, a venerable beast when it comes to winning these tournaments.
Yeah, someone yesterday on chat was mentioning, were asking the question, when was the last time Paranoia Boi didn't win the tournament? So
I struggle to answer that one myself.
So we'll see. This will be a very hard match for Jimbo. And the pick is actually also relatively pretty difficult as well. Besides poetry, what I think is fairly straightforward, the rest of the pick are very difficult.
As they're warming up, let's take a look over at HINTZ Grady, where this is going to be their warm-up. Good old music is moving.
This has been a pretty popular one today, both between warm-ups and actual sets. I've seen this a couple of times.
Good song, great chart. Just intense enough to get the blood flowing. Not hard enough to twist you around like a pretzel or mentally drain you either.
I am actually very excited for this set. It's not very often that we see Summer being played at a tournament, and Grady blocked that one. So I personally really want to see Summer getting played at a tournament level.
Yeah, it looks like we'll be seeing our second Summer after HINTZ WDRM earlier. HINTZ played that and ripped a clean 99 on it. Came to play today.
It's a very stamina intensive set too, with gargoyle in there as well.
You actually got a pretty well-mixed draw when it comes to different styles of charts.
Yep.
A little bit of twistiness with Surf, Energizer, Personal Reality. Those are all kind of twisty center panel challenge type charts. Some solid stamina checks with Gargoyle and Summer. And then Rock Slaves and Accelerate for the more techie timing type stuff.
Yep.
Wide range of BPMs. Gonna be a good set. Let's see where we go for game one.
Ooh, starting with a stamina right away.
Gargoyle. Players are queuing up, getting ready.
Yeah, for this one, you know, in addition to just being an absolute stamina chart with those streams, you also have to watch for those two instances of those bursts. I forget what the exact quantization is, but they are incredibly fast and very easy to pick up some misses.
30 seconds.
30 seconds, that was it.
Yeah, I need some serious foot speed to hit those.
Yep.
And of course, got to give some respect to these broken up 16th patterns right at the very beginning. Guys, make sure you're paying attention to hit them.
Yep.
Coming up on the first 30-second burst.
Oh, they both have got their miss.
Yeah, so HINTZ had some flavor of execution error in the beginning. Grady messes up on the burst, putting them roughly very evenly. There are many, many notes left. This is one of the highest note count 24s in the game, to my recollection. One more burst, and here we go. Both players keep it very clean. HINTZ has the unfortunate miss towards the end, but otherwise both players kept it pretty clean overall, just going a little early in places. Last burst of the song coming out now into the outro. Yeah, HINTZ drops that last lift, but I don't think it made much of a difference there.
Yep.
Looks like we're back to Jimbo and Paranoia Boi. Seeing music is moving once again.
Oh, an old familiar friend. So good to see you again. Players are keeping it very clean coming up into the last quarter. Jimbo's behind ever so slightly, but that lead is trading very quickly, so just one more mistake. The Paranoia Boi is not the kind of person to give up a perfect that easily.
Oh no!
Maybe he will, though.
Oh, by 20
Just
points.
a couple of early perfects in that run, right at the end.
I think Jimbo picked up one of his own, but kept it together. Yeah. Paranoia Boi shifts dramatically early, just rushing that last run. Goes
Look at
outside
that
the...
SMX score, though. 6-4. Just more perfect perfects.
All right. Pop back over to HINTZ and Grady. Rock Slaves. Now, Grady ripping through that syncopated section like it's nothing.
There was a hidden protected pick too, right? So
Very nice 6-star from Grady. Taking that game. Very challenging chart with the different mixtures of 16ths, 30seconds, and 24ths all together, especially in that one segment leading up to the outro that we saw right as we cut over onto the stream. Looks like HINTZ did pretty good overall, but you could see his perfects are pretty far out of line, and probably did not help him there for scoring. So
back to the second Paranoia match.
okay. Meanwhile, we're over in Paradise for game 2. As far as 24s go, this is a fairly low density chart except for one particularly bursty section around the 60% mark coming up on really the true decider for most runs of this chart. Here we go.
And that right into the slowdown, too. Just making sure you're really in control as you're going into that, too. Be tricky.
Yeah, Paranoia Boi builds a solid 1,000 or so point lead off of that.
Yep. Paranoia Boi takes it.
Is that 2 perfect?
It has to be very few. 2 perfect.
So perfect.
It's a wonderful day. I can remember the count.
Well, everyone say bye to Cassie.
Thank you so much for having me, folks.
Thank you, Cass. All right. We'll make some way for Word to join us on the desk as we take a look at... He'll be joining us momentarily, so let's look at Energizer over on HINTZ Grady. All right, HINTZ gets a completely clean center panel run there, the second of them in the song. Now it's a small lead over Grady coming up into the outro. Comfortably manages that to take game 3 against Grady, putting him on the board 1-2.
HINTZ is very consistent at those like 24-ish and plus charts. The ones that have like the lots of notes or very fast, he's very consistent.
We're really going back and forth here with these 2 sets. Very cool that we get to commentate given how synchronized they are. over in Game 3 for Paranoia Boi Jimbo.
So I missed who won the last, or who chose this one, I guess, is what I'm really asking.
Paranoia Boi took a Game 2 on Paradise, so this is Jimbo's pick.
This one's not too technically involved. Mostly just density of notes, I believe.
I think the biggest sticking point for this chart, when it gets streamy at the end, is that the stream is not unbroken. It has these small pauses in it. So you have to be mindful of that as it kind of follows the piano, which has brief pauses.
Here we go. We're coming up to that section.
And going between triplets and sixteenths for its streams for a little bit here, but coming up now in the outro, he's broken up streams. Notice the little pauses in between.
Oh.
Yeah, and you can't forget about the last three notes. That hold, you're holding for a while thinking, okay, the song's over. Wow, what a result.
Don't let your guard down.
No.
Yeah. Jimbo's now up 2-1 against Paranoia Boi. Came out here to make a statement.
He's trying to knock Paranoia Boi out. This is Paranoia Boi's very first match of the tournament. He got a bye through the first round. Oh, we're seeing Summer again.
More
So,
Summer.
Definitely this would have been HINTZ's pick.
Yep. Oh no, it actually
It was
Grady
Grady.
protected big. Yep.
Grady protected this one. Interesting. I wonder if he didn't know that HINTZ already played this in his previous match.
I think it might have actually been his pick there, but it looks like Grady is going to concede that one, or perhaps ask about a pad, perhaps.
I think Grady plays on high sensitivity normally, so it might just be a problem of adapting to a different pad, especially on high sensitivity. That can be quite a game changer.
Yeah, if you're not comfortable with the particular feel of a pad on high sensitivity, you do risk a held miss if the release is not snappy enough to your liking.
All right, Paranoia Boi. So he chose this one. This was the song that ended the full mode tournament, was it not?
Yeah. Paranoia Boi taking a new personal best and third in the world on the full 27. Now pulling out the wild 25 for the first time in this tournament.
Yeah, the wild chart's very similar to the full mode chart. It's just obviously only on one pad instead of both. But very similar rhythms and patterning with the jumps, especially. Yeah. Both players maintaining their yellow perfect combo. Tony's got a decent lead here with a few hundred points.
Yeah, Jimbo picks up an early. He is struggling to maintain super crisp timing on these 16th runs. This chart does run at a respectable 180-ish BPM, maybe 185. It's fast.
Yeah, and a lot of those streams with the center panel, they have you like really close together with your feet. Looked like he picked up an early.
And
He's got a pretty
there.
comfortable lead. This isn't one that you really practice too often. At least I don't. It just wears you out. A lot of the other 25s are a little less draining physically and more technical. This one is almost purely just how much energy can you expend.
We're going to game 5 for this.
Yeah, so we're going to see some eliminations in that card draw.
Okay, we're on game 5 of Grady HINTZ. Players vetoing and leaving Surf to be played.
HINTZ is very familiar with this chart, and he's going to take it with a clean 2 perfect run.
So Grady will move down to the losers bracket, so he's still in it. He will be playing inglomi next. Interesting fact, so far all of inglomi's matches today have all gone to 5 songs.
So it looks like they've done their last round of vetoes for the card draw, and so Game 5 for Paranoia Boi Jimbo will be decided on Black Magic.
Yeah, we saw this with Eesa and Grady earlier today. Yeah, this one has a lot of intricate crossovers, patterns that you have to know to start in the crossover position a few times, and a few laterals, aka Scoobies, where you have to stay in the crossover position as you're doing a pattern. If you're interested in learning how to do those, there's a edit that McCloudchick has written that just repeats the same patterns over and over. Gives you a lot of more chances to practice the patterning.
Here we go, Game 5.
Alright, will they do the crossovers? I would assume so.
This is not the kind of chart where you can cheat a crossover pattern. We're not going to get right into it. Instead, we're going to warm up where these drills with the synth in the song, as it picks up, it's going to go into a 16th burst, and these are going to get increasingly twistier and more difficult as the chart wears on.
It looks like both players turning for that. So that's probably what's going to be coming up here as we go into the second half, where we get much more technical.
Less than a 100-point lead.
Yeah, just as we expected, both players turning. Too risky to try to do the crossover or the double stepping on this, I would think.
Yeah, there's your first lateral. Little center panel twist. Another lateral coming up after this.
Tony double stepped that second lateral.
I think Jimbo committed to the turns, and he's rewarded with it with a very slight lead coming into the outro.
Oh, well,
They're tied. Are they going to end with a tie?
no.
Jimbo is
so
going
close.
to take it as Paranoia Boi gets one last early yellow at the very end.
I believe that's Tony's first match loss in any Red October.
Any Red October,
I believe so.
2022 and 2023?
I don't think in all the tournaments that he's played in, Red Octobers, I don't think he's ever lost a match.
And it's JimboSMX who comes out and gets the job done?
And they tied on judgments as well. Both 7 yellow perfects.
A lot of Paranoia Boi's point loss is in that like syncopated section that follows the vocals. Surrender
The
your
purple
soul,
notes.
and darkness will rule.
Black magic.
I guess he didn't surrender his soul there.
Yeah, that was quite a match. We saw a lot of things there. So, Jimbo, what was his seed? Do we know?
If you click on the user and start GG, I think that information gets revealed to you. Seeded
We got
ninth.
some hype going on the other cab. Seed 9th. Okay, so he's playing way above his seed right now.
Yeah, I know Jimbo is an extraordinarily hard worker with this game, and on occasion he has told me that if he has a particularly rough match in a tournament, he has printed out the score he got in tournament and will put it over his cabinet as motivation to improve. Looks like we're going to hop over to JJK Spencer. Starting off game 1 on JJK's Protect Senorita.
So this one, pretty much a straight copy of the music from the previous games that it's been in. We're getting a much more modernized step chart. in Step Maniacs. Those mines there trying to enforce the proper or the intended stepping pattern. Both players tied right now. Oh, and then we get the red line for the stop hidden underneath all the mines.
Completely obscured.
Trying to replicate the DVR, I guess, for not being able to see when the stop is coming. You have to memorize it.
It's a little tricky.
Either players slipping up. They're very close.
Tiny lead on Spencer's side.
That's got to be a one perfect difference. They were tied for the longest time. Yeah,
Wow.
that's got to be one perfect.
Yep.
2 to 3, I want to say.
Or fewer than one, maybe. Yeah,
Oh.
just one.
2 to 3.
Is it 43 to 62? Wow, 19 points. That's about as close as you can get, unless you tie perfects and get just one sub-judgment difference.
And I'm curious to see where JJK will take us on game 2.
Let's see, do we know any of these that JJK helped write? Not that I'm aware of. Rainbow Rave Parade. Alright. Maybe banking on Spencer to get a fat foot early or something, or hit a mine perhaps on a foot switch.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of opportunities for an execution error on this chart.
The highly technical charts have kind of, if you don't think the other person has really any weaknesses, you can kind of just hope that they mess up a technique here and there.
It's going to be a difficult ask here for Spencer to make that kind of mistake. Spencer's got a lot of experience with other dance games and is an absolute machine when it comes to timing. Look at him holding on to that white combo through that first extended 16th run. JJK trailing just by a couple of perfects, but again, as I noted, technical charts like these, plenty of opportunities for point loss yet to come. We'll see in the second half coming up here.
Maintaining his lead.
Maintaining his Y combo.
Malaysia, Spencer won Senorita by 19 points.
JJK picks up an early, or late, some flavor of off judgment.
We're going to see an APC.
Yes, we are.
It is an APC.
So I believe that's the third one of the tournament, because I think inglomi got 2 APCs.
So
He
inglomi got 7th
trip,
trip.
and who was the other one? I don't remember.
I don't remember.
JJK.
JJK got Business Wars.
Okay.
I saw Business Wars. I didn't remember who it was, but I got a additional source of information off to my side here, whispering secrets in my ear. Say hello to the disembodied hand of truth.
So I don't even know what I would pick against Spencer. If I was JJK, I would probably pick... Jeez, I don't even know. I can't make a choice.
Yeah, I can imagine what it's like to play right after someone who just got an APC. You gotta like...
It looks like JJK's got a good feeling about this one. For me personally, I got this feeling in the pit of my stomach that if he takes this set, we're just going straight to Pink Fuzzy Bunnies, because Spencer will just play that unprompted. All power to him.
All right, we're going into a good feeling. This one can trip you up in a lot of different ways. It has some really technical patterning,
Yeah, it's got a couple of bursts there. Saw this earlier in another match and remarked that there's quite a complexity with both the bursts and the crossovers, some of which are enforced by mines. Now JJK is off to a great start on this chart, holding a very small lead for the time being.
Picking up one yellow perfect on that 24th note. Gallop Flam. Looks like a Flam, I think.
Unfortunately, picks up another yellow perfect just in this barebone section, giving the lead back over to Spencer for a hot minute.
Flickering. We might be flickering back and forth. Picked up another yellow on JJK's side. Yeah, there's not much you can do when your opponent only gets a single yellow perfect. 2 in this case. His only chance to win that basically would be to get the APC.
He was on a pretty good pace for a good chunk of that chart, but
All right,
so
we're
it
moving
goes.
over to Swagman versus Mason Goes. Playing far out as a warm-up, looks like. Mason Goes protecting Melancholy Vision. Swagman protecting Summer, so we might be seeing Summer a third time.
you know, I thought it was a little warm outside today.
First time not with HINTZ.
Well, far out is in the cards, Ross. I believe this is just game 1 we're looking at.
Oh, you're right. I missed it.
Yeah, currently going to Mason. Is holding on to a very slight lead against Swagman.
Mason having a recent wrist injury that's kind of put him off practicing recently. He's been doing his best to practice.
You wouldn't think he's been on a hiatus, though, with how he's been playing. He's playing hot to start the day. Swagman picking up 1 early there, giving slightly away, but got some long runs coming up first to get through.
Swagman looked like picking up an early there.
Close game.
Unfortunate, as much fewer perfects, yellow perfects, than Mason Goes. But as we said before, it's kind of, when you get up to these high-level matches, it kind of turns into a one-step tournament where one misstep and you're very likely to lose the song.
1 false move, even.
You think we'll see Summer? Isn't
It's
it,
something that has driven the players to focus harder.
I wonder where we go for game 2 now.
Summer?
Summer?
Going in.
Summer.
Summer. Yay, Summer. 3rd time today. Yippee!
So this has 2 benefits. Mason Goes being injured. So maybe not wanting to put so much energy into it, but also he has to play it unless he just gives up. So he might be getting physically worn out as well. So Swagman really going protecting that for a couple different reasons.
Yeah, and in between my commentary shifts, when I had popped out to the floor to take a look, we have a 3rd setup in addition to our 2 Dedicabs that we're playing the tournament matches on for the players to warm up on and play at their discretion. And I actually saw Swagman practicing Summer for a bit there, so he's warmed up, he's knowledgeable on it. He got like a 99.5 with a low perfect count and 1 miss. So he's quite comfortable on this chart, and I think it's no surprise if it shows up in the draw, he's going to protect it, especially if he's that fresh on it.
Mason choosing to try to win. It's locked in. Both players locked in.
Well,
Yeah, both of these players are leaderboard monsters, so they've got great precision.
The third setup is only being used for warm-ups since we're in the top 16. You don't need the third cap for the time saving. Alright, SWAGMAN was the first to get a non-absolute perfect judgment, but still maintaining a lead right now. Quite small. A lot of notes left in the chart.
Very backloaded. Here we go. Momentarily. Really turns into a pure stamina check at the end.
Yeah, and that jump spam there, it's tough. When you're coming right out of a long stream like that, you just want to break, but you have to put all your energy into all those jumps.
oh, unfortunate.
That was pretty close.
Yeah, they were trading misses at the end there, 1-for-1, but
Just came down to more accurate overall on Swagman's side.
turned up the heat when it mattered most after he got that miss.
Yep.
Alright, switching over to Inglomi versus Grady right now. From the losers round, so whoever loses this match will be out of the tournament. So this chart featuring lots of foot switches and some bracketing and some mines that you have to avoid, sometimes all together. So the player's choosing to do some double stepping on some patterns there. Grady looked like maybe misread a pattern. He got like a rush of misses and earlies and lates.
Yeah, very possible to do on this chart, as the beginning of Bleep Loop is fairly straightforward. It's got a couple of foot switches and some other minor tech in there. It's the back half where there's a similar looking pattern, but it has a different resolution, including like a center panel twist as well, that you can really get tripped upon.
Alright, we're going into Melancholy Vision.
Yeah, this is a very challenging chart at the time. It's got multiple slowdowns with varying degrees of complexity, including this one where the percussion drops out, so it's very difficult to find your timing.
This part fairly straightforward compared to some of the rest of the chart. Just fast.
You just don't want to let your guard down, though, as you've got these 180-degree crossovers to contend with. Mason goes a little bit off during that pattern, but still holds his lead coming into the second half of the chart.
The slowdown pretty much just goes directly with the melody.
But Mason misreads it. Gives the lead over the Swagman.
And you got these center panel turns. This is like the SMX special during this part.
Alright, one more hit breaker right at the very end of the chart.
Swagman not giving up.
Swagman takes it.
It's going back to Mason Go to choose the next song. He's already played, or that was his protected song, so he has to choose from whatever's left. Looks like he's going towards the 22s. Back over to Inglomi versus Grady. Getting a Paradise. Now we just saw this on the previous match, I believe. Getting near the end, a few of the 24th note bursts. Looks like Grady doing those perfectly.
I imagine perhaps he picked up a miss there, as that seems to be where most of his yellow is concentrated on the graph, but Inglomi had a worse time with it.
Okay. So I swap out.
All right, and we'll be seeing Jacqueline again later.
Thank you,
for
Jacqueline.
the commentary. We'll be bringing SenPi in shortly.
Hi, it's your boy SenPi. Let's go.
Ring the alarm. Some M project.
So this is Masongo's pick here, right? Smacks. Yeah.
Yes.
That is correct. Yeah, it's respectably fast for the draw.
There's some of those drills that SenPi was talking about. Oh no, SWAGMAN missing a lift at the end of that hold. Still maintaining a small lead. Wow.
That's a 15.
Points. Is that the closest we've seen? That's the closest I can recall.
That's one of our closer matches today for sure.
One perfect. Both players getting a missed lift, that almost judgment with the yellow exclamation point.
So Swagman takes it.
We'll be facing chezmix next. All right, we got song 3, tied 1-1. Inglomi versus Grady. Inglomi's pick a big blue bouncy ball.
Switch.
Losing his
Grady takes it.
protected to Grady.
6-10, very
Oh.
nice.
So as we go to Inglomi's next pick, so we're going to a 23.
Right in between Destiny and Last Time.
Not sure what he's choosing. The last time.
Last
All right.
time.
I had to play this yesterday.
Test. Ooh, this is a tough one. It's got, assuming you can hear me, it has a bunch of 24ths interleaved into 16 patterns. All right, awesome. It's working now.
Yeah, lots of challenging syncopation and a couple of other phrases in the song that emphasize some different tech, including a couple of very funny 3-panel stomps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the intro has you hitting on, very syncopated hits. And then you get just a bunch of like interleaved 24th bursts.
Yeah, it's very common to see brackets where you hit 2 panels at once with the same foot on center and another note. But last time, in addition to those, is also going to throw ones entirely composed of cardinals, which can be very challenging to execute.
The beginning's really tough as well because you're moving one foot and keeping another foot completely stationary.
Yeah, both players having a bit of trouble finding the timing at the beginning there.
Yeah, very close. Grady's got a slight lead coming up into these jumps and brackets. Get ready for a big stomp. Both players nailing that pattern.
Just completely nailing the Skittles part with all the different colors.
Coming up here, we have what seems like a forced corner panel bracket or a very awkward jump. coming up right here.
All right, they're locked in, but Grady then immediately rushes his 16th run, giving the lead back over to Inglomi right at the very end.
Wow.
All right, props to Inglomi for navigating those, like, awkward corner jumps and the center panel twists right at the back end, just because the syncopation wasn't hard enough. You need more things you can trip up on.
So guess what? Inglomi is playing yet another match all the way to 5 songs.
Game 5. Give it up for Game 5.
Every match he's played so far.
Inglomi is a force to be reckoned with. Everybody here is insanely good.
Yeah, this is his 3rd Game 5 in a row. Game 5 loss to JJK. Game 5 win against SenPi.
That was a tough match.
I'm kind of hoping that we get personal reality.
Right, so this is going to be Grady's pick. Oh, right,
It's
it's the
gonna
double
go
veto.
to a
Yes,
veto.
the
Player
double
gets a veto, and then whatever's left. So
I imagine Inglomi would veto the other side.
yeah. When it gets to the song 5, the protect is still eligible to be vetoed.
Right, I was just going to
So-
ask about that.
So I would assume that Inglomi would veto the other side, unless Grady vetoes Destiny first, and maybe Inglomi would rather play the other side than personal reality.
Mhm. Destiny is quite a hard 23 in my opinion.
All right, there goes personal reality.
All right. I'm assuming that was Grady's veto.
It looks like Inglomi's made his
Oh,
decision.
there we go, and we're playing the other side.
Going to the
We're
other
going
side.
to the other side. Shared brain cell. So from the wonderful chart author who brought you Critical Hit comes another very tech-heavy, lower BPM 25.
It also has some tech, not just from the steps, but also from the scroll speed stops as well.
So get ready for a couple of awkward pauses mixed in with all manner of fascinating techniques. And a decent bit of challenging syncopation to boot.
Not quite as awkward of the stops as the full mode chart, where you have to go straight into some harder things.
Hit that burst and then wait for those stops to resolve as all the percussion drops out of the song.
And the stops don't I don't think they're necessarily whole beats either, so it's very tough to mentally metronome yourself into it.
Especially that one, where you have to immediately launch into a 16th run. And Inglomi picking up some off judgments on that sextuplet burst coming out.
Yeah, a couple really tough 24th bursts in this chart.
All right, Grady holding a minor lead going into the swing section. He is ripping this chart. Crossover that quick run.
Inglomi doing the crossover run perfectly. He's holding on well enough that if Grady makes any mistake, then he could potentially take back the lead.
Like Grady's going to close this one out with a nice
Very
gold combo,
close, very
99.4.
close.
Just
All of these have been like within 200 points. It's
no mistakes though
incredible.
on Grady's side.
Anyway, now that we're done here, I'm going to go ahead and hop off the mic and make room for Zom. So we'll talk to y'all later.
So unfortunately, Inglomi is now out. I'll be out as well. I'll be back here in probably 20 minutes or so. Yeah, stay tuned for more word.
All right, so it looks like we have JellySlosh versus Paranoia Boi now. Is this correct? I'm looking at the
What up, everybody?
bracket.
Hello,
and
hello.
I'm Zom,
I'm Allie.
and we're providing you with a little more zomentary and Allie-tary?
Allie Terry? Allie Terry? I like it.
Introduce these people.
Yeah, we have not.
Yeah.
Hello. I'm Allie. Nice to
I'm
meet
nice.
you.
I'm Zom. Nice to meet you. But anyway, so we're going into this, whatever this set is. Oh yes, this is the loser's side set because of that upset from.
That was absolutely
Oh.
insane to watch.
Yeah,
That
I
was
didn't see
crazy.
that.
Probably one of the craziest matches of the tournament so far, I would think.
Yeah. Jimbo taking it over Paranoia Boi, pushed him into loser's bracket, which means now that is what JellySlosh has to contend with here.
So they're playing Dopamine, which looks like it was Jelly's pick, because Paranoia Boi took him on DMT. This chart is very swing heavy. Lots of 64s interspersed with some 16s here and there.
Yeah, I think Jelly's probably going for the idea of, well, swings are hard to time, so hopefully he'll get some yellows, but it does not seem to be working in his favor at the moment.
Yeah.
About a couple 100 points ahead for Paranoia Boi.
So Paranoia Boy was last year's champion, right?
That is correct.
Paranoia Boi is almost every tournament
Almost every
champion. Yes.
That's got to be pretty intimidating for Jelly to go up against, I guess.
For
Yeah.
sure.
I can imagine.
Paranoia Boi usually just sits in winner's bracket the whole way, and so him being put down into loser's bracket is a bit of a change of pace this year.
Yeah.
He's going to have to fight his way back up. Ooh, and even
Alright.
taking an early
Ooh.
gets one up on Jelly. Great perfect count.
I was talking to Jelly earlier today. Like, how often do you guys pay attention to who's winning? Like, do you let that, like with the yellow, seeing that, do you let that get in your head, or do you like just try and ignore it as much as possible? What do you think?
I mean, different people have different, what's the word, English?
Strategies.
Strategies,
Yeah.
yeah. Or like how they perceive the yellow.
Mhm.
Because you can kind of always see it in your peripherals, even
Yep.
if
You
you're not
can't-
trying to like see it.
You don't want to see it necessarily.
Yeah.
You can see it.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Right.
Like it can be motivation, you know, whether you're losing or winning. Like if you're winning, it motivates you to like keep going.
Right,
You're like,
right,
I'm
right.
getting it, you know, lock in.
Then sometimes you're like, maybe you get not confident, but you're
yeah.
like, I got this, and then
Yeah.
you maybe lose your focus
Exactly.
for a second. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'm always thinking about the tournament things, like the meta stuff, like, oh, you know, this player's good at this. Oh, they should have missed that. Wait, why?
Oh, wow,
Oh, no.
yeah.
And so, you know, that makes me lose focus, and then I miss stuff that I should have gotten.
Yeah.
And then I think about that. So
Yeah. The real test is like being able to recover after a mistake, like not
Yes.
losing yourself in that and just staying focused. Because sometimes like your opponent's gonna make a mistake too, and then you can actually like catch back up, right? So
right.
So looks like Jelly chose
picked
Pink Fuzzy
Pink
Bunnies.
Fuzzy Bunnies? What is he doing? what is
Get-
my boy doing?
give me the context here. I'm a scrub. Why is this an upset?
Right at the beginning.
Not an upset. Yeah.
That just passed. This song is 212 BPM, I believe.
Oof. Okay.
And the very beginning, it has a huge 16th note run
For 16 measures
for
of
16
16
measures.
at 211 beats per minute.
Whew.
It's extremely
Spicy.
front loaded as a chart and just one of the hardest charts to like full combo.
It's painful, and Paranoia Boi is great at very difficult charts like this one. You know, he has lots of experience in other rhythm games like DDR and Pump It Up that have a higher top end of difficulty compared to Step Maniacs.
I see.
And this chart also has plenty of jumps for everyone that loves jumps, which I don't know as much people.
Yeah, a lot of times you think, oh, well, you know, if you can just get past the 16ths, then you're done. The rest of the chart is easy. That is not the
Psych.
case. Yeah, it's actually just painful the whole way through.
It's so tiring.
Well, maybe Jelly just likes that particular song and was feeling it.
Maybe he just didn't want to play the other songs like Zenith, Hard Fast Disco, William Tell with the Towers.
Wanted to go out on a great, really hard chart.
All right, so where did that leave us in the score of that match?
That was 3-0 for
yeah.
Paranoia Boi.
So Jelly is now out. Paranoia Boi continues on to the top 8. We have JJK and WDRM also competing for top 8 in losers bracket.
Very impressive. WDRM actually came from the Orange division. He was on the winner's side of that. So though he lost his first match against HINTZ, he actually won against Eesa, who was seeded into top 16. So,
Right.
Just getting this far is impressive in itself. And then I'm not sure if this is the match or if this is a warm-up. Let's try to find our... yes, it is.
Part of the match.
It is part of the card draw. So
this chart is tricky because there's a lot of foot switches on center panel.
yep,
The bane of my experience is foot switches.
Yeah, this is basically foot switch the chart.
The very ending hits you with right there. Hits you with a really tough center foot switch.
Oof, that was pretty close.
It was. That was incredibly close. Yeah, Bobby actually had a lead for the first half or so, and then he hit an early, which really cost him. But
I want to give a special shout out to Eesa's pants. They are so cool. The 3D aliens. I just thought they
every
looked
time I
awesome.
look at them, I'm like,
Mesmerized.
do I have glasses?
So this is an interesting poll here. Looks like WDRM pocket picked Black Magic.
Black Magic.
A very technical 23 to full combo. JJK with Monolith. I believe he wrote that chart.
Yes.
And he protected that one.
That makes sense.
So for us and me, okay, and some people at
And
home
the
that
viewers
might
at
not
home.
know like both of these two specialties, like where do you think they stand out like in terms of technical skill?
Well, I think JJK is... He's just really good.
He's very fast.
He has
He's
a
very
lot
fast,
of stamina.
He likes stuff like Monolith, which he wrote.
He wrote Monolith?
Yeah.
Wait,
well,
I
he
did
didn't
not-
writ the song.
the
Yeah,
chart.
but
Yeah.
chart. Oh my god, that's awesome.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
both of these are chart authors in the game.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
Awesome.
JJK writing a lot of the older charts. Bobby's still writing charts that are in the game. But I
So-
don't know if either of them wrote Black Magic, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
This
So
kills.
the big reason this chart is difficult to hit.
That right there, those whips.
Yes, there's
In the
lots of
16ths.
16th bursts with very awkward like patterning of Scoobies, crossovers. Very tough, especially at the end here. You'll see this.
Yep.
These
all
bursts
those
here.
Crossovers, all crossovers in every single one of these.
A couple stomps thrown in just for good measure.
Oh, Bobby was ahead there for a bit. Oof.
It's still pretty close. It's tense. It's tense times.
Yeah, you can see the score kind of flickering. They're only about 100 points off.
Oh, any like
But
could be
Bobby
anyone's
picking up
game
some
here.
Yellows in the easy section. Yeah, I think with that,
I think JJK
yep,
has
JJK
it.
Oh,
has
wow.
got it.
Under 200 points though.
Both with a
It's-
yellow combo. I've never gotten a yellow combo on Black Magic. This song is painful.
very close.
And there were just some new songs that were added like not a few days ago, right?
Couple
Or-
days ago, yeah.
That's correct.
So the rule for Red October this year was any new songs that had to be live for 3
3
weeks, I
Oh
believe.
wow. Okay. So that,
Yeah.
got it.
So yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't get to see the big Naoki drop with all the
Yes.
boss songs.
I can
But-
understand the decision to not have them for the tournament, but at the same time, it is interesting to see who can adapt. You know, the fastest
Yeah,
and best.
That's very
so,
true.
Yeah.
I think both of these players haven't been playing much SMX recently, at least compared to, they were very active a few years ago. So, seeing how they adapt to the newer songs it's an interesting test.
Okay, and we're switching
All
over
right.
to masongos and Chez.
Ooh.
I get nervous watching Mason's matches. Mason is my husband, so that is why I'm here.
Well, perfect. We got some insider
Yeah.
knowledge here. What about his skill set? Can you tell us what interesting things do you know?
I mean, across the board, comparing to other players, I'm not quite sure, but at least with him specifically, I feel like he actually can do pretty well of the higher technical skills. Like, I do think that he struggles with energy a little bit. Like he was telling me in the last one against Luke that he just got tired at a certain point.
Yeah.
What
yeah.
song were they playing? Was it Summer? Or?
Summer,
I
yeah.
believe so, yeah.
God, Summer was so close. That match was so close,
Yeah,
honestly.
he was actually ahead,
Yep.
and then at the very end of the stream, he kind of got
lost a bit.
gassed.
one
Steam,
miss.
yeah.
I know. It was brutal. But yeah, I would say that he probably shines in the 24s, 25s,
Yeah.
comparatively speaking.
Makes sense. I mean, he is ahead against Chez on Show You
Yeah.
here,
Yeah.
which is this. Yeah, this is part of the their card draw. So I believe this is the first song.
Yeah.
Oh God. Oh no. Oh my God, it's so neck and neck.
The yellow's just changing positions here.
Oh.
Show you being a very technical chart in the 24s. Those little 24th skips are very tiring to hit.
Oh my God, it is
Oh my gosh.
literally been going back and forth this entire time.
They
I'm
must
stressed.
basically have the same score right now.
Stressed. Love Chez.
Yeah, those
Oh,
little
wow.
24th gallop things.
Yep.
Those could be so painful.
Okay,
But
the
here's
end
this-
run here is very
Yep.
simple in comparison.
Yep, so
If Mason
looks
can
like
just keep it up,
Mason's
I think
probably
he's got
it
it.
in the bag.
Psychologically, like you think, okay, now, okay.
Nice.
200 points.
Whew.
That was so close, dude.
All right, like nicely done, Mace.
Mm.
I feel like sometimes though, like you get through the really hard stuff and you're like, oh, okay, now I just have the easy, but like that can kind of mess with you
Yeah,
too. If you
you
lose
can't-
focus for a second, you have to be
absolutely
absolutely
can't.
locked in.
Yeah.
Poof, there it goes.
Yep.
It takes
for
a
sure.
fraction of a second to mess up in this game. So
Yeah, if you're not prepared for like a crossover or like a foot switch or something, then you're like, oh no. bleh.
Yep. Exactly like that. Can you redo that?
Yeah. I'm not sure who's the higher seed. Probably Mason. So I think that might have been Chez's pick.
I think Mason was seated at 6 going into the
Okay.
I
tournament.
believe Chez is higher.
Oh, Chez is higher. Okay.
It's hard to say. I don't know. We don't have that sheet with us.
But either way, Mason takes that one. So therefore, it is Chez's pick. He picks Your Own Destiny, which is his pocket pick.
Yeah.
So, in theory, he should be good to go on this one.
I love this chart. It's a great chart. Just lots of center panel stuff. Very easy to get earlies on if you're not prepared for it.
Yep.
The very ending, again, has really syncopated 16th note bursts. A lot of center panel. So you really got to do your form check on this one.
Right.
It's interesting because yesterday Mason played a little bit of ITG just for like
Right.
old time's sake, and he's like, my brain recalibrated back to no center, and so I was totally messing up when I went back to SMX. So I feel like when your old brain takes over, it can totally happen.
Oh,
Yeah, those
unfortunately,
form checks.
Chez is hitting that form check pretty hard early on here. I think he picked up 2 earlies.
Yeah, and a missed lift. Yeah, especially on. I mean, obviously, Chez owns these cabs because this is his venue.
This is true.
But when you're on a new machine, you gotta adjust. So that's another factor into this.
Well, and they're slightly different, right, across
Right.
from machine to machine. So you kind of gotta compensate each time depending on which station you're playing at.
Yeah, even the same model, like the 5th gen cabs, depending on when it was released, how broken in are the sensors, that kind of thing.
Yep.
But yeah, no, Mason's clean as heck on this stuff.
Mason had an APC up until a little bit ago, picking up a couple yellows, but still quite a bit ahead of Chez, I believe.
This is just one of those moments where I've got this, just don't F up, you know?
Walk it in, you know.
Right after this is where the hard ending comes up.
Okay.
Yeah, Mason's probably about 500 points ahead of Chez, I want to say.
Alright.
As long as there aren't any major form errors on his side, I think he's got it.
And he takes it.
Alright.
He's almost a hex star on that.
Look at his face. He's like,
Really tired getting there.
alright, yep. Ooh.
Yeah, 2-1 on for Mason here.
And
New
that
high
was
score,
Chez's
too.
Pocket pick. Oh no!
Yeah.
What do? You know, when you lose your pocket pick.
It hurts.
Yeah. Well, it was really just the beginning there. Like, I don't know, maybe just
Yeah.
didn't get started off on the right foot or something.
Yeah, sometimes like the beginning of songs, players a lot of times have trouble like locking into those first few steps.
Yep.
Yeah.
Depending on how like the song starts, like maybe it doesn't have a good rhythm, like before it like gets into the notes. So
Yeah, it's one of those things where like you mess up once and it like, depending on how fast the arrows are and stuff, it'll like carry on. If you're a little late, the next few are gonna be late too. If you're
Yep.
a little early, the next few are gonna be early.
right.
And sometimes it's really hard to just like reposition yourself.
Yep. So going into Senorita here, interesting thing I found out yesterday. All of these bursts are left foot dominant. So
Oh,
you'll see
interesting.
all of the quarter notes and eighth notes are on the left foot for
Oh,
these
fascinating.
first few bursts.
Is Chez left-handed? To be honest?
I don't know.
Mason's not.
But,
so.
but I mean, he's got a pretty clean combo so far. So
Yeah, so currently Mason's up 2-0. This could be the last, but it looks like Chez is pretty
Yeah.
locked in here.
Yeah.
if Chez keeps it up, we'll get to see a little bit more of this match.
For the most part, this chart is fairly straightforward. A lot of just eighth notes with 16th note bursts. Not too long. Stop here and there. Oh, and Chez
Oh.
picks up a miss here.
Oh, but it keeps going back and forth. Oh,
So now they're
man.
very
APC
evenly
miss.
matched.
oh my gosh.
But there are more brackets coming up, I think. Or did we might have passed them all.
That miss, though.
Yeah, there's those brackets. Oh, but it's close now.
It is.
Ooh, it's really close.
Obviously, I'm biased here.
Oh my gosh.
Go
Oh my
Mason.
gosh, what the heck? I really
Oh
could not
no! Is that 0 and a miss? Is that 0? No, it's 1 and a 1.
Oh
but
my
still.
gosh.
Oh my
No.
goodness.
You don't want to see that, but
Oh man.
Chez is
What?
out and Mason moves on.
GG's.
That is
that's
that is tough.
rough for Chez. But I mean, Mason was already up 2-0, especially
Yeah.
taking Chez's pocket pick. So
Wow.
yeah, he got that clean 3-0, which we're seeing a lot of down here in the losers round 2.
Man, though, it's just like psychologically, like you just know you're at one excellent and then it just be a miss. It's just like
Yeah.
sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
So is that that's the no,
Just
go
gotta
ahead.
keep on.
I was just gonna say that's the end of top 16, and we're gonna move on to top 8 here.
Yeah, I think we're getting an announcement from JellySlosh, the TO here, that we're moving on to top 8.
So top 8 will all be played on one machine, so we will see every single match.
All right. Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
And I believe it's actually 23 to 25 for the difficulty level. And then top 4 will bump that up one more to 23 to 26.
All
I
right.
may be
Alright.
incorrect, but
I think I'm gonna swap out and let the experts take over. But it's been fun, chat. Hello.
Thank you
Okay.
very
thank you
much
for coming by.
for
Yeah.
that
Alright.
inside information. Everybody say
Yeah.
bye, Allie. Bye.
Go cheer on Mason moving
I'ma do it.
forward here.
All right, and we'll be welcoming back Word. Wordis. How's it going, Word? What's the good word?
It's going.
What's that?
What a ridiculous notification.
So we'll be streaming all of the matches from now on will be on one cabinet, so we won't be switching back and forth anymore.
Oh, I gave him that whole spiel.
Okay.
That's great for confirming. 'Cause that means I heard it correctly.
Good confirmation here. We have the info, the inside info. All right, so it looks like we're probably going to be starting off with the winners semifinals. We got Jimbo versus HINTZ and Spencer versus SWAGMAN. All have been in fairly close matches today, so I'd love to see that. Paranoia Boi versus Grady. That is going to be tight. And then JJK versus
Mason.
Yes,
Mason,
who
yep.
just won.
Did they play earlier against
JJK
each other?
Mason?
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
Because sometimes you no.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll play together in the
Yeah.
winners bracket,
When the
and then you end
bracket
up playing
gets-
together in the losers bracket too.
When the bracket gets tight enough and both of you go far enough, you can end up
All
playing
right.
against each other.
We have the card draw here
All right, there we go. We're looking at.
Spencer and SWAGMAN.
But
No,
this is
HINTZ
HINTZ
and
versus
Here we
Jimbo.
go. HINTZ Jimbo.
Okay.
Oh,
So the
man.
card draw
Oh,
on screen is
what?
incorrect right now.
We have it.
Oh, there we go.
There it is.
There it is.
HINTZ
what I like
protecting
to see.
Blood Rush. I heard him out there. He said, "Give me Blood Rush or give me death."
Yep,
And so
we're-
that's not even a pocket pick. He just pulled that. So I believe what I said was correct. It looks like 23's and up now.
Yeah, did we
Um,
have the access to the 26s and 27s?
No, I don't believe so. I believe it's
did.
23 to
Oh.
25 now, and top four they introduced 26s.
Okay. Now, and that makes sense, but Blood Rush is quite the thing to protect. But starting off here with a warm-up just on Techno World. Nice streamy 22. Have a little bit of other stuff thrown in there with like lifts and some jumps and stuff, but mostly a stamina chart. There's that half-song warm-up. All of these players have already played today, so yeah, they don't need a full song warm-up. We got it. Let's move on. Let's move on right into our bracket. I want to say that HINTZ is probably the lower seed, but I'm not confident on that.
So yes, confirming we are. So top 8 will be 22 to 26, and top 4 will be 23 plus.
Okay.
So anything of 23 and above.
Okay, so we can't see Max 428
Can't see
right
Max
now,
428 yet.
but we will in the top 4.
And if somebody wants to pocket pick it in the top 4, that is allowed.
Right. All right. So starting on Galactical, I'd say, this is more one of the knowledge 23s. It's not necessarily technically challenging, and it doesn't have that much streams or anything. It's a gentle 128 beat per minute, but it has several halts. It has center button tech, and it has brackets.
Yeah, it has the stops where you're going on each beat and it's stopping in between each beat.
But of course, both these players very well versed in this game. I don't think they'll be thrown off by that particularly. But
Yeah, it goes directly with what the music is doing. So if you know the song, if you're familiar enough, it's not too bad. Just I believe on the stomps, there's like 3 panel stomps during those those stops. Yep, there we saw one.
hit and a miss. Yep, that those stops. I think just throwing off the reading of the pattern.
This part here with the mines is tricky.
Yeah.
Yeah. 'cause
I think
I
you're-
don't know if is it supposed to be a crossover?
Yeah.
I think you're meant to
it's
do it
crossovers.
as 1 foot stomps on the jumps
Yeah.
as crossovers.
Right.
And there's like a foot switch in the middle of it too, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because anytime I'm reading it, I'm like, I threw a couple double steps in here, but I don't know where what I was supposed to do.
So I was just looking at the seating and confirmed that HINTZ is actually seated higher, so this would have been a Jimbo pick.
That makes sense. He was the one scrolling through the.
And those double lifts at the very end, very easy to
Double
mess
lifts.
up.
They're so hard to do.
You just gotta jump off.
You have to jump up at a certain time, not land down on a panel at a certain time like we're all used to. You have to jump up at a specific time.
I mean, all this game is hitting arrows at the right time and lifting your feet at the right time. Very easy, very simple.
Very simple when you explain it like that. But
We need to tell Pilot because he says just hit the notes, but the lifts you don't hit.
Yeah, you
That's
don't hit
true.
those.
You have to
That's true.
lift. You have to get your foot off the note.
confirmed.
It's not just hit the
Pilot
notes.
wrong. 2024.
Get roasted. Okay.
All right, so going into hard fast disco. Ooh, this is an ow chart. This is one of those oofs.
In my opinion, this is one of the hardest 24s,
Yeah.
especially stamina-wise.
It's one of the earliest charts. So this was back when they didn't consider the middle buttons quite so.
I think they were free to do whatever, and over time, we kind of found certain patterns that people in general didn't really like.
Yeah. And unfortunately, we got a lot of those here. Well, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on who hits them and who doesn't. So,
Yeah. So there's lots, again, lots of center panel usage in this chart, and you end up having a lot of like awkward crossovers and positioning to hit them correctly, which is what makes it so challenging. It's a huge energy dump.
You say it's awkward, but if you're really skilled, it's not.
I guess.
ooh, the late HINTZ hitting the late on the slowdown. Ah.
So this is HINTZ pick.
Yes, this was his pick. So you'd expect him to, perform well, and he's been performing fairly well most of the techniques. But if you look on the other side of the screen, we got a clean combo over there. All right, one more speed up.
And here we go into some longer 16th note streams here.
With a bunch of middle buttons thrown in.
And you'll end up seeing a huge jump stream at the end as well.
Oh, yes.
And that just sucks up all your energy before the last run.
Yep. Oh, gosh, those patterns are just mean, dude.
Here we go.
Jumps. Oh my
Oh,
gosh, it was
That
flashing, dude.
is close.
Jimbo must have picked up a bunch of yellows.
Oh.
Yeah, 10 to 10. Dude, HINTZ.
But the one late,
You can see his face,
No.
dude.
just the one late.
Just like, no.
JellySlosh taking a picture thinking that it's a tide, but he maybe didn't see the one late judgment there.
Jimbo 2-0 on HINTZ here.
That's gotta hurt. So
Where is he going?
he's
Where is he going?
He's going left to the 23s.
He going?
Oh wait. Okay. He is going.
Oh,
to
he's
Blood
going
Rush.
for his
Yeah,
protect.
I think he was looking for the. He was thinking like, word alphabetical. Sort.
Yes, I
So
think
he was
so.
going left from hard fast disco, and then he was like, "Wait, what am I doing? I'm all the way over here. Let's go."
First 26 of the tournament, because this is where they start showing up. Blood Rush, insanely hard slowdown in the middle.
Yes.
It's so long.
And as we noted with Senorita, which was left foot dominant for almost all of the streams there, the slowdown on Blood Rush is exclusively left foot dominant.
Oh, interesting.
It is entirely left foot on every quarter, eighth, and 16th.
Yeah.
Because it's a slowdown. All of the 30 seconds are all on your right foot.
Right.
So we have seen in tournament mini players at the very top end who are getting 99s, APC and stuff, and then they die in bracket on Blood Rush.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is a tough chart.
As far as the whole chart goes, in comparison, the beginning is fairly straightforward. The middle slowdown, very difficult to hit. It's just so slow, it's hard to read. And then the very end is also very, very difficult. Lots of quick foot switches and 16th note streams and
brackets during holds.
During the holds, yeah.
It's full of tech.
Yeah, this is another demo chart back when Demo was writing charts for this game, and oh man, it is spicy. And you can see.
So you think not too bad yet?
Yeah, I think the player's opting to double step basically all of
Here
that.
we go.
Yeah, do not rush because earlies drain your life bar on this song. So if you start rushing, you start getting misses. Okay, both players
HINTZ
surviving.
does pretty good, giving him a decent lead up here.
This is actually one of the only times I've seen the Blood Rush continue past the slowdown in bracket.
Yeah, you get some corner bracket optional stomps in this part.
Yeah, oh my god.
16th run with stomps,
If you can
and then huge foot switch
Don't start
stamina.
flubbing now, HINTZ. Oh, Jimbo also getting some misses on those foot switches. Yeah, this isn't your home pad. You gotta. Oh,
No.
He gave up.
he walked up.
He
Unfortunate.
man.
Foot switches, he could not get them. I'm gonna blame sensitivity on that one. He might be on middle or high sensitivity, but
Even
That is just
even
such
on your
a
own
tough
pad,
backloaded chart.
especially
it's a
the
tough
up
one.
arrows, trying to foot switch on up arrows.
That's very
It's something
true.
that there's like a tiny little margin of window, and
yeah,
Yes.
because your little toes are
Yeah.
usually the ones hitting the up, so you have to get just the right amount of pressure to hit it, but not like stand on it while your other toes are flopping. It's tough. It is very tough. But I was talking to HINTZ earlier, and he has said there's no such thing as a sensitivity pad miss. It's you. If
Yeah.
you don't adjust your form to match what you've got on the cab, that's on you. So
yeah, because if you just if you're playing on a higher sensitivity setting by your own choice, then
Right.
that's you.
Exactly.
You have to get off the panel even earlier to get it to unpress.
right, yep. Unfortunate from HINTZ losing on his protect, but he's not out, going down into loser's side, and Jimbo moving on to winners finals.
So now another winners semifinal. We have Spencer and SWAGMAN.
Spencer having won some SMX tournaments in the past, so has lots of experience at this top end level of difficult charts. But interestingly, this is an incredibly tame set of charts.
Actually.
I mean, obviously the hardest being Arsene's Bazaar, but even the 24s. I mean, Shoyu is tough.
Shoyu is one of the tougher
Shoyu is
24s.
probably the hardest. The Mothership is probably the easiest.
It may
24.
actually be the easiest chart in this whole draw.
Soapy Bubble probably being one of the hardest 23s, to be
That's
honest.
true, very true. But Darkness and Heaven on Earth, not really much stamina checks there. Bleep Bloop, kind of technical, but where Spencer and SWAGMAN really, where they thrive is on the higher energy, higher
Yeah.
difficulty stream stuff. So
We do. Oh no, this is a warm up, right?
we got a warm up right here. So I mean, this really could go either way. I've seen a lot of times Spencer can have technical flubs. I think he plays on high sensitivity.
Oh, okay.
So a lot.
Not sure.
I can't remember, but a lot of times you'll see him hit earlies on like the center panel and stuff. Anything that like it really matters where your feet placement is. You'll see him hit the early, shake his head, and keep going, and he'll have like single-digit perfects, probably like 4 perfects on a song, on a really difficult song, and then like 3 earlies. That has happened in many tournaments in the past. But we'll have to.
We got some
adopting
no bar here.
Energy conservation form here.
I think
So-
historically,
I've noticed. I think you were gonna say the same thing. Go ahead.
No, you go first.
That during slowdowns you can switch to no bar because for me it helps me. It gets me slightly closer to the screen so I can more visually time exactly where the arrows are coming at the top, and it kind of reduces some of the bottom of the screen into my peripheral vision more, so I don't have quite as much information entering my brain.
Interesting. Okay.
It's almost like a towel mod, but
Yeah.
it's your peripheral vision kind of blocking off since you're closer to the screen.
Is that what you were gonna say, Senpai?
No, it wasn't, but that's okay. That's a good comment.
Well, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just gonna say that I think historically, when Spencer's been in SMX tournaments, he ends up going up against Paranoia Boi in the finals, and he's gotten second, I think, a couple times.
Several
So we'll
times,
see if this happens again.
But
this year.
now he's on winner's side.
It's true.
you know,
Maybe it's
so-
the other way, where Paranoia Boi is gonna have to fight his way up to Spencer. But
right.
again, you never know. These are all top tier players,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, I mean, especially on this lower difficulty, like more tech-focused set of songs, I have no idea who is gonna be like the preferred player
Yeah.
here, who's gonna be coming out on top. Spencer loves his hugs. He's always hugging.
it's so nice to see just all the player camaraderie that I've seen in the SMX community. Everyone's just really awesome to each other. We're all encouraging each other, and
Yeah.
it's great.
I mean, because if you really think about it, you're not actually playing against another player. Like, of course, they're playing a song, and like whoever gets the better score wins. But really, they can't do anything to affect you. Like, they can't like throw a mine or block part of your screen or anything. It's just you and yourself. And like, can you focus on what you need to do to lock in to get that timing?
So this song featuring the 64th note swing, those green notes. So not quite as swung as like the purples, like the 12th notes.
SenPi and I disagree here. I would personally like to see these quantized as 24ths. I think most of these kind of like swung gallops feel more like 24ths personally, but it's how it's charted. It's 64th swung, so you got to do it. You got to lock into that timing.
Yeah.
I mean, it could also be covering for maybe a quintuplet swing, which is kind of more of a vibe feel than something you can't really chart
Right.
unless you go to the white notes.
I mean, there are limitations to the charting, I believe, and
It was super
Wow.
close.
About 100 points.
that is absolutely. That's got to be like 1 or 2 perfects. Oh, not even.
3 perfects.
Not
What?
even. The
What?
same
3 to
perfect
3?
count. You could see. Well, maybe not because they went out really quick, but I caught that Spencer had a very late yellow perfect.
Yeah.
And as we may have discussed before, the yellow perfect window in this game actually has 7 sub windows. At the very top, you're getting like 98% or something of a white perfect. And at the very bottom of the yellow window, you're getting closer to 50%. So even a very late perfect can give you quite a low amount of points for that arrow.
Yeah, far enough off perfect can essentially give you as many points as a early. Or
Early,
late.
yeah.
So Arsene's Bazaar, that was Spencer's protected song.
Yep. I mean, it's one of those very high energy, fast, bursty songs that Spencer's really into. But so is SWAGMAN. So.
Oh, Swagman picking up a miss here. There's a huge 24th burst right around the midpoint here. And that's usually where a lot of people end up
Right.
with misses or something.
Here it comes.
Oh,
He locked into it. Spencer getting that clean. Swagman picking up another miss. Yep, I mean, Spencer's over 1,000, or not quite 1,000 points, but probably like about 800-ish points ahead of Swagman right now. So look at the foot switches. This is another classic Mandodo chart. So
Yeah.
it's got all kinds of great, perfectly flowing tech in there. Love it. Yep, I think there's just a little bit of tech stuff coming up here with the foot switches, but nothing too difficult. Yep, and
yeah,
Spencer's
Spencer, good pick. Good pick for him.
he's got it locked in. That Hex Star just off the rip. No prompt and
Five.
just getting
Five
perfects.
perfects. That is
On our
crazy.
Sins Bazaar in bracket.
So we got 1 and 1 so far. We'll see what Swagman picks here.
It's very
would
likely that he'll play his Protect show you.
I want to see Mothership, but just because we might get a double APC.
The double APC.
Pretty easy to lock in on that one.
I have a prediction. If Mothership is played, I think Spencer is going to get.
I think we're going darkness here. I think they're looking for a bit of a break, playing some lowers here to try and conserve energy and win on precision. Though darkness has
some
what's
shenanigans.
the speed? It goes all the way down to like 50 BPM or
21.
something like that. 21 BPM
21?
with it's like the Sakura of SMX almost.
Oh, it's just like.
It goes
There's
down.
like one arrow in the middle.
It's about a 1/8
Oh,
speed.
the.
Yeah. I never thought of it like that. It's SMX's Sakura.
Yeah. I love those Sanction 7 songs. They're
Great.
They're all so great, dude.
Love the feel, yeah. This dark electronica is so fun.
And this background looking like Eesa's pants.
Okay, so we're looking at hitting on accuracy strongly for this one.
Yep, I'm starting with the triplet verses.
Is this the one that switched to straight 16ths at the end?
Yes.
Right. So most of the song is in
Darkness.
Yeah. Most of the song is in 6/8, and you're getting the 12th notes throughout the whole thing. And at the very end, it switches to straight 16th notes.
And it
more
does
of a drum
so.
and bass feel.
It's like very suddenly.
Yeah.
Like you have to immediately switch. It gives you no time in between. If the scores are flashing, there it is. There's that switch to 8th notes. So many jumps in this section. Some towers.
It is switching. They're so close right now.
So
Nobody
close.
can mess up.
Just like one perfect make, flip flop it.
Oh, who has it? It's Spencer.
Spencer. About
Wow.
90 points up difference between
Let's
those two
see.
players. 1 to 5?
Wow.
Okay.
Wait.
Just a
There's-
1.
There's 4 perfects. Somehow it's like 90 points.
Yeah, what? It must. Yeah, you
There's
can
a
kinda
lot of
see-
notes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You can
Spencer's
kinda
perfect
see it on
is
the
a little
graph.
far out.
It's pretty far out on the
but
graph. So
that's crazy.
that is nutso.
Here you go.
You don't have places to go. What are you doing?
Mothership, go to it.
There it
Okay,
is.
so Swagman going with his Protect.
I'll show you. We still have a chance to
We
see it.
still have a chance.
This is Swagman's Protect, so, at least he thinks he's confident on it. He thinks he can take it over Spencer. We'll see how it plays out, but if he does, then we're going to either see Soapy Bubble, Bleep Boop, or Mothership. So show you as I think we've seen it in this brackets at some point earlier.
Yeah, there's
right?
been a couple
Yeah.
show yous so far.
As we've talked about, it's got those 24th gallops, the very, very fast at 170 beats per minute, and a lot of other tech thrown in too. So let's see how they do.
Yeah, just very high BPM. You get some 24th gallops in here. Those are really hard to time.
Yeah, but after this 8th note section, we have the crossover triplet section.
I mean, absolute banger too. Shout outs to M Project. So good.
This instrument is just like, did they like sample a duck or something? Well, here we go with those 24th swung gallops. Ooh, Swagman doing the hand off the bar technique there. Get those crossover gallops. Both of them keeping it tight.
Really satisfying 8th note pattern there.
Foot switches, unmarked foot switches here.
I feel like most people just play those as double steps.
Oh man, it's so easy to foot switch them.
I think by that point you're just so tired.
Oh no. What is he?
Swagman gasses out.
Yeah, I guess he ran out of energy. He didn't want to keep going because Spencer did hit an early in that same section where Swagman gave up. So if he had kept going, he might have been able to catch up. But
I imagine at this point, because this was a winner's bracket, so he's maybe saving his energy to bring it back up in loser's bracket later on.
that's true. But in Lugerser's bracket, you know, if you think you can make it through the winner's match, you should, because once you're down into losers, you have to play twice as many matches to get the same distance through. But, yep,
Great matches, great matches.
he would have had to take another song after that. Maybe he didn't think he could do it. So just giving it up, saving your energy, that may be what you got to do. So Swagman bumping down into loser's bracket. Going to play the winner of Grady versus Paranoia Boi, which I believe we'll be seeing next.
Yeah, tournament play is always very, very random. It really depends on who you're against, really depends on your pull. You know, different players have a lot of different strengths, and if your pull heavily favors, you know, your opponent, then, what can you do? You do your best and see what happens. Even if you pull stuff that you might not be strong in. Like we said before, all it takes is a split second for you to mess up.
And
so while we wait for the warm-up here and the card draw to show up, we're able to see it on our end. We don't have any 25s in the card draw.
Once again,
interesting.
a relatively low.
Only two
draw.
24s, yeah. Couple 22s and then 3 23s.
I think we could confidently call Don't Stop at 25. Not really. Not really,
It
but
definitely
it's
has some black magic level jank in there.
It's a very difficult 22 in my opinion. If you do the patterns as they're intended, lots of Scoobies and crossovers, and it's very energy draining for a 22.
Ew. That is my opinion. Ew. But Grady protected it, so clearly he thinks he's got some sway.
It's got
over
some
that.
Don't Stop special magic.
We have Paranoia Boi protecting Show You, so we might be seeing that again 2 matches in a row. I would assume if Paranoia Boi loses any song, that he'll probably pick that as his next song.
Warming up on Destiny here.
Okay.
All right, so probably after this song, we might have words swapping out. But going into Destiny, it is a warm up.
Yeah, this is a warm up.
Do you want to commentate the warm up?
Switch.
All right, so we're jumping out. Word here from the commentary booth. Everybody say bye word. Thank you, word Davis.
Bye word.
And that's the word.
Are we getting a Bobby?
We getting some Bobby. But I mean, did you miss your ship? You were in the bracket. Well, come on, let's get Bobby in here.
Well, we started the day a little late so that everyone at the Naoki concert last night could get a little more rest in.
Yeah, we'd
So our
be
schedule's a
bumping.
little behind compared
Everybody's
to...
a little bit tired, legs hurting a little bit. You were jamming. I love when you jumped off. When you were like, just let it go, and you were like, came out and just jamming with us. I was like, yeah.
So it looks like we're going into the match here. We got Speed over Beethoven.
Grady almost certainly the lower seed.
Yep.
picking,
Paranoia
Speed
Boy
over-
being the #1 seed.
Yeah, as expected, as as a several multi-SMX tournament winner. He's going to be top seed, but on one of these lower songs, there's a good chance that both players may end up with just one or two perfects.
Mhm.
So it really can't go either way until the end, unless somebody gets a form error. But I don't think there's anything too crazy in Speed over Beethoven.
No, I believe this is pretty straightforward for 22.
I mean, it does go fast.
Yeah.
Right. We've got 169 beats per minute. Nice.
Yeah, as far as tech goes, a couple gallops, but mostly just some 16th note runs. Got
And
some jacks.
Some
actually.
jacks. That's true.
Yeah.
Not too many upper level charts test jacks. But yeah.
Yeah, I
This
find
is-
SMX in general doesn't have too many charts with more than, like, say, a 3 jack or something like that.
Right.
It's not used very often.
But it definitely fits in this song well. Grady picking up some.
Oh, it's going back and forth right now. It's
Picked up some
extremely
yellows
close.
in that last stream. That may cost him. I don't know if Paranoia Boy's gonna give up any more yellows. Yeah, the rest of that song is just too straightforward.
Oh,
Is
Paranoia
that
Boy
one?
with, like, the one, I think.
One.
It has to be.
That's
yeah.
gotta be one. Yep.
Close match.
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean,
at
you
this
can get a hex star, but if your opponent gets one perfect, there's not a lot of wiggle room there
Yeah.
for you.
Especially when you get a miss. A miss is like destroying one score.
Yeah,
I was
at
watching
this-
I was watching some of those matches, like Brandon and them, and like one perfect and one miss versus like 10 perfects, and he still lost the match.
Right, yeah. I mean, at this level, if every perfect you get is at the tightest window, a miss is worth 10
Yeah.
perfects. So that can really be detrimental to your score when both players are getting single-digit perfects. But yeah, so going into Grady's protective Don't Stop, as this has got to be a Jonas chart, right? There's no way this is not a Jonas chart.
I'm not
It's
sure,
not.
actually. It might.
Believe it's,
Who would do this?
give me a second.
Yeah. Because there are so many.
Do you know who did? Do you know who did Outbreak? Sigma.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, because there's so many Scoobies. There's crossovers all up and down. That
I'm 90% sure this is not Sigma.
makes sense.
It's such a draining chart.
It really is. Like no breaks, and like you gotta make sure you have those crossovers perfect. You can't sleep on anything.
Big
Yep.
form checks in this chart as well.
But Paranoia Boy is, a big pump it up player. He's very used to doing crossovers when he needs to. Also plays full quite a lot, so I don't know if crossovers are gonna throw him off. I think Grady mostly double stepping these 16s with the crossovers.
Even with double singles, he's like right behind.
Yep, it's close. A couple 100 points points or so, but not too much left.
Final, yep, no, Paranoia Boi takes it. Wow, good score from both
Let's
players.
go. 3 is my guess.
I mean, it's tough
4.
with
Jeez, so good.
That's crazy.
99, 8, 7, 9. A clean hex on that one. I mean, most of this draw is on the lower end, so. But like, I don't even know if I would pick something hard against Paranoia Boi. You know, what do you even pick against somebody who's won several SMX tournaments? You know. I'm trying to find a
Pick
weakness.
one of the new charts. Pick one of the new charts that just came out. Pick Paranoia.
I'm sure they would if they could.
The
Unfortunately,
new
we have a
hardest chart.
3-week grace period for the charts. So, unfortunately, the new charts haven't coming out literally this week. Not valid for this card draw, but.
Is there anything in the rules saying if both players agree to play a new song?
I don't believe we added that.
let's add it for next time.
I wish. But no, the looks like we're going into Holy Guacamole, a fairly straightforward 23. The only thing that might trip players up is the mine sections. There are kind of like pseudo shock arrows where there's a row of mines but one gap where you're supposed to put your foot. Some players choose to do it another way, hitting a corner panel that doesn't have a sensor, something like that. But
Yeah, whenever I play it, I mess up on the first one because I always just I'm
You
like,
forget, like,
how
oh,
does this
what
go?
the heck
How does
is
this go again? And I was like, yeah, now I know.
Yep. But we'll see if Grady can keep it tight. I'm expecting both of these players to get single-digit perfects with no form errors here. The only thing we might see is a mine hit, but it looks like both of the players know.
Oh, Grady picking up a yellow here.
Yeah, but it's not over yet. Just
This is
one.
true.
We have one little 24th burst here. Oh, and Paranoia Boi actually picks up a yellow there.
Oh, really?
Grady
Oh,
taking the
that
small
puts Grady in the lead, even though he picked up another yellow. All he's got to do is keep it tight, but
We're gonna hit that same type of mine section again here as well.
yep, those mine pits not too tricky, as long as you don't hold the center. You should make it past clean.
Oh no.
Starting to pick up those excellent those perfects.
It's back and forth. I think Paranoia Boi has the upper hand here.
I mean,
Paranoia
they're
Boi is
literally
not gonna
tied.
get
Yeah. Oh,
my
22 points. 22 points.
Good match.
Good
6-3.
match.
Yeah, it looks like the 3 perfects that Paranoia Boi got all in the same place and just slightly wide.
Wider than Grady's perfect,
Definitely
for sure.
But yeah, no, that's gonna do it. Paranoia Boi with the clean 3-0. And so he's moving on. Grady, unfortunately, out. This is the losers bracket. I know
Yeah.
we're seeing Paranoia Boi here, but this is the losers bracket. Yep. I'm gonna dip out real quick, have a little break, have a little snack. So thank you all for having me.
We'll see you
providing
back
my-
soon. We'll see
my
you back soon.
zometary,
Bye,
and
Zon.
I'll be back soon.
Bye.
And we are getting a Zephyr.
I'm back. It's me. Do I look frazzled enough? Have I been running this event long enough?
A little
All right. So, quick update on gentlemen's agreements that are allowed in this event. We did agree as TOs that if somebody wanted to pocket pick the old, what was the chart that just got updated?
Monolith?
Monolith. Yeah. If two
Oh.
people wanted to pocket pick someone wanted to pocket pick the old monolith and their opponent agrees, they can.
How would that be done, though?
There's edits.
I
We
guess
got
so. We could've-
exact
we could
edit.
play the edit. That's
Yeah.
true. That would
Mhm.
only work for full, I believe, and dual,
Full
It just
duel.
occurred. Yeah.
which we don't play
I
here.
guess that's a good way to do it.
But yeah, that's
It's interesting.
makes sense.
Wait, why would that not work for singles?
The chart wasn't changed on singles.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's-
So you couldn't play the old chart because it's the same
It's
chart.
the same
It's the same
chart. It's the same picture. Oh, well, yeah, we're getting into these crazy matches here.
Yeah, we're trucking along. We're almost to the end of the tournament. Why am I allowed on this mic? I'm not at this level. I'm not like this guy who DJ'd a concert last night and is the world's best no bar player, and also like got into top 16 today. Yeah, had a pretty good run. I'm looking at it right now. Where did that run end? Oh, we're only looking at top 8 right now.
Yeah.
Darn it.
Yeah. If we're talking about that, I'm very proud of where I got. Inglomi, absolute beast at SMX, and it was a very fun match.
All right,
very
so
fun match.
JJK and Mason, they're coming up now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what their card draw looks like. At least, oh, there we go.
Arcade
Okay.
run, Zeus, press start, MEMA.
All right, we're
start
gonna hear the other side. It's like last year. Get ready, folks.
We have 122 in this draw. Zuza being a fairly lower 23. I'd say press start is in the middle somewhere. But EMEA, I believe it was probably the hardest 24 here, if only because of the slowdowns. It has a couple. The first slowdown has some tricky patterning. And if you haven't practiced that can really hit you.
I feel like if you know the slowdown, though, EMEA is the easiest to execute chart in this entire batch. Like, if you know the tune, if you know the drum beat, there's no real tricky tech whatsoever except for the timing in that chart.
I think Mozart is back is pretty much just 16th runs as well. I don't think that's too complicated.
A little bit of broken up in the middle.
Yeah.
Here and there.
Even arcade run is about as tough a stamina check as EMEA.
EMA is just hard because of the speed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even some of the little 16th bursts in the fast parts can be a little tricky.
Okay, this is their warm up.
Yeah, they're just warming up here.
Yep, and we're on the half song warm ups unless they're on APC pace. So there we go.
So that's still the rule this year?
We switched to it for top 16 just so we could catch a little up. We all started a little late. Somebody had an epic concert last night, and we all got started a little late today. Some of our players took a little while to get into the venue. We didn't want to hold them up. We felt a little at fault. You know, we were the reason they were staying up late. So, you know, it works out. We've got an entire 2 warm-up cabs next to this one that they can get their muscles warmed up on. They just gotta lock into these excellent conditioned stages, which only takes them 50% of the song, and there they go.
So in case anyone's not aware, I don't remember which tournament this started at.
JFF.
Jelly Fiesta Frenzy. So they were doing half-song warm-ups, but they had a couple people on APC pace during warm-ups, and so they decided that if you're doing half-song warm-ups and you're on APC pace, you're allowed to finish it out to try and get that APC.
We're not going to make you throw it away. It's not even in the rules document. It's just no one's going to make it's
just a nice courtesy.
Yeah. We're not going to tell you no. Throw that APC, especially if it's going to be your first APC maybe.
Yeah.
Like if a player doesn't stop, I'm not going to kick them off of the stage and say, get off. For all I know, they're on a PB pace and they're like, this is going to be my first ever hex star on this chart. I don't want them to lose out on that because we can stop everyone's tournament for like an extra 45 seconds.
Yes, exactly.
Well, somebody gets a PB. I think we're here to have fun. This is a 3-day party. Let's celebrate people's good play.
Okay. Looks like we're maybe doing
We're doing some pad maintenance. I think that's pulling me out of the commentary booth. So good commentary, guys. I had a great run with you.
Bye.
I think Word's refreshed and ready to pop in.
Oh, they're gonna look at that. Try and see if they can figure out the Remble on the far left side, or player 1. Yeah, see, it's. I'm pretty sure it's the metal bracket frame, and I believe it needs to be re-welded, or there might be something you can put underneath there. And I think double-side tape might be a little bit too thick to actually go in between the metal pieces.
It might adjust it too far.
So depending on what needs to be worked on or something like that, it could. I think welding would be like a last resort.
Right.
Maybe they can be.
3 minutes for a pad tweak.
Okay,
3 minutes. Okay. I believe the latest pads that are coming out actually have reinforced frames for these situations. Okay, well, we got a little bit of time to chat here and talk about what's going on while we're waiting for pad maintenance. Hope everyone's been enjoying the tournament so far. It's been a lot of really great matches.
It's been exciting. It's been exciting to watch everybody, and like all the matches are very close.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can understand the frustration with the pad too, because like if you hear all the rumbling, then it's like that's how I play too. Like if I can't really hear my stepping, like I feel like I get off sync on myself.
Yeah.
And I question if I'm early or late.
Yeah, a big part of the game is just hearing what you yourself are doing to adjust your own internal metronome.
All right, you're back on break, buddy.
Me?
Yes.
Why?
I didn't actually commentate anything.
Okay.
Did you want to?
Well,
wanna take over me while
I can swap with you.
Okay. Yeah, because
I've been on here
Yeah.
for a while. All right, enjoy everybody. I may be back later. Enjoy the tournament out there.
So looking at this card draw, we got a 22 in there, a couple 23s. We got two 25s in there. The other side, we've seen the other side a few times already in this tournament. It seems to be some of the players' choices. And then link line, that's a really tough one. That's like more of a stamina check.
with the drills, and the drills are also with the center panel too, have like kind of really close of center down and center up.
Also, during those 16th note streams, you go into a crossover position as well. Mozart is back. We've seen that vetoed quite a few times. Just a tough chart. Nothing
Especially with like
too particular.
Yeah, I think it's just like mainly in the middle, like it's like broken up run, like spurts, like on the 16th note. So I think it trips up some players.
Just some more difficult patterning, mostly.
While they're doing the pads, I'm gonna go grab like a power bar.
Oh yeah, this is only gonna take. This is only gonna take a minute, girl. But they were having a little bit of a. There's a little bit of a rattle inside of the stage that they want to fix. Both players prefer to play on this, so T.O. said we had enough time to switch it out. So we're gonna do that.
A metal, I think there's like metal brackets that hold in the panels. And I believe the bottom of the bracket, I think there was like a little bit of a gap there, so that's what's causing the metal, like when you stomp on it.
So it's
But it's a rattle instead of a squeak.
Well, I think, yeah,
It's
but I
just
think it's
coming
like,
down and
when you're
closing
coming
the
down,
gap.
it's like probably just like ricocheting off it like a little bit, causing the rattle. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure when we looked at it last time, it was something we couldn't
I'm stuck
fix.
in a corner. Would you be willing to run into Broad? Oh, we're back.
Hello.
Hello.
All right.
Bobby getting his snack.
I'm hungry. I
I'm
haven't eaten nothing.
I'm negotiating with Word to see if he'll go grab my monster out of the broadcast room.
Someone will
We're
bring
just
it to
chilling.
you.
It's a party. What did I say a few minutes ago? This is break mode. Get our calories, get our caffeine.
Alright, going to bed.
Well, the other charts that were in the draw there is EMEA, which we've seen already played, I believe. Maybe it wasn't today, it was last night. Someone played it.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and both players see Mason's strengths here at like the skittly timing, the high.
The colorful notes.
Yeah, the colorful notes. You know, Mason has a really high level of expertise at getting just those charts with weird timing, whereas JJK has a tendency to be really good at just powering through lots of steps in random succession and staying on beat with those. Turns don't bother him at all. So I think maybe he's going to try to play on those. Unfortunately, not a lot of turns in this. I think Link Line has the most foot tech of any of these charts. Would you say? Press Start has a lot of those skittles too. A lot of those weird rhythms, but you can only protect one chart.
I would say Link Line would be the least likely to be played, just because of the demand of the energy requirement and the technique of doing the crossovers during a long stream.
And drills are hard. Nobody wants to do drills.
Do you think either of these players would be getting tired at this point? I guess it's the end of a long weekend, even if they're not getting too exhausted being just in a top 12.
I think so.
Mason goes. I know he said he hasn't been playing as much lately as he used to, so he's a little bit out of shape. JJK, I know, has been playing a lot of ITG Stamina and just practicing up for this tournament as well recently. So I wouldn't expect JJK to be tired.
No, I think he's really good on stamina.
But he has been partying pretty hard. It's kind of a...
Not last night.
No, was he? Was he not? Oh.
He knows when to party, but he knows if it's tournament the next day, he's like, nope. I'm going to study and I'm going to make sure I do well for the next day.
Gets his protein, gets his carbs. Gets his sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Tough to get some good sleep when you're at a dance game event. You're either in a hotel or you're running back and forth from where you live, or you're Airbnb-ing.
You just need energy drinks as we sponsor Monster or Rockstar.
I would love a sponsorship. If Monster wants to give me a call, G Fuel. Yeah,
G Fuel,
well,
that might be cool. With
we're filling vacancies. There's definitely a lot of Monsters got drank here. Naoki's one request was, can you please have Monsters for me? And we made sure to fulfill that request. It meant the entire building had many available at any time.
He says the cans are too big.
The cans are too big?
It's too much.
Oh, these Americans? Oh, too many probably.
No, well, too many cans, but like they're too much because they usually just it's usually like a 6 ounce that they usually have in Japan, like a 6 ounce Red Bull, not a 12 ounce.
Our American Monsters,
Cultures.
they're just a little too much.
So as we're still waiting, we have some information about some of the players here. Mason Go's currently living in LA.
But I know this. He's from LA. His partner was here commentating on stream earlier.
He's a professional gamer.
He is. He is a professional gamer.
His partner is.
Wait, I mean it's like.
And Mason Go's also used to have a sub 30-second Rubik's Cube average solve.
I'm gonna look at this now because I don't know all of these facts.
What do we have on JJK? What kind of
he's a
dirts?
Las Vegas local.
Yeah.
He's from the Southern California area. He moved here a few years ago, right around the time that Red Note opened. He's got a big following in ITG. More Stamina or ITL? I know lately, like you said, he's been playing Stamina.
He's been playing a lot of Stamina,
yeah. Very stamina focused.
ITG and Stamina and ITL being similar games to Step Maniacs if you're not a seasoned dance gamer. They have like 4 panels. They're the sort of a spiritual cousin to Step Maniacs today, you'd say. Would you say?
I would.
As a representative of a person who works on this game sometimes?
Yeah, it's a good example.
Okay. Remember, every word you say about Step Maniacs is taken as truth, and you will be held accountable.
Yeah, that's why I'm quiet.
To both the Step Revolution team and Red October representation. Every word is a tightrope.
Well, we'll get Kyle to come down here next time.
So he can be in the hot seat.
He could be in the hot seat.
Yeah. All right. We'll make sure to get if he gets out here. Nobody will peer pressure him to get in the commentary chair.
The peanut gallery
but it's
says
definitely open.
saying that we'll need to increase the height of the ceilings if Kyle comes in.
Is he taller than SenPi?
He's about
About
6'3", maybe.
Oh, SenPi's 6'5". Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
maybe he's higher than
It'd
that. I don't
actually
know- I
be
don't know his- I
really
don't know his
convenient
height.
to have SenPi open for Kyle Ward, because then like like all of the adjustments for like heights that we consideration, like because all the lasers have to not get in their eyes, so it'd just be exactly the same.
I used to make jokes about being like when I'm selling on.
I'm assuming we're still working on the pads still.
Works in a trench coat.
I'm gonna peek my head out here.
You're like 20 feet tall.
I don't see.
Stages are still open.
Okay.
Looks like we're testing the sensor values right now. It's nice to have dedicated people to stage maintenance. Had HINTZ swinging this year. Last year was McLochek. Always great to have that dedicated player who's really, ends up at a lot of our public arcades, but has their own setup, so they get a little experience doing both, and they know the ins and outs of, oh, this breaks often, this has an issue here. The biggest things are sensors. Like at an event like this, we just put so many feet on so many stages that one of them is going to lose sensitivity at some point, or get too much sensitivity because the corner rubber is put down. It's not something you see in like normal arcade play these days. Like your average casual is not going to run into this. It's something we only see with our highest level players, where they can tell like, oh, this sensor's releasing like a tiny bit too fast because they're playing the hardest wild charts, right? You play this game out in the wild, someone's playing hard charts and below. They're never even going to be able to tell this, especially on the newest cabinets. Step Revolution's been putting out, they tend to be built for longevity, so they have like this giant break-in period, and then they just last forever like giant tanks. We are looking at a hole in the stage right now.
Nice.
Can we move to? We have another
We do
cabinet.
have the Dolphin cab. They do have that option. I think we're doing good enough on schedule that they just want to prefer to use the Tiger cab, and so we're letting the TO's team keep on that side. We can, anytime they call for it, switch on over to the Dolphin cab. But right now, we're just chilling here. We're taking a few minutes break. Pilot's over next to us over there having his burrito, so he can fill in for me. You can have some high quality commentary for the rest of top 8. It's gonna be great. Right now, you're chilling with the Zephyr Hour.
The Zephyr Hour.
The Zephyr Hour. So what's it like hanging out with the Maedas?
Amazing. Like, they're super sweet people, have plenty of energy, and they're just a blast to be a part of this this whole entire event. Like, they had nothing bad to say about anything. I think they're just having a lot of fun.
They were so incredibly just pleasant to be around all weekend. Just so passionately happy about this game. Like, they were just another part of this team that made this event great this weekend. It was pretty poggers to have them there, to have both of them here. It definitely was fun to find out how much of a team Naoki and his wife are. They really complement each other on being able to manage encountering 100 fans in a few hours and saying hello and having a conversation with each of them. It's pretty good, especially for this guy who doesn't speak a ton of English. Like, he speaks English, but not at a high fluency. The fact that he wrote that speech last night before his set, he wrote a very heartfelt speech that none of us prompted him to do. That was entirely on his volition, and it was very touching. I was very.
No, on the way home of taking them, all they had to say is it was a wonderful experience. They'll never forget this night of how much energy was in the room. Everybody had a blast. Just from the back of the venue to the front of the venue, you can tell on both their facial expressions. They just had so much fun.
Oh, my view is blocked. There's a helpful volunteer in the way.
It was fun to watch Naoki play SMX though. Got some footage and pictures, so.
Lightning, would it help if we did this in a different month next year? Would that help you make it?
Let's do it in Pennsylvania.
Nobody lives there.
Shut up.
Do it in Pennsylvania. No, that's how you get him to bring the suit. It's time for the feedback the feedback form right now.
Okay, so we got
So
an update.
what month should this event be held next year, and what venue? And does it keep the name if it changes venue and month? If it's neither red nor October.
We have an update on the cab. It's they were changing out the frame from
they changed the whole
one
frame.
era.
Really?
They said the players are generally preferring to use this cabinet overall, so they prefer to just resolve the issue instead of switching to the other cabinet. But if the issue is not resolved with the change, they will switch to the other cabinet.
Yeah, taking themselves a little bit of practice, making sure it feels good, especially JJK since he's on the side where they changed out that arrow. It's his, I believe the left arrow, so where on the one on your right side of your screen. And now on the right side of the left side of your screen would be the arrow that he's testing out, making sure it feels good, sounds good, is locked in.
Someone wants to have this in July in Las
Incorrect.
Vegas.
We have had dance game competitions in Las Vegas in July. They never
You'll
go
melt.
well. Everyone gets COVID, and no
melt.
AC can keep up. Just air conditioning cannot keep a building below about 78 degrees in the summer, and you don't want to compete at that.
So we do have a question on chat saying, what's the difference between the different colored arrows, green, purple, yellow, white, and orange?
Oh, hey, we have a podcast. We explain things to beginners.
You will have a better way of explaining this because I'll probably mess something up.
So the bass, when you're just thinking about a song, you're just hearing the beat, like 1, 2, 3, 4. That's gonna be your red. It depends on what note skin you use, but it's gonna be your most red color. And then as you divide those up into half and into quarters, then that's where you're gonna have your blue and your yellows or greens. Okay, so they are apparently playing Link Line as their very first song. So the lower seed, being Mason Goes, chose this against Justin, against JJK here. So this is the one song I expected us not to see played at all.
And it's the first pick.
The very first pick.
Who picked this one? We can check this pretty easily. It looks like JJK picked this one. Was JJK the higher seed?
Mason Goes was on the bottom there.
Okay, so Mason Goes picked Link Line. Yeah, very interesting. I expected JJK to pick this over him, just as an attempt to either wear him out, gas him out, maybe, JJK does know that those brackets are in there, and he loves tripping people up on some nice bracket tech.
Just extremely difficult patterns on these extended 16th runs. You have center panel usage, and then you go into crossovers on some of them.
Yeah, and JJK is ahead, but not by much. We're getting a flat. Yeah, we're flashing back and forth, which means we're within 100 points of each other. Hitting those little triples. 16th. Oh, getting an early. Yeah, not just an early. Mason got a miss there, and still picked it up.
Wow. They tied on yellow perfects and misses. The only difference really being that one early for JJK.
Sort of kept going back and forth between the two players there with a number of drifts in the different runs, but it looked like JJK was kind of holding on ever so slightly, especially after he had missed the left arrow on one of those 3-note bracket stomps, but kept it pretty close up until the end there. Mason takes game one.
Did we finish explaining the arrow colors? I wanted to get through those.
Yeah,
So,
we didn't need to go into every single
difference.
As you
but
break into the different timings, they denote the different timings. So yeah, generally your red is on your quarter notes, your tap, 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 and your blues on your eighth notes is tappy, 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 tappy. And as you get different colors, that denotes the different ways that those arrows would, the different notes would fall in the timing on a measure.
yeah, I explained that without using the music terms.
Explain it both ways. Some people know music theory. It's a music rhythm game.
All right, so
What
we
I
have
know for
JJK
sure
picking Mozart is back.
is that
This
we're
is
going
the
into game two.
second one that I would have said we probably wouldn't see played just because of the way it is, the way the chart's made. People think it's hard.
It's definitely fast. You can see the TV rumbling at the bottom of the frame of these stages. Both these players put in a lot of energy to keep up those 16th note runs.
Just a really high BPM, so a high tempo. They're playing really fast, and they're having to deal with lots of different tough patterns to read and to execute. Lots of spinning there. If you want to do it the way that is possible, you can spin around on some of these.
Mason's holding on to a very slight lead coming up at the halfway mark in the song. Going back into these longer 16th note drills.
Very intricate rhythms there in that previous section. A lot of yellow notes and not as many of the red or the blue notes.
Less than a 20-point difference at that short break right before the outro here.
Yeah, we're within a single timing window on a yellow perfect difference here. That's all that is.
Seeing JJK pick up a few more yellow judgments. Mason holding down the fort so far. Picks
Didn't
up a miss
miss.
right at the end.
Whew.
That's going to give it up to the tune of about a little under 200 points.
So it's
Did we hear Mason hasn't been practicing? Is that what he said?
not as much as he had been for last year's tournament.
What hiatus?
The man ate his Wheaties today, I guess. So JJK looking at the remaining songs, seeing what he'd like to choose against Mason Goes. I'm guessing it's going to be
surprised if
EMEA.
we didn't go to
Looks like it's not. Shusha, which is very similar to Link Line that Mason Goes already won. It has a lot of those tower type runs. So yeah, Shusha would not have been my pick in this moment, given how similar it is to Link Line in a lot of ways.
Perhaps he knows something we don't coming into Game 3 here.
All right, potentially the last song.
I think he might just be trying to tire Mason out. He might be just trying to say, I feel stronger than you. I feel like I can just out-endurance you. It's not working if that's the goal. Love to get inside his head and find out. Both players picking up their first yellow perfect within the 20% mark of the song.
Looks like they're tied.
Yeah.
So as we go into the middle of the song, we're getting more of the 16th bursts, and they're pretty much all just going to be on 2 repeating notes for the majority of the song. So it's a specific technique that you have to work on.
Yeah,
Just stay
keeping that is
consistent.
actually harder to time for most players than if those arrows are moving around. Why would you say that is?
The JJK clears all those towers. Mason picks up
Basically-
3 yellows, giving up a lead, and there's an early.
When you're switching to different notes from arrow to arrow, you have different choice possibilities to fix your balance. So when you're just standing on the same 2 notes, you sometimes get off balance.
Oh, there's the ducks. Ducks moving around on the stage lights. It's very important.
3 out of 4 of those lifts were missed.
Yeah, those
It's-
double lifts are really tough to get off of both at the same time.
The lead is ever so slight, but I think JJK is likely going to close this one out. Just make sure, get off the pad at the end before you hit a mine. Yeah, 99, 8, 9, 2. 3 perfects.
Goodness. Well, I think he knew something when he picked that, because
So
that was...
yeah, I think
He
it
knew
was
something we didn't.
a very intentional pick, being very strong on that. So it goes to Mason Goes, which...
Just find it fascinating that he sort of has given up that protect there.
Are we going to the other side now? That's his protect.
Looks like it. Not being able to remember your alphabet is a classic gamer moment.
Well, where's the, and then is the space, like, if there's a song that has, like, the word theater in it, does it go before the or after the? Like, does the alphabet come after a space? Like, where does a space come in the alphabet? Well, we'll find out maybe on the other side of this song.
All right.
Both players starting their ghost stepping well before the music even starts, just trying to make sure they have the tempo. Some of the toughest.
Make sure you hit that burst.
Yeah.
So this is at least the third time I've seen this in a match so far.
Yeah, it's a 25 that sort of trades being very stamina intensive for way more tech. It's one of the more technically oriented charts in the 26 folder. JJK not doing too hot coming out of that stop pattern at the beginning, picking up a couple of off notes. Mason's continuing to hold on to his gold combo coming up to around the middle. You can see the techniques in use change pretty frequently coming up into this little swing section here right at the midpoint of the song. Both players looking very comfortable. JJK missing that bracket crossover. Or just the crossover while you're holding the note. And Mason's built up a respectful near 1,000 point lead coming into the very end of the chart.
Absolutely nailing all of those foot switches. Both players.
Alright, Mason closes that out. 3-1.
JJK just lets the hold drop at the end, knowing it. Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately with those two lates earlier especially, he was very unlikely to pull ahead even if he had maintained that hold.
It's still an amazing run for JJK this tournament. He was also top 4 yesterday. Does anyone remember what he finished? Not yesterday, sorry, Friday for full mode.
I found
we can
a
look,
but we can figure that out.
All right, so I would assume we'll be seeing
Third place.
SWAGMAN Paranoia
place
Boy
yesterday.
next. That would be my guess.
Took some of that sweet
As
prize money you can
Mason-
donate to right now.
Mason Goes moves over to play HINTZ next in the losers quarterfinal.
To build off of what Zephyr said, exclamation point Matcherino.
Yeah.
Type it and hit enter.
Yeah. Matching donations from Red Note Gaming.
I have a strong suggestion for the viewers at home. Although, looking at Star GG on our end, I think we might be going into Jimbo Spencer for our next match.
Is that what we're doing next? Are we... usually this is determined by, like, keeping people the freshest. You want to prefer the person who's going to be the highest seed in the next match to be the most rested, is how we tend to schedule this. So, yeah, that makes sense, because they've had plenty of time to rest, and then that means that the... it's going to line everyone up
let's talk a little bit about the people in this matchup. So Jimbo, New Jersey native, recently got back into dance games by way of Step Maniacs, having a very strong showing with a top 4 in his first Step Maniacs tournament at Eclipse 2023. He has been on a tear ever since, having numerous top 4 and top 8 appearances himself, leading up to this tournament, which he was very excited for. And Spencer is a very well-established player out of the New York region, so both of them are good friends of mine, local to the area, insanely experienced and talented players in their own right. Spencer, also in a similar manner to Jimbo, every event he showed up for, he's had a really strong showing. Typically second place, I believe, generally playing second fiddle to Paranoia Boi, which is still very impressive in its own right. Jimbo had a very awesome introduction to his tournament, meeting up with Chezmix again, a faded opponent from a decade and a half past, and has since torn through many other numerous and extremely experienced players, most recently taking a set 3-0 over HINTZ. Very strong showing. So right now Jimbo's on the run of his life and having a great time, and Spencer really is an unstoppable force. So we've got two unstoppable forces getting ready for our exciting winners final match.
It looks like Jimbo's having a great time. He's smiling through this song. Looked like he had a little laugh there as well. Okay, he turned into gamer mode.
I mean, listen, if I took Paranoia Boi to Game 5 and beat him on a set, and followed up with two commanding and convincing 3-0 sweeps against other top seeds in this tournament, you bet I would be beaming. I'd be smiling wider than the Joker if I were in that position.
All right, both players having quite a break there before the match starting to get some good warm up in on the other two spare cabinets. So only getting the half song warm up right now.
And this is one really intense card draw.
Yeah, so there's that mothership that I wanted to see. Hopefully we'll see that.
Yeah.
Although if Jimbo doesn't lose any, I don't expect that Spencer would for any reason choose that one.
Yeah, mothership is very straightforward for a chart. It mostly consists of center panel streams at around 125 BPM, 16th notes. Definitely a very potent form check. You need to make sure that you are lifting your feet up enough or you're positioned that you do not incidentally trigger center early in the stream. It's got two relatively long streams and some difficult syncopation otherwise, with a sizable break in the middle.
So Jimbo actually being able to pick first because he came into the tournament with the lower seed. So he's choosing his protect right away with mothership. So we'll see here. Do we get the first double APC in the bracket?
Here's the first of our extended 16th note streams on the center panel. Light work for players of this caliber.
So the noticeable thing about this chart is that it's very stamina heavy. Center panel form check streams.
Alright, Jimbo goes a little late on the jump, but there's still plenty of room for error. We got about half the chart left to go. Activate laser. Alright, here comes the next part of the long number of the stream. Yeah, that's what Jimbo's looking for. Spencer picks up an early, most likely off the center. Be careful not to drift late, and make sure that with these syncopated jumps at the end, you do not drift early or late. There's one other consideration to make. There is going to be an up-center panel pattern at the end of this chart. You're going to make sure you need to turn or have the proper form to hit it coming up right now.
Both players doing absolutely perfectly on that part.
100-point lead.
The single early note cost the game, unfortunately.
So yeah, that's the sort of performance Jimbo's looking for. Get a nice clean run on that chart, and Spencer unfortunately just picks up that one early on the back half, and that really sealed the deal for him.
Yeah, like we said, that the really focus of that chart is making sure you have good enough tight form not to get a fat foot or forget to step off a panel. Okay, moving into Monolith, which is the other player Spencer's protected song. So both players choosing their protected song as their first choice.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and ratchet up the BPM significantly for the next one. 196 BPM. Endless sets of 16th kangaroos. We got the whole savannah for this chart.
Starting off at a slower BPM and then going straight into full speed. It's very easy to get a little lax on these 3-note patterns and start turning them almost into swung notes. Both players basically tied here, a little flashing back and forth on the score. The lead changing every couple steps.
Yeah, Jimbo's just dragging a little bit behind on here. Very tiring with those step jumps interspersed with those very fast 16th bursts. He does look pretty locked in. He's pretty quick to adjust. That miss is a little unfortunate. It's going to give Spencer a comfortable lead to work with here coming into the last part of this chart.
Yeah, about a 300-some point lead by Spencer.
Well, anything is still possible. Spencer, we saw him pick up the early, more towards the back half of Mothership. Jimbo's going to drop 2 misses, though. I think that's going to seal the deal for him. Spencer closes that out with a 99.8, a very impressive showing on Monolith in a tournament setting.
So both players choosing their protected song, both players winning their choice. So the choice now goes to Jimbo. And 1-1 on songs so far.
I do wonder if he's going to make the bold maneuver to go for hard, fast disco, as he has won twice on that already today. Once against Chez and once against HINTZ. He just seems to be getting better and better at that chart the more he plays it.
Alright, Jimbo looking at what's left. Looks like he's made his choice. Zenith. This one having some of the hard things about it being 3-note stomps that you have to do.
Zenith has this interesting mix of various techniques paired with regular slowdowns, including one segment which matches slowdown gallops with a relatively unbroken 16th stream. You need to make sure that you don't drift too late or get thrown off by the sudden change in BPM. Some of those runs included in the song also sneak in a little crossover here and there just to make sure that you're not getting too minimal, too structured with your form. Keep it a little loose, bracket stomps, lateral crossovers towards the end enforced by mines. You want to make sure you're keeping your footwork appropriate for that.
Yeah, this was originally rated at 23. That was a time.
I don't think it's surprising it's been bumped up since.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. I'm back on comms. It's me, Zom. Giving that Zomentary. All right.
Just in time for Game 3.
Let's do it.
Yeah, it begins slowed down at half BPM. This relatively not very dense, but more following the percussion.
Yeah, this is fairly easy to read slowdown. There's a lot harder to read slowdown coming up later.
We came out of the slowdown there. Is it really a slowdown if it starts at that speed? Both players still tied, though.
The endless philosophical discussion of what constitutes a slowdown or a speed up. But I know it's coming up. This is certainly 116.
The run ending with a 3-note stomp.
Yeah, and these stomps are tough because a lot of them are corner stomps.
Right, just be wary of that one crossover coming up. Right now?
Yeah.
Alright, Spencer misses it, but Jimbo gets it, rushing it just a little bit, handling those transitions into those slow gallops relatively well. Comes out of that segment with a lead.
Yep, he picked up a few yellows, but I mean that's a way better position to be in than getting a miss.
Alright, one more run.
And the jumps.
Alright, just don't let your guard down. You got 2 more notes to go. Spencer drops the hold.
That's the same thing that happened to JJK, right?
I believe so. But we couldn't tell if JJK just gave up on the last hold or not.
Yeah, I think his was on a right, and that was on a left. Maybe? I'm not sure, but...
Well, this is the ideal position for this kind of pad error to manifest, is at that point, it really did not make a difference in point total
Right.
as Jimbo was in the lead on the last note.
Yeah, and with Spencer having that that almost judgment, that yellow exclamation point, giving you almost as much as a miss.
That was
Yeah.
born of the dropped hold at the end. That's where that came in.
Right. And you lose points for every, I think, 16th tap for during a drop or a hold.
You functionally earn points
Right.
so long as it's held, and you are missing out on points for every tick, if you will. I'm not certain of the exact tick. It might be 16th, but
Right.
effectively, as long as you have a held note pressed down, you are continuously earning points. If you do not have it pressed, you are not earning points. And in fact, you are losing life bar. So
All
I
right,
imagine
well,
we may see a little bit of a maintenance intermission there just to make sure everything is okay. But
mhm.
my assessment would be that Jimbo won that fair and square, since that last drop happened on the very last note, which
Right.
if Spencer held it, he would have still lost regardless.
Yeah,
So-
and the miss that he got was on the crossover, I believe, on right. So it definitely wouldn't have been that miss that he did get was not due to that panel that he also dropped the hold on. There were two separate instances, so it might just be dropping long holds or something of the sort. We'll figure it out, but either way, Jimbo taking that one, taking Zenith up 2-1 over Spencer.
That's he's on a run.
I mean, that's spicy right there, right? Because Spencer has won tournaments. Paranoia Boi has won tournaments. If we see a grand or a winners final where the winner is neither Paranoia Boi or Spencer, that may actually be a first.
That's going to be a significant shakeup from the very common grand finals we see of Paranoia Boi versus Spencer when it comes to tournaments like these.
Yeah, so that would be very interesting to see. But of course, Spencer still has a chance to come back.
That's not over.
Yep, it is not over yet.
Yeah, Mendoto. It was Jimbo who sent Paranoia Boi to losers in a nail-biter Game 5 situation.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that was back in the top 16 earlier in the bracket. That's why you can see at the start of this bracket, Paranoia Boi is already in losers because it was Jimbo who did it to him.
Yeah, Jimbo's playing like he's a top-cut player right now.
I mean, he's going crazy. 3-0 on HINTZ. That's nuts.
Yeah, I believe his run on Blood Rush against HINTZ in Game 3 was his PB. So Jimbo has been surprising himself with some of these performances so far.
I'm going to check back on the previous parts of the bracket just to see what else these players have done. Jimbo also 3-0'd chezmix, as well as taking Paranoia Boi down to losers. So Jimbo going crazy today.
Oh, yeah. It was such like a storyline associated with him. It brought up the chezmix rivalry, if you will.
Right, yeah.
I say rivalry, but really more like a faded reunion, it feels, with the context that he had provided me. So
Yeah, like 15 years in the making or so.
really incredible to have such a storied player currently in the spotlight for our event.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of our players have been playing for a very, very long time, longer than Step Maniacs has been alive and well in the arcade scene. Various other rhythm games like DDR, ITG, Pump It Up is very much a part of the history of most of the players at this level.
Yeah, we've got representation from, I think, every other major arcade dance game that's focused around hitting panels to the tune of the music.
Yep. We actually have most of them here at Red Note. We have DDR World, Pump It Up Phoenix, the latest version. We also have some older versions of DDR and various other rhythm games.
If you're in town and you're big on the arcade rhythm game thing, drop in.
Definitely stop by. This is the place to be if you're into rhythm games.
has a bunch of the hand rhythm games too.
Oh yeah, like
Sound
Re-Rave.
Voltics and Re-Rave.
Yeah, the old the previous game that the Step Revolution team worked on. Shout out to the young generation picking up XMX. That's true. In addition to like the players, typically in the 25 to 35 age range that we have here in this tournament bracket, we have a lot of representation online of various other age ranges. We have the very young generation, people like the kids young as 10 to 12, hitting 25s and stuff, doing absolutely crazy things.
Smorry, Taekwondo Boy.
Mm-hmm. And
the next generation.
And Wiz's kids, as well as the older generation, players like Katya and some other older individuals that are still keeping it fit, playing through SMX, getting their good timing going.
Yeah, I think we got a game that's got a little bit of everything for everyone here, and I think right now what we're seeing in this tournament is a really cool slice of it, which is the very competitive upper end.
Yeah, we got Katya in chat. Nice.
Yeah, you get out there and play it for yourself. You got a whole lot of other charts. You're seeing 23 plus today in top 8. There's a whole lot of things level 1 through 22.
Yep, we saw the violet through orange division yesterday. With a big range of skill levels of various players, with very interesting performances. Some people vastly outperforming their expected seed. So great to see players pushing their limits in these types of environments.
Yeah, so it looks like we got our pad check done and dusted, and still on that left cab that everyone's been preferring today. So I guess we've got everything assessed, and we're going into a Game 4 on Got the Rhythm.
Okay, now this one of the older charts, very fast, 175 beats per minute, and it's got some center button stuff.
Yeah, so we saw earlier Jusha with its large towers. This chart's kind of similar in that it has you streaming largely on 2 notes at a time. A little more alternation there. But you are going to see that kind of streamy pattern gets a lot more complicated in the back half of the chart, and we'll talk about it when we get there. But right now, these players are locked in.
Ooh, Jimbo getting early or something there.
Yeah, giving Spencer a minor lead of the first third of the chart, but
there's so much more to go.
The true determining factor has yet to reveal itself.
Yeah, we got some really special runs at the end that can really test your form.
Yeah, Spencer just really showing why he chose this song to be played.
We know Spencer's not immune to form errors. We saw that game 1.
But he loves these fast, bursty, streamy songs.
Yeah, Jimbo picks up another early, so that's third. And we're not even up to the really intense ones like these.
Ooh, the hip breakers. Okay, and early
Spencer
from
picks up an early of his own, but I don't think that's going to make that much of a difference, especially if Jimbo's going to keep streaming perfects in that manner. Another early.
All right, Spencer keeps it. 99.5, about 500 points over Jimbo. You can see Spencer like those.
Take it from me firsthand. It's very easy to make a mistake and have it persist on a chart like that. So
I think there are very few clean runs of Got the Rhythm.
500 points is still, I would say, within margin of error, if you will.
Yeah,
like your expected margin of error for that chart. So game 5, doing some work now to eliminate cards from the draw.
Mm-hmm. So we've already eliminated one, so it's either going to be Cannon D2 or Hard Fast Disco. Hard Fast Disco, kind of similar. That's what we're getting.
Listen, I'm not surprised, especially if Jimbo had second veto here. He's played that twice today, and he just got better and better the more he played this chart. So Hard Fast Disco, as I like to say, it's hard, it's fast, it's not really disco.
It's not disco. It's a Darwin song.
A little more hardcore than disco, but
very similar to Got the Rhythm, which is also a Darwin song. Excuse me. They are both 175 beats per minute. They're both older charts to SMX, so they got some middle button shenanigans going on. and Hard Fast Disco also has a slowdown.
Yeah, I would say it got the rhythms like a very streamy kind of form check chart. Hard Fast Disco is way more syncopated, and the slowdown in the middle also lends a bit of difficulty. It's not really an immediate jump. There is like a stop and then a period of scroll speed that does not match the speed of the actual slowdown you play. We saw earlier in Jimbo HINTZ that HINTZ picked up a rather egregious early going into that, so there's still plenty of places to be checked. This is fresh in Jimbo's mind, so it's going to make for one really exciting Game 5. And look at Spencer picking up that early.
Those Spencer form errors, you know, he gets them often. I think he plays on high sensitivity. Do you know if that's the case?
In my experience, yes, but I'm not certain what he has as profile setting currently.
That's true. You know, every cab is a little bit
look
different.
Look at that. Jimbo
so
nails that transition into the slowdown yet again.
Yeah. He's got it fresh in his mind. Look at him go.
And just a cheeky little lift to make things harder. Why not?
But we're not done yet because with that
they
lift,
both missed the lift though.
Missed it.
But man, what a tragic place to be with the white perfect combo, but you're not getting that APC because of a funny yellow boy.
You can see Jimbo saying, "It's fine, it's fine, it's fine."
Still in the lead. That number up top is gold, and he probably doesn't know that Spencer messed it up too. So don't let it get in your head. You got the rest of the song to go.
Yeah, we got some middle buttons up in here. You got to keep your form tight. I saw Spencer getting another early or something.
All right, they both get earlys, but Spencer got an early right at the same place too.
These.
Spencer is streaming more earlys. Come on, Jimbo, keep it up.
Yeah.
Seal the deal. One last run. And Jimbo punches his ticket to Grand Finals with a near hex on Hard Fast Disco.
A 99.6. That is a crazy score on that.
He's played this 3 times today. Start vetoing it.
7 and some change.
Get it out of there.
1 early and a missed lift. Spencer, you know, even if he hadn't gotten the 6 earlies that he got, Jimbo's timing was just tighter. It was just tight.
Yeah, he was in the zone.
Locked in. So
he can't stop. He won't stop. He's just going.
So we've got a Jimbo in Grand Finals. That's not something you see every day.
Listen, no matter what happens here, I think Jimbo can be impressed with that winner's run into Grand Finals, and, you know, he's got a solid shot at taking the whole thing, but
he does.
Let's keep in mind that we now have losers with both Paranoia Boi and Spencer hanging out down there. So only one of them is going to make it out of losers, but both of those players know how to turn up the heat under pressure, especially Paranoia Boi, who, when he seriously wants it, when he wants it badly, I've never seen a player activate as hard as he does.
Yeah. So we've got SWAGMAN versus Paranoia Boi, likely the next match to begin. We probably have card draw for it. Yeah, we have card draw for it now. Next, after that, we'll probably have HINTZ versus Mason.
Just understand I am thrilled to have seen such a fantastic Game 5 set against 2 players who are near and dear to my region.
Yeah.
And so, for those of you who are huge fans of Spencer and want to keep cheering them on, he's still in it. Don't count him out yet, because he's comfortable in losers finals. He's got a relatively short path to get back into the swing of things.
He gets a good break here, too, where he can rest or recover if he needs to, or just keep himself warm, or if he wants to practice anything even.
That's true.
So for my friends out there in the tri-state area, your big name representatives, they're going to come back nice and well rested. Hopefully we'll get to see some... I'm hoping for a rematch, personally. I'm biased.
Yeah, we'll see, because a lot of both Paranoia Boi and Spencer kind of drive off of the momentum. You know, like they don't get tired, really. They just keep going. They can continuously
Especially Paranoia Boi, who's used to entering as many games as he can at multi-game events.
Yes.
Nightmare for the tournament organizers, but when you see him putting up single-digit placements in every single game he enters, you realize this guy is inhuman.
Yeah.
So really, when it comes to stamina and the drive to push through anything that gets thrown his way, I don't think there's any other player quite like him in Step Maniacs.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in any game, really. He is all over the place.
Speaking of Paranoia Boi, I think we're going to see him up next.
That's right. Yep, we got Paranoia Boi versus SWAGMAN coming up. And
Right.
it looks like Swagman is actually pocket picked.
Dolphin Talk.
Dolphin Talk.
That's a good one. I really like that song. That's a good chart too.
I think
I'll be stepping out here shortly, and once SenPi can come back. So yeah.
All right.
Good
Thank you,
luck
Word.
to both Paranoia Boy and Swagman.
We appreciate the commentary, Word. Everybody say bye, Word. Bye, Word.
Thank you for your words.
All right, warming up on Destiny. Similar to the ITG chart, it kind of starts with a big ol' 16th run.
Stream now. Well, I mean, if you've been sitting still for a while, that's one way to get the blood flowing. Just pick something really hard right out of the gate and just launch straight into it.
Just start going. I wonder if they're getting... It's probably just a half-song warm-up. So I don't know if they're going to get to the part, like the breakdown part with the snare.
No, I think that comes fairly late in the chart.
Yeah, so that may be the last 16th stream we see of this song, but we can see that both players did particularly well. I think Paranoia Boy actually had an APC through that first run, so...
Yeah, and I'll take a second to echo a sentiment that just got shared in our chat for the broadcast. This is a calm card draw. Yeah, this is fairly tame for a card draw. It's very heavy on the 23s at the bottom end. We have Mothership, fairly introductory level 24. We had noted earlier, it really is mostly a form check and a little bit of a light stamina check, but not to the same extent as William Tell or some other neighbors like Got the Rhythm that we keep seeing this weekend. Other side is the 25 of the card draw. Every level range is guaranteed to appear. 25 plus is like a single bucket, so you're usually going to see one or two 25 plus charts. And then Dolphin Talk is kind of more of a low ball for difficulty for a 23. At least for overall stamina, timing-wise, it's very, very syncopated and super swingy, and you're going to see that in Game 1 here, it looks like.
So some secret insider knowledge. I did see Swagman practicing Dolphin Talk on the warm-up cab earlier today.
Ooh.
So I think he was trying to nail down
Those
a chart
24th swing
and
gallops.
pull up that pocket pick there with it fresh in his mind here.
That makes sense.
It's good use of warm-up.
Also
Make sure
I'm
you've got it...
Welcome back, Senpai. Yeah, so the as the 23, you know, it doesn't take a lot of energy. Mostly, it's about the timing of those 24th swing gallops.
Yeah.
Those purple and pink notes that you be seeing.
There are two little 30-second bursts later
right.
on in the song, and one purple note that might feel a little out of place, but does go to the music, and it's a little tricky to hit.
Yeah, and you also have to be careful of phrases like that, which sort of deviate away from just the usual swing pattern the rest of the song follows. Also, those centers plus up and down gallops, they're a really strong form check. And if you're the kind of player that needs to reposition to hit that, you have to be mindful of that swing timing and your positioning, and at least, personally speaking, that can be difficult to keep locked into the white window.
Big agree.
But yeah.
Yeah, I think Swagman currently has 2 perfects right now, to Paranoia Boy 0. So,
All right, Paranoia Boy goes
30-second burst.
late on the 30-second burst, but he's still in it.
And Swagman also picked up, I think, a perfect on that first burst. Oh,
Paranoia Boy goes late on the other 30-second burst, so now Swagman's in the lead with less than 5% of the chart remaining.
if Swagman can keep it.
oh,
And he does.
With
14 points.
Let me tell you about the funky dolphin.
With more perfects, too. Unfortunately, Paranoia Boy hitting quite a few late perfects there.
So if you're
Yeah.
joining late, remember, perfect is like 7 secret windows. And if you go late, you're getting less points. So you want to be as close to that white line as possible.
That perfect be a little finicky mistress. If you are not right in that tight timing, you can be eating a lot of points, as we saw there.
Yeah, we mentioned this before, but in case anyone didn't hear, the sub window for the yellow perfects can grant you as much as 98% of
I think
the
it's
score
just
for
90,
an arrow.
90%.
90%
Yeah.
of the score of an arrow, or it can net you about 40% of an arrow score at the lowest value, which is basically almost an early at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So it's there's actually quite a bit of variation in that window.
Yep. And we saw that coming into effect there, giving Swagman the advantage on his pocket pick. He did pocket pick it, so we expect him to win that one. But
It was close, though.
it was
That
pretty
was-
close. I mean, anything that you pick against Paranoia Boy is gonna be close, right?
0-1. Close, though. Well, let's see if we can make it a little closer with 1-1 as Paranoia Boy's going to his protect. My life is so crazy.
And this crazy is right when you're talking about this chart.
To these players, it's just their lives.
I mean, it's one of the earlier 24s.
Fast chart.
Very fast. Lots of stuff going on. Lots of center buttons, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, this is a fairly center-heavy wild chart.
This was back when we didn't know what we were doing.
Couple of really long 16th runs as well here.
That's true. And there's a slowdown. Hopefully, it doesn't affect these players too much. But
Yeah, this is fairly simplistic as far as slowdowns go, but you just don't want to be losing unnecessary points like Paranoia Boy there did, hitting a jump blade,
Yep.
Just got to make sure your quarter note timing is spot on. But still well within the margin of error. Scores are flickering, coming up to another quick little stop and a cheeky
the
lift.
Oh,
Ooh.
Swagman misses that lift here.
And gave it the lead back over to Paranoia Boy. With the
Little foot switch there.
foot switch jacks.
You
So
just have to
one-
make sure before that resolves, you've got your other foot tapping it out to follow the pattern accordingly. Otherwise, you're going to be twisted around like a pretzel. Then you hit a mine for point loss. That doesn't feel good.
Tough 16th run there. Swagman picking up early, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of middle buttons there. You want to keep your form tight.
He gallops off of center. That's brutal.
Yeah, I think this is going to Paranoia Boy.
Just make sure you hit that last little lift.
Oh,
Paranoia Boy missed
that
the
could have
lift,
been
but-
Not the
dangerous.
lift.
But Swagman had already hit a mine, got the early, got those lots of perfects. That was going to Paranoia Boy either way.
Hey, 7 perfects is pretty clean. I think that would have been pretty close to a 99.9 if not for a funny little triangle showing right at the end.
Yeah.
Who would win, an Expert Step Maniacs player or one little triangle?
One lifty boy.
One lifty boy.
But yeah, so now we're going back over to Swagman for his pick. Both players have already won their protect or
Mhm.
pocket pick. So now we got whatever's left in the draw. What are we seeing?
This is such an interesting spread of charts. All right, I'm seeing the S for Sub-Zero.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, it's the lowest difficulty chart in the draw. So perhaps Swagman is going for the... Both of us are probably going to get 1 or 2 perfects, and hopefully I get the lower number of perfects.
Yeah, my armchair commentator analysis here is Sub-Zero, I think, is like the most unremarkable of these charts, if you will. It's got some syncopation.
That's true.
It's kind of the sort of chart where it gets a little more difficult as it goes along, as it varies up the patterns it throws at you.
Mhm.
But I don't think anything in here is particularly distinct, if you will. Every other chart I feel is distinct in some manner. Sub-Zero really, I think, will mostly just be a timing check and an awareness check. Make sure you're not falling asleep at the wheel after just hitting a relatively basic eighth note stream. You can see a little bit of syncopation in there thrown in, and after that bit, they start switching it up. Similar melody, but now you have a little gallop thrown in.
Yep, those little gallops at the end. Kind of make sure you got tight timing there. Swagman picking up his first yellow. Yep, it's really just this syncopation here. It's not too tough, but it's easy to mess up your timing here.
You'll see, like, it follows one manner of patterning for a little bit, and then kind of switches it up on you. keeping that same sort of syncopation, but incorporating a change, going back to the standard 8th note pattern, but now throwing in step jumps. Now we switch it up again, you know, kind of introducing you to these individual patterns and then piecing them together a little so differently just to keep you on your toes.
And we have the scores kind of going back and forth here. They're maybe about 100 points away from each other.
We're entering the last 25% of the song.
They're getting a little more gallopy.
Yep, there's
Paranoia Boi is
more notes here.
tentatively holding on to a lead.
We did get a yellow perfect, but he seals it. One yellow perfect.
One.
Yep, it was as I said, the 1 to 4. You gotta hope you get the 1, but it went to Paranoia Boi.
Huh.
I mean, he's consistent.
And I believe, we're still going here.
Yep.
2 to 1.
2 to 1.
2-1.
So
What's Swagman going for here?
What can you pick at this point?
I would say DMT or Mothership are probably the easiest of this poll right now.
Right,
I would agree.
but that didn't work for him on Sub-Zero. So
True.
Yeah, I don't know if you really want to take Paranoia Boi the Mothership. I think you're handing him a low perfect count or even a completely clean score without too much...
looks like they're trying to find
Looks like we're going for a sign. In my opinion, quite a tricky 23.
Very bold to pick a song and then see that your opponent's got the machine record on the turn. So I guess we now know Paranoia Boi's approximate familiarity with this chart on this cabinet.
You're like, yeah, I think I could beat you on that. Scroll over. Oh, you've got 1 on this machine.
Could I change my selection, please?
I really want to go to Mothership now.
I mean, there's a good chance that both these players have APCs on this chart. Both being pretty high on the wild leaderboards. So.
Oh yeah, especially Swagman, who's a leaderboard fiend. He's been grinding for APCs.
Yep. Yeah, but this song goes, I want to say, 156 beats per minute, which is fairly fast. It feels faster.
Yes.
Than it is.
Yeah, the real defining part of the song comes in more towards the end with a gallop pattern that has you twisting off of the center panel and really checks your footwork and especially how flexible your hips are. Both players are off to a rip-roaring start though. Nice and clean coming up to the chorus here.
Good amount of center panel stuff overall though as well.
Just about everybody double steps this section. It can technically be crossed over. I don't know anyone who actually does that.
Yeah. As far as 23 patternings go, this is not that particularly intense or difficult, but now that we're going to get out of the chorus and more towards the back half of the song, here's where the fun really begins.
Ooh, yeah. Those center buttons can really get you. You got to keep it tight.
Yeah, you have to twist one way or the other. It looks like Swagman is choosing to double step them. Really bold. Yeah, he's double stepping them.
Are you kidding me?
By twisting his foot behind him like a cross under and then double stepping with a crossed under foot. I can't even be mad at the fact that he has the combo coming in there.
That is insane.
Just keep it together here.
It's like I'm looking down at his camera.
And he gets it. 37 points.
I'm looking down at his feet on the player camera to make sure I understand the pattern correctly. And I see there's one foot behind the other doing a little teppy tap. And I'm like, why are you double stepping that? That works?
And here again, we have another example of the higher perfect count winning. You can see some of Paranoia Boi's yellows on that graph there, a little far out.
I think probably on those twisty center button bursts.
Yeah, Swagman keeping it a little tighter overall to nail that win.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, just Paranoia Boi's yellows are further out from the line.
Since we have had one pocket pick in this draw, that means each player gets one chart to eliminate, which means...
remember exactly what we got rid of, but...
I think it's the leftmost chart gets picked if there's multiple charts by the end of this. Yeah.
That's right.
So
we're going DMT, well, 23.
Like DMT.
That rhymed.
Yep.
Well, DMT will be fascinating. I don't think we've seen it yet today, and this is
I
a
don't think
newer
so.
chart too.
It is fairly new. I think. Wait.
Wait.
What?
Surprise!
Huh?
Wait. What?
Hmm? Were we incorrect on the rules?
Did it change? That wasn't how it worked before. Somebody got 2 eliminations?
Well, regardless, looks like we're playing Mothership.
Okay, well, I mean, we have talked about Mothership quite a few times, but I don't think we've actually seen it.
No,
it's been played a few times, I think.
actually,
At
I
least
think-
once.
I think I've been on the desk when we talked about Mothership
Okay.
earlier, so
I believe it.
well,
I
we'll
was
go
probably
ahead and
eating or something.
cover it again for the watching audience at home. So, Mothership, fairly straightforward 24, largely stamina-oriented, and a very significant form check as its runs are largely focused on center panel turns.
Right. It's
Um,
all about those center panels. They're not difficult, though. That's the interesting thing about them.
Yeah, you
A lot
still
of-
have to be mindful, though, because you could be like Spencer, who picks up an early and concedes game 1 to Jimbo as a result of that, but we'll see
Right.
how these players do. Paranoia Boy starts off just a little late on one of those perfects, so
Starts off with a couple perfects. That's not where you want to be on an easy chart like this.
that's exactly where Swagman wants to be, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's the first of the extended 16th runs beginning now.
If you are not an SMX player, then these might be difficult because there are so many center buttons. It's possible to get earlies, but anybody who's well versed in SMX, like Paranoia Boy, like Swagman,
Yeah, you get a break here, but you don't want to fall asleep. Jimbo picked up a late perfect and had him running behind Spencer until Spencer picked up his early during that break, but a little more syncopated step jumps into spin.
technically a spin. I've never seen anyone
Now
spin.
you get a little bit of a reprisal of earlier patterns coming into our second extended 16th run now, twisting off of center.
Yeah, this one is definitely a little bit trickier to do. You do have to be on your toes there.
Syncopation is a little tough here.
You have to be very mindful of how you time those broken up jumps. Paranoia Boy is still picking up some yellows, but there's going to be one center up pattern right at the end here. Really strong form check. Both players are going to nail it, though. Swagman's going to
And
close it out for game 5.
Swagman takes it.
He eliminated Paranoia Boy. Paranoia Boy is no longer in this tournament.
He's out at what? 5th?
5th place?
This-
That's crazy.
This does not match all other tournaments that have happened.
That is
in the past.
insane, dude. That's an upset, double upset.
Great matches.
The first we've seen. This is, I think, Paranoia Boy's lowest tournament placement since we've had SMX
I think
tournaments.
so, yeah.
That's the lowest I've ever seen him place since I started attending and commentating tournaments, which was last year's Red October.
This is crazy.
Absolutely yeah.
insane.
Now, let's keep in mind, although Paranoia Boy's making a seemingly uncharacteristic early exit from singles, he did win doubles yesterday.
Yeah.
That's true.
He won that fall tournament in convincing fashion.
Very much so. Yes.
That's true. We do love you, Tony.
We love Tony. Love that boy. That
You are a
Paranoia
pillar
Boy.
of our competitive community, and we are glad to have you.
Absolutely. So
But give it
now,
up. Give it up for Swagman making what
Yeah.
feels like an non-frequent appearance for tournaments, coming out here to Vegas and putting on quite a show.
Truly unprecedented. I mean, of course, he did place very well in last year's Red October. I believe somewhere around 4th, I want to say.
I think he was definitely top 4, and I think he had a strong showing in full as well. I know he was in singles for sure. I don't remember full from last year, but
Yeah, I'm not
I
sure.
don't really
about
think
full,
he's
but,
been to much in the way of other events since, though.
But
Someone
yeah.
can correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't remember seeing Swagman in any other SMX events, but either way, incredible showing from him so far, knocking out Paranoia Boy. Moving on to losers semifinal, but we got to figure out his opponent. So next up, we've got HINTZ versus Masongos. Masongos?
I think it's Mason Goes. Mason Goss. It's in our sheet, and I
player-
always forget.
Player information sheet. Save me. Mason Ghost, like dose or close.
Oh, like Dose.
But I
Mason
think,
Ghosts. Okay.
Ghost. He'd be ghosting.
based on the pronunciation note, it says, I think it's easy, but Mason is okay too.
Yes.
So, Mason.
We be Masoning. All right, so HINTZ versus Mason.
I don't think that's correct. I admire your attempt, but I don't think that's correct. So, Mr. Mason. Not a frequent player these days at the game. He hasn't been playing too much. He has been contending with the wrist injury. You'll see him wearing a brace on the one wrist. Despite that, having not played and evidently being injured, playing really well today.
Yeah.
He's chilling in top 8, and he's going up against HINTZ, who got knocked down into losers by Jimbo, who's been on his tear as of late.
Historically, HINTZ really top player in tournaments. I think historically he's gotten like top 4 quite often.
Oh yeah.
HINTZ is very, very capable of playing at the absolute peak of this game. I have seen unfathomably impressive scores from HINTZ, including the one night he seems to have one shot go 60 go wild.
Yeah, he said his previous best was 10 perfects. He went
APCs.
He went straight from 10 perfects to an APC.
I believe
on go 60 go.
And now it's not like there's many people in the world who can say they have more than one 24 APC, but to go from stars to go 60 go is a bit of a jump.
That's just insane.
So he's got potential to be potentially truly one of the best players.
So you're saying I need to one-shot go 60 go as well to be the second person to go from stars to go 60 go.
Clearly it's possible.
If
not
you
outside the realm of possibility.
all of you out there watching this VOD, watching the stream, if you don't have any 24 APCs yet, you could be the second person.
You could. All right, but getting
like
ready.
Warm up here.
Yeah.
Getting warm up on Hispanic Panic. Probably a half song warm up. So what is happening on player 1? HINTZ getting a couple misses on left. I hope it's not that arrow giving him some trouble.
Well, we talk a lot about HINTZ being a god gamer when it comes to Step Maniacs, but let's also talk about another incredible talent of his, maintaining these pads.
Yes.
Our designated pad technician who's been helping to triage and make sure that everything is in working order so we don't have any hardware interruptions in our sets, which so far today I think we've done pretty good, save for I need to swap out a PCB frame.
Yep, I mean, if you own a cab, you have to do maintenance on it every once in a while, even though it gets less play than arcade cabs, like this one here. Just owning one in general is going to give you lots of knowledge, and HINTZ has taken upon himself to fully grasp and understand all of the inner workings of a cab, make sure he understands exactly what he's doing when he's fiddling around with those sensors, because it's very easy to completely ruin your pads if you just mod them in without the proper knowledge of how to do so.
But HINTZ knows his stuff, and so I'm excited to see him pull out a cool set. I hope he got the mental reset he needed after that unfortunate 3-0 against Jimbo.
Yeah,
he's a strong player, and I think he's got potential to make it all the way to the end as well.
So does Mason.
Yeah, great skill, great depth of knowledge, and really one of the few people I'd trust in the greater competitive scene with a blood rush pocket pick, which he had pulled out earlier. Unfortunate that it played out the way it did, but he was cooking for a moment. So game 1, your own destiny.
Yeah, so I assume this is Mason's pick. I think he's the lower seed. Not totally sure about that, but
HINTZ is shaking his head off of an early miss.
Yeah, but I believe Mason also got a missed lift. So neither player clean at the moment. Ooh, missed lift from HINTZ. Yeah, Mason just a little bit ahead right now. About 500 points, I want to say.
Yeah, as we've seen before with this chart, it's very backloaded in difficulty with the syncopated center panel turns, so far from over, HINTZ has got plenty of room to recover. Certainly the kind of player who can hit that pattern under pressure, so see what happens coming into the second half.
Yeah, most of this 8th note run is pretty straightforward for players of this level. Got a lot of jumps and stuff thrown in there to make it a little bit trickier. Oh,
Yeah,
God.
both players are picking up some erroneous judgments there. Kind of evening the playing field a bit, although it looks like Mason's slowly building his way to a 1,000-point lead.
Now, the real test, though, is going to be this crazy syncopated section of 16s right at the end here. With all those center panels thrown in.
Yeah, it looks like both players are occasionally rushing a set or two here and there, but keep it pretty tight. Mason is locked in with the 99-4.
Interesting thing, 2 misses from HINTZ's side. I don't think it would have made a difference because Mason was quite tight. But you know, with the missed lift and the messed up hold, it's close, and it would have been even closer. But HINTZ gets his pick now.
Let's
having lost
let's see what he's
song.
thinking about. And by the way, we didn't get a chance to talk about this card draw, and I
Yes.
just noticed something. He's got a protect down on Why Don't You?
Why would you protect? Why don't you?
If you're confident on it, I think that's a great protect because that chart is so hard.
I think
do
we're
be
going
nasty.
there.
We're going.
One of the, if not the hardest 22 in the game.
I would agree with that. It is definitely. It's got some stuff going on.
If you thought your own destiny was going to form check you super hard on center earlies, wait until you see what this chart has in store for you.
Yeah, it does have, being one of the, I believe this was a launch chart.
I
One
think
of the
so.
first charts in the game.
This chart has been around for quite a while, and it's worth noting that Step Maniacs has 7, possibly approaching 8 years of charting history embedded in it, and as the game iterates, the charting team has changed their approach, they've changed personnel, the philosophies are different, and so Why Don't You, I think, kind of falls into this category where it feels almost like you're playing a very different game, but for someone like HINTZ who specializes in execution on these really challenging charts like Go 60 Go, I think this is right up his alley and a really great ability and knowledge check, especially something that's rated as low as this is. So remember, this is around 170 BPM, so it's appreciably fast. Similar speed to Your Own Destiny, even.
Very true.
It's the same speed, actually.
Yeah, this part is a little misleading because of all the holds.
Ooh, no.
HINTZ getting in early there. It can be difficult to read because of the holds.
It's like a very old, like, in the groove style charting decision where it's like those long holds sort of are used to enforce the pattern to follow. But you got some really tricky gallops here going up on center. Look at Mason starting to stream mistakes in those.
Yeah, you could see his like body shifting.
We've shifted to HINTZ here.
Especially
in the
those
lead.
really extended up center and down center runs, which you need to be in just the right form to execute on. So Mason's still picking up some off judgments there,
Yeah,
giving HINTZ a more appreciable lead to work with coming into the outro of this chart.
In my opinion, the hardest part is at the very end. The very last run has a lot of center panel, and it's
You've got
really
one
easy to mess up. in.
particularly
Yeah.
brutal twist coming up in the very last run of the song.
It's coming.
And he takes it. Oh,
Don't forget
there we
that
go.
lift.
Don't forget
Don't
the lift.
that lift.
The lift.
Pretty clean end run for HINTZ there.
But yeah,
I
Good-
cannot.
good choice.
look at that graph.
I cannot understate how incredible 13-1 early is on Why Don't You in a tournament setting.
That is just nuts. But yeah. HINTZ taking that one, which means it is Mason's pick. He still has his protect of critical hit. And there's plenty of other very interesting charts.
I
that
feel
we-
like that's probably where we're going.
Yep, that's where we're
Uh-huh.
going. Yep. There's plenty of other interesting charts in this draw that we'll see at least one of. Soapy Bubble, another very old style chart written by Demo. Very ITG tech type of chart. Busted out a very ITG tech, but with SMX flavor. Oh, right, with all the foot switches on
Yeah,
center.
I'm now realizing that the remainder of this draw is very, very technical.
Mm-hmm. Busted Out, typically people feel is an easier 24, but the
goes fairly
technique, it's a slow chart, but you need good foot switch technique, and like it's all technique.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a low arrow, low speed kind of chart, but
I would
very
say
technical.
similar things in that you need great technique for critical hit here.
Yes.
Ooh, very true.
Yeah, critical hit's got a charting style that's very reminiscent of something like Stepmania's International Timing League tournament, focusing on those crazy tech charts. You know, lots of applications of very flowy crossovers and foot switch patterns. So long as you're alternating feet perfectly between every step, everything's going to work out well. But it's going to twist you around like a pretzel, and if you deviate from the plan, you are going to get punished. All right, HINTZ is not happy about missing the bracket there, but
Those brackets are tough. They're corner brackets.
so much of the technique is enforced with mines here that if you're not following the plan perfectly, you are going to get punished for it. So there's plenty of room for HINTZ to make up that mistake now, going into these foot switch chains.
And
They
those
look-
30-second bursts, too.
Yeah, you have to be able to read and context switch what you're doing very quickly in these patterns to hit them appropriately. Like this foot switch chain right there.
Ooh, that is nasty. Ooh, picking up some earlies from
Yeah,
HINTZ.
not very clean on the burst there.
Yep,
Yeah,
I
held
mean,
miss on
this-
the burst.
This is why Mason protected it. He has confidence in his ability to execute this style of chart.
And if all that challenging 16th syncopation, rapid bursting wasn't enough for you, here's a little swing solo right at the end of the song with some quirky quantization you have to follow. Mason knows it, and he's going to close it out with a solid 99-3.
99-3.
Good.
And that
stuff.
98 on HINTZ side is nothing to sneeze at, but
Yep, 98 is an incredible score, but Mason was clean on that. 22 perfects.
Yeah, not even missing any of the rolls or anything. No
Mhm.
mines, no rolls.
Yep, absolutely no change. No earlies, no lates, misses.
you
Missed
love to
lifts
see a
or-
chart like that just executed.
That's
Nice and
how
clean.
you're supposed to do it. So if you're looking at critical hit and you're like, what the heck am I supposed to do here? Watch that.
That's it.
That's
yeah.
it. That's how you do it.
Well, you can watch that, or you can watch one of my favorite dance game videos, which is Dante securing the world's first absolute perfect combo on critical hit, complete with a pop-off legendary for the ages. Just make sure you turn your volume down while you're studying the footwork at the end.
Yep. All right, so moving to low workout. Yeah, this is this. Yeah, I think you do some workouts on this one.
So this one is mostly 8s, but there's lots of crossovers and a bit of twistiness. You got to make sure you're starting in the right direction for every little chunk.
Right.
It throws in a couple 16th runs in the middle, but overall, it's more about being in the right direction or, being a double step god.
Yeah, low workout's appreciably twisty, and it's not just in those eighth note sections between the very punctuated synth stabs where you have to bracket mash 3 or even 4 panels at once. So you're going to see something a little cute right at the end of the chart.
It's a very fun song, very fun chart. I really like it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we're going to start early with center panel stuff here, making sure that your form is good. HINTZ has got it. He's got those turns down pat. So here you go.
Yep, there's those crossovers.
Crossovers, you need a little punctuated blast of music. You got to hit 3 panels at once.
Yeah, lots of 3-panel jumps interspersed.
More crossovers.
But yeah, certainly you're not obliged to follow the pattern. Neither player is really doing it as intended in place to place. HINTZ occasionally crosses over. Mason's
some-
pretty consistently sticking to double stepping.
It's definitely possible to double step it because it doesn't go. It's just 8th notes, so even though it's a fairly fast song, you can definitely still do it.
The foot speed requirement to double tap is not significant.
Yeah.
Right.
In the grand scheme of things, that is. It takes a lot of energy to double tap, 170-ish BPM.
Right. It really depends on how confident you are in it, in keeping your timing, because it can kind of throw you off if you're using the same foot multiple times as opposed to alternating feet.
All right, coming up on the last slap.
All right.
Great
Hintz
work,
keeps it
Hintz.
tight. Both getting a 6-star.
Wow. All right, I'm out.
Not
See
even
ya.
gonna let him to finish the set.
Goodbye,
All
SenPi.
Everybody say bye, SenPi.
We will miss you dearly.
SenPi.
Hello.
And we got Eesa, the double step queen herself.
I was gonna
Wait.
let him finish the set.
No, he's gone.
No, if he's out, he's out. And in, we got Eesa. How's it going, Eesa?
Oh, it's okay. I did okay today. You know, when I played Your Own Destiny and I got 99.4, and you know,
That's
so
spicy.
I feel like I'm gamer compared to the scores they got here.
Yeah. I mean, that's a spicy score right there. By the way, everybody's been complimenting you on your pants.
Yes, thank you. I gotta make everyone go blind. Look at it, people. Yeah.
Congratulations to Hintz for winning a soapy bubble with the power of his mind, and Mason for winning delirium also with the power of his mind.
But you know what? I played Black Magic just so you guys could see the double step action.
Nice.
I don't think it was even on stream actually, though.
It might not have been.
So, continuing with our trend here of techie charts, we're going up against a busted out run.
3-3. Yeah, somebody incorrectly notated what happened there on the.
It's
Oh,
being corrected.
It's because they were doing the ban out thing, so.
Yeah. So that's
so
how they won.
Soapy Bubble and Delirium were banned, which means we are taking it to Busted Out for song 5. That's how I like to do. We like to bust it out.
Let's see who's gonna bust out the win for game 5.
Yeah, this one's not that techy, though, because it's so slow that you could easily just, like, cheese everything in it.
Do you just double step everything?
I do some of it. I do the crossover in the beginning.
Okay.
Why not?
Okay. Now I do think
It's so slow that
I'm-
like you might.
And
as
I do
well
like
the
most
tag.
of the foot switches, but you don't even have to do all of the foot switches. Even the ones with bombs, you can just like go fast, float around. It's fine.
now I would agree with Isa's assessment that you can double step quite a fair bit of busted out, but you still need to be mindful of the mine placement and the brackets throughout.
You can definitely double step the fun crossover part. Sometimes I do it for real just because it's so fun. Like after the middle, it's like the advanced crossovers or laterals, whatever you guys want to call them.
Yeah, busted out's got like a left, center, right style crossovers. I wonder if we're gonna see Hintz actually execute those as intended, as he there's a similar pattern in Arcade Run, which I have seen him execute really clearly.
But we're
Yep.
picking up some perfects already.
Ooh,
Still
the
pretty
brackets.
close. Yeah, the brackets. Gonna be nervous about if those get hit.
And the 24th bursts, foot switches.
Yeah. All right, Hintz comes into the lead with this little
So after
break.
this slow
Break.
break, it's a very fun crossover section, but it's so easy to cheat since how slow it is. But yeah, look at that. It's fun stuff.
Oh, with the center button as part of the crossover? What?
Yeah, it looks like both players are electing to double step rather than following the
Yeah,
pattern.
as expected.
Yeah, I would not try to double step a
Just-
center button crossover.
Do whatever you need to do to stay within the white perfect window.
Yep, I mean, Hintz picking up some yellows, but he's got about
And
a 400
this
points
one-
lead. No,
this
no
one, the
miss.
foot
That miss is
Nothing
making me
miss.
so nervous.
This one fit switch right there where you have to hit it 4 times on the drum roll. But they both got it.
All right,
He cleared it.
Hintz,
Wow.
you're scaring me with that dropped note.
He dropped it down to 100 point lead. Ugh. Yeah,
But yeah, you can see that you could see before he got rid of it right away that some of Mason's perfects were a little far
he's
off.
like, don't look at that. Don't look at that graph because
I
it
think
was a
that
little
his far off
wide.
perfects were in like the section before the break
Right
where
yeah.
there's the more brackets.
Mhm.
Man,
the
I would.
bracket runs.
You know, Hintz had dropped game 3, Blood Rush on his pocket pick against Jimbo off of a miss on a foot switch, and so seeing another miss pop out at the end of Busted Out, I'm like, Hintz, you're still gold. Please keep your mental together. Do not explode. Do not explode.
Yeah.
But he did not.
Oh, and that's one of those things. Another super tight game 5. We've had 3 game 5s in a row. Just
Yeah.
driving me crazy.
But you know,
man.
Hintz can be proud of himself now because he just punched the ticket to guaranteed top 4. So
Top
Worst case
4.
scenario, he comes out 4th, and that's a placement to be proud of.
Yeah. Oh boy. All right.
All right, so HINTZ Swagman coming up.
Yep. We've got HINTZ Swagman. The winner of that will face Spencer, and the loser of final, and the winner of that will go on to face Jimbo for the grand finals.
Yeah, HINTZ Swagman, I don't know. Luke has seemed pretty on fire today.
That's true. I mean, he eliminated
eliminated Paranoia Boi.
Paranoia Boi. Paranoia Boi. Yo.
Yeah.
Yo.
Congratulations, HINTZ, on outplacing Paranoia Boi.
I mean, anybody... Yeah. If you're getting this far in a bracket this stacked, it's crazy. It's crazy, crazy times. So... I mean, just look at all the people we've lost
already.
already.
Have anything left, like pocket picks or anything?
That's true. I mean, I think we just saw, not in this one, but in the previous match, I think Swagman might have used his pocket pick against Paranoia Boi.
He did use his pocket pick for Dolphin Talk.
That's right. Yes, which he took, I think.
Yes, he took that game. Because Paranoia Boi went just a little too late on every 30-second burst in the song.
Right, yes, it was just the 30-second burst.
Just the 30 seconds.
That was it. Oh, man.
Pocket pick with surgical precision.
But yeah, I don't remember if HINTZ used his, but I just still think it's so insane that HINTZ got the 100 on Go 60 Go.
I believe HINTZ is down his pocket pick. I'm pretty certain he used that to invoke Blood Rush in his winner semi set against Jimbo.
That's right, against Jimbo, yes.
In fact, I actually believe we can check.
If we scroll down just enough, I think you might have passed it. Maybe?
There's a Blood Rush. No, it was just a Protect,
Oh.
it says on here.
Oh,
just-
yeah, that wasn't a...
So it just came up organically. HINTZ got an organic Blood Rush draw. We haven't seen another 26 since. So
That's right.
how has the only 26 appeared in like one of the first matches we
But
played in
HINTZ
top
did
8?
use a pocket pick for Blood Rush in a different tournament.
Oh yes, no.
So that's why we would think he might do it. But
No, he is.
But I didn't understand why he did that. I was like, shouldn't you just pocket pick Go 60 Go every time if you've 100'd it?
Yeah, I think for the top 8, we do 23 plus, and then the 26s and 25s are pooled together. There's only 3 26s, so
Yeah, 25 plus is pooled. I confirmed this with JellySlosh earlier.
yeah. So it makes sense that we haven't seen very much of them. It's fortunate or unfortunate for our players that we haven't seen any more since Blood Rush.
Well, I think we're still waiting on a Swagman HINTZ draw.
Yep, I think
So,
they're getting around. We're probably trying to find Swagman because HINTZ just came off the pads, so we haven't lost him yet. Players might be doing whatever, but we can talk about what we think we're going to see in the next few matches.
Well, now that we've clarified that HINTZ likely has not used his pocket pick yet, I bet he's probably pretty happy to have access to an emergency Go 60 Go or another choice of his choosing.
Or Blood Rush.
Or Blood Rush.
But
his
now that he
his
knows how
execution
good
was on
Jimbo
point.
is on Blood Rush.
Yeah.
Don't do it against Jimbo.
But
Oh, no. I mean, I think he could still pull it out against Jimbo if he makes it all the way to Grands, because he was up by a significant margin until he picked up misses in the foot switch chains at the
foot
end.
switch section,
And
yeah.
I feel like he gave up a little too early. I feel like he
yeah,
still
he
could have
could've
won.
come back because both of them were getting misses on the foot switches.
And it stays hard. It was still hard. It was still anything can happen zone.
Yeah, if you make it past the run in Blood Rush, don't stop. Don't stop until you're at the end, because it's
Like the end foot switches are not even easy because you have to move back and forth so much.
Yeah, I recently PB'd on it, and it's like sometimes it's switching on up, sometimes it's switching on down.
Yeah,
And
you
it-
have to go back and forth over and over.
It doesn't
and be
help
twisting.
that
Yeah.
maybe I'm using the wrong terminology here, but it's almost like the parity of those foot switches is a little bit off. You'll have like one chain resolve on down and resolve on up, or they'll twist one different way. It's not like an even mirrored pattern, you know.
Yeah.
You start paying attention to like how the foot switch change and critical hit and busted out go. They flow in a very specific manner.
Yeah,
Blood
they
Rush
usually go kind of like right to left.
Blood
or
Rush
something.
doesn't stick to that convention. It's a
Yeah.
very, very challenging
It'll go,
chart.
like-
That's why it's a tier above.
Yeah, it'll start like left, and then it'll go up, and then like left down, and then like back over to left or something. So
Yeah, if you follow it, it's a little more crooked compared to its lesser neighbors in the 25 and 24 folder.
But besides that, I don't know if Swagman. We don't really get to see if they do the whole re-roll thing. So I'm not sure if the players have their re-roll yet, or if they've used it yet. But each player during the tournament gets to re-roll the entire set of songs besides protected songs, and they also get to choose one song to re-roll that they can choose at some point during the tournament. And I think it just re-rolls that one song to a random song in the same difficulty range, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the same difficulty as what was.
Yeah, I think
or
it
what you're
just
replacing.
re-rolls to anything in the range.
Yeah.
And you can do it like after all the bands, so if there's still something you don't want to play,
You're like,
then you
get down out of here.
Mayhaps I should have used that a little more during my bracket run, but
Yeah.
after all, the tournament organizers have been very good about reminding players of their availability of actions. We
I
got
just used my pocket pick. But at least I won my pocket pick. Good feeling. Best song and chart.
Yep, that's how I feel. I was like, I pocket picked Sweet World, and I won Sweet World, and then I got eliminated with the rest of the songs.
I've never been more satisfied with a pocket pick than in full yesterday.
Yeah, I know. Well, we're all going to be practicing Galactical for
You-
next year.
You
Oh, you-
cost me $80. Yeah, that face.
You want me to get back on stream and cost you 80 more?
No, I do not. No, thank you.
I mean, talking about the rest of the top 16 we've seen today, I think everyone will be practicing Galactical regardless of whether I'm good at it or not, because I saw it come up at least 3 times
Right.
throughout top 16 today. We saw Jimbo pull it out. I saw another set pull it out. I think one set JJK played. It came out as a warm-up. So
Yeah, it is a 23, right? So we could potentially see it in this set.
So we got lots of Galactical. We've seen 2 runs of Mothership. We're really going to outer space with this tournament.
way up there.
Good thing I came dressed for the occasion.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, the
We're going to outer space.
Hey.
Come on, Zom. Where's your space gear?
Is my underwear?
Don't
Probably
do not show that on stream. Do not show that on stream.
But yeah, no. Swagman and HINTZ. I think Swagman might be more towards the like stamina top end kind of stuff. I know he likes to play stuff like max 428. So, which I
do
think
not-
we can technically see.
Do
right?
not remind me of how many times he
I
protected
mean,
that.
we've already seen Summer several times.
Yeah. So
Can we get a beginning? Can we get a little bit of a beginning?
that would be
Yeah, I
interesting.
haven't seen it yet.
Can we get a beginning or a Determinator? I think I'd be more excited to see the other 26s than 428. Only because 428 feels like walk-off territory with how readily even the best players can fail it on any given run.
Yeah, it's very similar to Blood Rush in that even players who are like 99ing 25s and stuff, on command all the time, you can still die. You can have both players die in the middle of the chart. You can't just pass it on command. It's not a thing.
No.
So if we see that in the draws, it will definitely be a polarizing pick. Yeah.
And it's so hard to put time into improving it, too, because it's just so tiring.
Yeah. It's not like you can just like play it back to back like, "Oh, no, I messed up that section. I got it in my brain now. I can do it again this time." You're like, "Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, well, I know that for next week when I try it again." Yeah.
We have quite a long intermission going on here. I wonder if something's going on, like we're doing pad maintenance or some other preparation.
Yep, I can see it.
Okay.
Yep, we got it there.
Pads are being tweaked a little.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing a miss or two on the player one side. I thought it was on left, though. I don't remember seeing anything on down.
I think HINTZ has been having pads haunted.
Pads haunted.
Pads haunted.
Yeah. I mean,
well, that's all good and fine. You know, I think we've been enjoying your little Red October podcast at the moment.
Yep.
After all, this tournament's been out of this world.
Mm-hmm. Out of this world. Ooh, we even got Cydia over here. How you doing, Cydia?
I'm doing all right. Just
You know,
walking around.
we have another microphone. We can bring that online.
That's true. Do you want to get mic'd up?
Production? Can we get
It's on the floor over there.
It's not really on the floor. It's on the.
It's on the table.
On the table.
Oh, look out! You can.
Right.
Yeah, put it down first. Pull up a chair.
There we go. There we go. All right, we're gonna need to scoot your booch. Scoot yourselves over.
Let's make some room for our esteemed member of the Quadcast.
The esteemed ham of this chat.
All right.
How's it going, chat?
Great. Cydia over here, our resident photographer. Have you gotten any good shots today, Cydia?
Well, it's a little bit tough because the machines are put in a position where there's not really a way to sit in a good angle without either being extremely distracting or like on top of them.
Right, because you want to get their faces. You want to get the front of the players, not their booties shaking on you.
It's a pretty good hoodie. Lightning knows what's up.
But you got a lot of great pictures from the Naoki concert last night.
Yeah, I got some really good ones. If anyone is in the Step Maniacs Discord, I've posted a couple links there. If anyone's, I believe I also posted it in the Red Note Discord and also my photo Twitter at Cydia Photo.
Mm-hmm.
So if anyone, there's some really good shots from that last night. So
if you missed it, you gotta check that out.
They're pretty crazy.
It was hype as heck.
Crazy hype.
Yeah. But what's everybody's plans after this? Do we have any after parties going on? No.
If there is, I've not been invited, which is very rude of them.
Putting food in my face.
I could go for a late dinner and a little post-event soiree myself.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go get a massage because I am tensed up after all these game 5s.
I got a buffalo chicken wrap burning in my system. I got the energy to carry us all the way to the end of the event. But I'm going to have to wait a little bit before I go for something else.
I've got about 2,500 photos to edit, so we're going to have to...
Oh, here
I
we
think
go.
they're going to be
stuff.
Oh, brother.
Let's go.
Oh, brother.
Oh, it's happening. All right, let's get this card draw
They better not ban
on
this
screen
out, right?
just so
They're
we
gonna
can
ban it.
see.
All I'm going to say is we got 2 vetoes on the table.
Yeah.
We got to see this
We
card
have
draw.
2 vetoes on the table. If there's a card in here that I'm going to be genuine about...
Oh, yeah.
Protect. Let's
All right,
go.
we gotta get this card draw. Come on.
Swagman.
Protect it. Let's go.
All right, for those of you watching at home, coming into our loser semifinals match, Swagman has protected Max 428 Wild, the highest
why you take
rated
first protect.
Wild chart in the game.
That is why you take.
Even
Wait.
if they want to re-roll it all, it's not going to happen.
The HINTZ pocket pick is coming out.
Ooh.
What's it going to be?
Go
That's
60,
right.
go.
That's right. That's what I said. This should be his pocket pick every time if he got 100 on it.
HINTZ wants to go 60 go to losers finals.
This is going to be a
60
match.
go. This is insane. I mean, because obviously we got Max 420 over there.
This is the grimiest card draw I've seen this tournament.
Like we've talked about Max 428. That's nasty. Go 60 go. We talked about HINTZ's APC on it. That's a nasty chart. But look at the other stuff.
Can they still get
in this
22s?
draw. I think 22s are out. In
Oh.
top 4, it's just 23 plus.
Okay, so it's just 23, and they only got one 23.
Yep. So we banned. What did we ban?
I'm not sure, but this draw is still something else.
Nothing has been banned. I don't
No,
think.
one thing got banned. Two things got banned.
Okay, Melancholy Vision is gone.
Oh,
Lame. I'm a big
That's like
Melancholy
my
Vision
favorite
fan.
Naoki chart.
I love
Song
Melancholy
SWAGMAN.
Vision.
I love the saving of winter and summer, though.
Okay, we got winter and summer, which we got to talk about the dichotomy of winter and summer. Summer is when you go stream all the time. You 16ths at 185 beats per minute.
Really are in autumn, sitting right on the vernal equinox between two seasons. We got summer in the morning and winter at night with this Las Vegas weather. All that heat escapes the desert. I need a jacket for the evenings.
And winter is when it goes 165, which is fast. It is fast. It's not as fast as summer, but it is fast. And you got twisty turns all the way up and down the entire chart. Oh my gosh.
So I think the most merciful thing here, assuming that HINTZ is the lower seed, which I think he is, he has first pick, which means he doesn't have to go straight into 428. We're going to go somewhere else first. I don't think he's going to go straight into Go 60 Go. No way he goes straight into his opponent's Protect, especially when it's that chart. So I'm wondering where we begin this set, because my money's going to be on Dance being the easiest thing in the chart to kind of ease into things. Everything else is kind of a brutal launching point.
I would definitely say Dance is by
Mozart's
far.
back isn't too bad. I mean,
It's not too bad, but it is 169 nice BPM streams. There's so much 16th verse in that song.
And Mozart's back's got some really nasty syncopation. You got to really use your brain on that. They're hovering winter, which is making me a little uncomfortable. We're not doing winter
let's
game
go.
now,
No, I mean, this doesn't have a 1 on beginner, so it can't be a song that is selected automatically when you start up the cab.
I've seen all manner of things come up in the random first song. I think if you're logged in, it can be anything. I feel like beginner ones only is a very no account kind of. I haven't tested this.
well, they're just choosing their warm-up song right now.
That's true. They need to warm. If we're going into winter, summer, 428, Go 60, please warm up first.
Okay. All right.
JellySlosh
JellySlosh has beamed down information to us. Mozart is back is first.
It's chill enough.
When Mozart is back is like one of the chillest songs in the whole draw. You know you're in for a wild card draw, a whole match of pain.
So we're warming up with Yevon Polka. Any Hatsune Miku fans in chat?
Get that
Obvious, not exactly Hatsune Miku.
I love
Any Green Onion fans?
I
in
love
chat?
the rotating green onion lady. She is my favorite anime.
Has anybody actually tried the edit of this, the 27 that is just 16th stream the entire time?
I think it's a 28.
Isn't it 28? It's literally just left, right, 16th towers the entire time.
I love the humor behind
I just
it,
say
but
no to that.
there's a little bit of a missed opportunity not putting a roll through the pause to force you to keep going.
Right.
As it stands, you in that edit just continue to drill in place and it resolves, but you don't actually have to keep drilling it.
HINTZ finally picked up his first yellow perfect. I think this is technically only a half song warm up, but players do not have to stop if they still have an APC, which...
Come on, Swagman, join the elite ranks of people who APC their warm-ups, like myself.
HINTZ just walking off.
We'll
That's
see if this
fine.
last 16th run stays white.
Yo!
Dang!
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy.
All right, so Swagman got the warm-up APC, I got the warm-up APC. I'm about as good as this guy, right?
Okay, Swagman, calm down.
All right, I guess he's warm.
Now, it is very possible that, he uses all of his luck on that APC,
I'm sure that's what
If
HINTZ
we-
is hoping.
if we consider luck a finite resource.
You're gonna run out of that luck stat.
Perhaps it may be a finite resource, but I think some people have it in spades. So we'll see. All right, we're doing
Okay, somebody tell Jelly that he's not allowed to test pads because he just like stomps every time. He has like the loudest play style I've ever heard. Like anytime he's going for like high accuracy, he's just pow, 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 pow.
I mean, that's one way to guarantee your consistency. Step a little hard and consistently. You don't want to lighten up and apply less force, and then because we use FSRs in these pads, that can make a difference. So make sure you hit both with timing precision and with uniform pressure if you were going for an absolute perfect combo.
Yeah, I mean, we just had some pad maintenance on that, probably on that player one left. I know HINTZ was playing. I think HINTZ was on player one in the last match, I want to say. I can't remember, against
yes,
Mason.
he was on that side.
Yeah, so he would know which if there was some issues with it. But I think he stopped playing when he got in early. What does that mean?
It means he was on absolute perfect combo pace until an egregious error occurred, and then he ceased his warm-up as per the tournament guidelines.
You know, I don't think, getting in early is that indicative of a pad issue. I think that could be more of a form issue.
Well, HINTZ is also our resident technician, as we had noted earlier, so he is using his best judgment here. He didn't really invoke it in prior matches where he may have felt reason to, or felt cause to do so. It seems like he agrees now that it needs to be looked at again, so.
Yep. So we'll go back. We got to talk about this card draw still, because there's still at least two charts that we haven't even talked about.
Yeah, I don't think there's much else to say about Dance and Mozart is back. They're kind of the low balls of this draw, Dance being a fairly straightforward 23. Just need to be mindful of the intro. Mozart is back, we've seen before. It's got some challenging syncopation and patterns in it, but a little bit of a break here and there, and pretty easy in comparison to what else we've got in the draw, like Paradise. Paradise is fairly straightforward with the exception of its sextuplet burst section, so very difficult to execute there. Many runs are decided in that part of the chart.
Yes. Yep.
Winter. That's a new appearance this draw. Winter's a very streamy 25, and it's got some very, very difficult center panel patterns.
Yeah.
Yeah. Has anybody gotten a clean run of Winter here? No.
Here? Doubtful. Elsewhere in the nation, yes.
Yes, I know that Chris for Life has APC'd everything up through the 26s.
This sounds like something that Chad may have done.
Actually, I was just about to say, and I'm going to confirm the exact score, but Chad, I think, has second place on Winter in the world.
Yeah, let's look at
the global ranking.
Let's actually look specifically at the these players' scores in addition to the world rankings.
Yeah, so I'm correct here. DDR Chad is the only other person to have a minimum 6-star rating on Winter. He had eked it out to the tune of 10 perfects. As for people in the building with us, Grady, Mason, and Paranoia Boi all have around 99.3 to a 99.5 coming in behind DDR Chad, so those are some
very
good showings there.
Scores.
Let's see. We need HINTZ and SWAGMAN. So SWAGMAN has a 98.5 on this chart. Very respectable score. And HINTZ has a 98.1 as his personal best. So they've 98'd it. They are not clean runs.
They are not. Because it's so hard to get a clean run of
now,
Winter.
At least in terms of their personal best, looking at non-perfect judgments, HINTZ has the cleanest of the two runs here with a 1 early 3 miss run. SWAGMAN's, for comparison, has 1 miss but 8 earlies.
But significantly lower yellow perfect count.
Yes. However, those scores are in relatively close proximity to each other. And so we're going to get another Avon Polka.
Yeah, if Swagman
I believe Swagman
gets 2 APCs back to back on.
Yeah, put some money in, Tom.
See, I personally believe that it might be HINTZ's turn to get the APC. We'll see how.
I think they should just both get it.
Wouldn't that be a thing?
But-
Oh no!
All right, yes, it is HINTZ turn.
Yep.
All right, I think HINTZ should gets the APC, and then Swagman should request the pad analysis.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
Wait, was that the left or?
Unfortunately, I missed
I think
it.
he says it's good.
I
It's
think
good.
they just wanted to play long enough to make sure the pad felt better.
Yeah, I think he pointed at his chest, said, mimed, "It's
Right,
me" on the
it was-
microphone, and then gave a thumbs up. All right, let's get into it.
Okay, so I think they said Mozart is back. Is going to be chart number 1.
Mozart is back to show up again for game 1 in this set.
He do be back. I'm dropping a new song after, 600 years or whatever.
The doctor is in the
World's
house.
longest hiatus.
Alright, so fairly straightforward, but lots of 16th bursts and streams.
I just go straight into it. You already get this broken up 16th pattern right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Both players are locked in.
Nice.
Good start.
Who blinks first?
Really. Ooh, the mines, what are those supposed to indicate?
I feel like they might be trying to force a turn or a spin of some sort.
Yeah, it's
for
not gonna happen.
the added flavor.
No.
I don't think...
In a setting like this...
I'll donate $20 if they do it.
Nah, in a setting like this, no one's facing away from the screen.
Yeah. I have yet to see a top 10, top 20 player do a spin on any wild chart.
We have 300 and no one's blinked yet. There it is. Both of them got the
Both
same
of them are
time.
tied.
No way, it's
Wow,
tied.
it's still tied.
Okay, HINTZ rushes a little bit early,
Okay.
giving the lead over the Swagman coming into the last quarter of the chart.
But the last stud jumps can easily give perfects.
Yeah.
That's
HINTZ up by about,
HINTZ.
or not, HINTZ down by just about 100 and change.
well within margin of error still.
I mean, it's about 5 perfects, I want to say, but he's going to need Swagman to mess something up, and I just don't think he's going to do it. Nope.
Yeah, the only who picked up a perfect
Yeah.
there was HINTZ.
I think Swagman's going to one perfect that in the tournament setting.
Yeah, the margin there is just really hard to break. Look at that, 2 perfects.
2 perfects on a 24 on command.
Based on that score too, it was a pretty close perfect as well. Probably like within the first or second
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
frame.
Because
Yeah.
99, what was it, 99.6? Or 99.96 or something? It was tight. That was a tight score. So going into HINTZ's pocket pick of Go 60 Go.
Okay, I'm ready to see an APC.
Okay.
So yeah, as we had mentioned earlier on the broadcast, HINTZ picked up the APC on this chart, seemingly out of nowhere. And he is quite familiar and knowledgeable with it, and I've seen him pocket pick or protect this purposefully in tournament settings before, so
Yeah.
must be feeling extremely confident in his execution to pull it out here.
I mean, but the thing about APCs is just because you've done it once doesn't mean you're going to do it again.
Oh yeah, you still have to execute in tournament, but you don't necessarily have to be perfect, you just need to be better than your opponent.
Swagman
That's very
taking an early fall off, but HINTZ has also dropped
Just
one.
Oh, that's his
white
second one now.
perfect.
So now he's up to
Ooh,
2.
oh, what the heck?
And
It's flashing back and forth, pretty rough.
It's close.
It's close. Ooh, those foot switches.
I am worried though, HINTZ is rushing some stuff a little bit, but this is a very dense chart note-wise, so it's going to take many perfects for the difference to fully shake out.
Yep, and there's a bunch of stuff in the later part of the chart.
Yeah, there's a bunch of be careful streams with the middle.
Yeah, and we've seen HINTZ has had excellent form so far in center panel heavy things, so
Here's this
HINTZ
break.
solidified his lead.
keeping it clean in the back half is probably going to be his pathway to victory on this pocket pick.
But the stop could trip them up.
And very quickly, another element of this chart that I don't think we've really discussed. very heavy on
Oh
that
wow,
swing
we're in this again.
patterning.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's close.
Okay, doing the stop perfectly. It's so close.
It keeps flashing back and
we
forth,
still
dude.
have these rhythms at the end.
Gotta be mindful of how you execute because these turn into some very wide crossovers. HINTZ is doing them.
He's doing the crossovers.
Nice.
Oh my word.
Oh, that was a close one.
HINTZ came to play
Double.
today.
16 to 19. Both a very clean
50-ish
runs.
point differential.
That, oh my god. Just executing that on command, dude. Both of them.
That's why he's one of Michigan's finest.
Absolute gamers.
Wee.
The audience loves it.
Yeah. I mean, we're at 1-1.
But
So
at the same time, we are on a little bit of a delay following the stream here in the room. So maybe that cheer is for something else.
I mean, you can say
Yeah.
what you're gonna pick before it comes up,
Oh god.
and we
All
know
right.
what Swagman protected.
We're doing it.
Here in losers
is like-
here in losers semis, you now get to bear witness to the hardest singles chart in the game.
It is
We
the
have
first
seen it
time
this
we've
event.
seen it in
this tournament.
In this tournament.
Swagman
played it at
protected
Red
this
October before.
more than once in 2023.
Yeah, at Red October last year, I believe it was picked 3 times.
We
in
have
bracket.
some Max lovers, okay?
Yeah. I believe Caveman, or actually Inglomi picked it against Caveman, who ended up taking it on him.
Now, one of the, I think that if anyone is able to, go up against Protect like this, it's HINTZ.
That's
HINTZ,
true.
We've got some pretty strong competitors or SMX players in my region. I'm coming from the same general, Midwest Great Lakes region that he is. He's by far the most capable player to be able to hold his own with Max 428.
But also, how are they going to play it? They're not going to try to change the speed in the middle of the song?
Well, I will say that Swagman has a PB 6,000 points over HINTZ here, so it's going to take, I think, a significant execution error and a massive improvement from HINTZ to close this out. And yeah, this is the hardest chart in the game by a significant margin on singles.
Yeah, these bursts go so fast.
Those are
runs.
16ths at 220 BPM. That's
220?
correct.
No wonder they hurt so much,
Yeah, the
dude.
runs are very hard to even just
All right, but
get.
HINTZ is keeping it gold somehow through that first set of bursts, establishing a very early lead, picking up some misses, but
And
they're
there's
both
just
missing.
So many
They're both
brackets.
as you can see, these players are not even consistent in their execution on this chart.
I don't think anyone is consistent on Max 428.
All right, let's see if HINTZ can hold on to, man, like only a few hundred points lead. This can switch it basically any time.
Yeah, I mean, all this stuff is difficult, but the hardest stuff is still
Okay,
to come.
so he is using
Oh, he's
the
doing it.
strat
He's
of
doing it. He's trying to do
slowing
it.
it down.
But he's already picked up-
Swagman, you are
But he
scaring me with
slowed
that
it
life
a
bar.
lot. I don't know if he meant to slow it down that much. 400?
That's one of the tough parts with the strat is that if you screw up if you fat finger it, you might have screwed yourself over. for
But
the
he's
rest of the
building
song.
back up the lead, and he's going to be very happy it's reading slow going into the 300 BPM section, including
This start is so painful.
crossover 16s at 300 BPM.
HINTZ taking the lead back.
HINTZ
God.
wins!
Oh my god!
Wait!
Well, because
They're dead!
yeah, he's dead. They're
They
both
both
dead.
died!
All
Like
right.
we said,
Okay.
death is possible on this.
There is a lot to break down here. So, first and foremost.
I for sure think he did not mean to go that slow.
All right. First and foremost, the winner is whoever has the higher score. So if you fail out and your opponent is still alive, they can keep playing, and so long as they eclipse the other player's score, the win will go to them. At that point, you can walk off the pad. So Swagman takes a unfortunate loss of his life bar going into the 428 BPM speed up of the song, and HINTZ holds on just long enough through it to eke out a
But
2,000
usually
point
if
difference.
people use the strat, they just leave it at the max speed. I haven't, because
We haven't talked about the strat.
Yes.
if you start on the X and he was at 1.75, and then if you just switch it to max speed, the highest max speed it can be is 650. So most people just press one button where they just press it from X to max speed and then get back out
And the
with the gear.
basic summary of the strategy is you are able to change your scroll speed while playing. So Swagman got off the pad and went up to the monitor to change his speed. So he reads it extremely fast, so the beginning is at a more normal density, and then switches it down so it's not completely unreadable.
Yeah,
once the
most
song
people just
speeds
leave
up.
it on 650 because we don't want to try to do too many presses. And
Yeah, you can minimize your presses and jump
I mean,
from
I guess you can just try to press it to the right place if you want to do like 500, but he made it too slow with a 400.
Yeah.
So he gave himself a very dense, nigh unreadable for his comfort level scroll speed, and kind of gave him some struggles going there. But that's a brutal protect to lose on.
Speaking of comfort levels, it looks like HINTZ is pretty out of breath. You look over on the left.
Yeah.
He's.
I mean, who plays Max 428 and like, ooh man, I need a cooldown chart. I'm gonna play Summer. No. So.
Now, obviously, I'm not exactly a top player or anything. However, you know, Summer would probably be one of the most stamina draining.
Yes. I mean,
songs
and
in the game.
Max was a lot of stamina, so it's a real stamina test right now.
So,
Oh boy.
yeah, there was a lot going on to discuss in that run of Max, and that's not really the outcome I expected.
Oh my god, dude.
But, yeah, you know, all right, nice
Ibuprofen, please.
nice run of 428. Let's go to Summer.
Oh boy.
Swagman really just wants to step on it.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Swagman thrives, right? In like the high BPM, high energy, big bursty stuff. You know, I'm sure he plays a lot.
So let's see if he can bring it back and force a game 5 on Summer.
Wait, their scroll speed. Their scroll speed
Right,
was changed at the end of 428. Let us correct that before we get into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to get caught with your pants down like that.
Right? Does Swagman have his fixed?
Each player is allowed to force quit out once to correct for tournament rules. So yeah, we're good to go.
Yeah, they're the same. Okay, we're good.
Looking good. All right, game 4 for real. No false start. And just to reiterate, Summer is a very straightforward.
Oh man, what happened?
HINTZ must be tired.
I think HINTZ turned the wrong way on one of the center panel like semi-crossover things.
For players at their level, this chart is nothing until the ending run and jumps and run again.
Yeah.
So that's got to be disappointing, and he probably thinks he's out of it at this point.
But that's not true.
Even at a minimum, if HINTZ feels he is completely out, he might as well continue to trudge along and keep his life bar alive
Well,
and
Swagman's
force
still
Swagman
white,
to
so yeah,
expend energy.
At this level, that's like the normal thing to be doing.
I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
A little bit of a curse there, but that's fine.
The rest of you called it out, all right? We're all in this together.
It's fine. I mean, HINTZ.
How are we not going to call out a 40% white run on Summer in tournament? I mean, be real.
I think HINTZ is just trying to.
Yeah,
make
he's
Swagman play it out to use his energy, because you know, if you're still alive, then your opponent has to play at their maximum potential, because if they just give up because they're like, oh, you're not really playing, I don't really need to play, then you can kick it back into gear. And
that's definitely the avenue I think HINTZ wants to take after his rough beginning, but I think he's
he's
just trying to save
so
energy for
fast.
game 5.
He's like, if I even pretend to get through Summer, it's gonna just completely drain me. And
It's just so evil.
And it's not like there's much in the way of polite options for the remainder of the set.
I mean, if he's tired, are we gonna ban out winner here?
Yeah.
Well, other side just went away.
Why would you ban other side? The first thing I would get rid of winner. Get a winner out of here.
I'm almost certain other side is probably a Swagman removal because he wants to continue to keep the pressure going.
That's true.
Now, Winter is gone, so someone has decided to take that off the table. Mercifully so, given the contents of the remainder of the set. And we're going to go to dance.
All right,
Okay.
yeah.
Chill time.
All right.
They deserve this.
They've earned a little break going down to dance. Dance is a fairly straightforward chart, a few double steps.
Yeah,
like
it's
forced
basically
double
just
steps.
all about not messing up the speed up and then not messing up on the drill at the end.
Right.
You just gotta stream eighths at around 170 BPM and make sure you can handle some 16th bursts at that speed, which they're going to feel slow as molasses compared to some of the other things in this set.
Yeah.
Yeah, for these players, the only thing that's hard is the slowdown in the drum roll.
Yep. We just gotta keep it tight. I'm expecting single-digit perfects.
Single-digit perfects or some unforced errors born of exhaustion.
That's true.
But we can hope for a nice, clean run from both players to really make this an exciting Game 5 situation.
I think there's a few middle buttons.
Oh, we already have one in the slowdown, but they took the speed up part fine on both.
Nice. Yeah, they're tired. You can tell most players would, at their level, would not have yellows at this moment.
Yeah, HINTZ with like a fractional lead coming out of that beginning.
Yeah, I think the slowdown yellow is probably a little bit wider.
Yeah, slowdown yellows can easily be wider. Yep.
Well, mercifully for our evidently exhausted players, there's going to be a little bit of a break from heavy bursting coming up for a bit now. It's going to mostly just be slight gallops, foot switches, some 16s, but no triples. SWAGMAN picking up an off judgment.
The lead difference is still flickering, so it's close.
It's close.
Game.
Yeah.
It's getting a little more steady for HINTZ as time goes on. Never mind after that late yellow.
You cursed it. You're making the yellows. It's all your fault, pilot.
It's gonna come down to this drum roll right now.
Yep.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice
Very
drill.
clean.
Nice drill.
They just gotta close it out. Nice.
Wow.
HINTZ
Clean.
is so happy about that outcome.
Double
Yeah.
hex star.
Is that 2 perfect? 3. 3 perfect
Wow.
dance.
Was
That early.
Yeah.
That early will cost you. As I've said before, it's about 6 to 7 yellow perfects at this level, and on a straightforward chart
Wow.
like dance, you don't want that. You do not want that on your scorecard.
So, HINTZ is now guaranteed 3rd place in this tournament, and I think it is impressive that he stood down the barrel of the gun of max 428 and came out the other side alive.
that is just nuts.
He pulled off a very close, successful pocket pick on Go 60 Go, and he had to deal with a brutal stamina gauntlet through summer in 428 and managed to clutch out the clean run on dance to close it out. But wow, terrifying to be staring down SWAGMAN's Protect of 428 and come out victorious on it.
And now HINTZ has to play another match.
I'll say it
Against Spencer.
I'll say it again, Michigan's finest.
Who is also a very stamina-focused player.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
boy.
gonna see some
HINTZ's battle only
body
gets higher from here.
destroying.
It only gets harder from here.
Yep. But SWAGMAN out at 4th. A very impressive showing from him. Absolutely incredible work. Getting to top 16 or top 8 through top 16, eliminating Paranoia Boi, and taking HINTZ to Game 5. That's what we like to see. We've had 4 Game 5s in a row. This is crazy. This tournament is crazy.
Yeah.
Now, with us
Nuts.
going to our losers final, heading towards the grand final, I should probably jump off of the commentary table and
Oh, you're
onto
gonna take
the
some pics?
floor. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
You've got
I'll
some
be taking
pics to-
photos. You might be
photos to
seeing me
take.
sitting behind them for most of the shots, so I will. I'll be gone, but not out of your sight.
In
I don't
our
know.
hearts.
I don't have a. Yeah.
No worries. You're
They're
just
alive
I'll be.
in our
I'll be in your
hearts.
hearts and in your eyes.
You're
We'll
going to
be
be.
cheering for your
You won't be
picture.
on this stream camera, but there's at least one other one out there attached to the cabinet we'll see you through. So, all right.
See y'all later.
Thank you,
All right,
Cydia,
see
for
you
your
soon.
input.
Everyone say bye, Cydia. Bye.
Bye, Sadia.
All right, now we can scoot
Let's,
over. I can
get
finally
back in
get back
frame.
into frame. All right. Man, I am looking
good
forward
job.
to that
What
massage,
an
dude.
intense battle.
Great job. Great job. Do you want to do an interview or anything? Sure.
Yeah.
I think
I can hop off.
we got a moment.
Yeah.
Oh, actually,
No,
the
he can go
fourth.
on the
That's
fourth
right.
microphone.
Yeah,
Fourth
no.
microphone.
Fourth mic.
I'm getting cut off again.
How are you feeling, Luke?
Oh man, it was there's some intense matches. I mean, fucking excuse my language. Jimbo playing his heart out. HINTZ playing his heart out. Paranoia Boi obviously comes with the heat. Spencer's playing very well.
Oh, but my question was, you did not mean to make Max that slow, right?
I did not. No, I messed up my speed change. I forgot how to do it properly.
Like the
So
little
most people
technique.
just change it to speed and then just leave it because the max is 650.
Yeah, at home I usually read the other side, so I like forgot my tech.
The tech
'cause
of
it's
reading
on
the
the
other
right.
side.
But he was playing hard. He earned that one. He played it out.
Yeah.
He duked it out. He took it. So can't be mad at it. Everyone's playing super well. It's just it's really exciting to watch these last matches here.
Man, we still don't see Determinator.
I saw it in mine. I had to veto it. I'm not. I can't move that fast. I'm not 20 anymore.
Yeah. I mean, but you pulled out some crazy stuff. The wins over HINTZ that you got on which ones was it?
You pulled it out on Mozart and on Summer, I believe.
Yeah, Mozart, Summer.
Yeah.
I APC'd the warm up, but that doesn't,
Yeah,
didn't do
that
very
would
well.
be good.
See on the warm-up, yeah.
It gets the audience hyped up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gets the audience hyped.
But I'm happy. I'll take 4. I don't care if I go 4, 3, 2, 1. Whatever. I'll take 4.
Hey,
Fourth is cash money, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I think one thing you can walk away from this event appreciating is that you outplaced Paranoia Boi.
I'll take it. Yeah,
Good.
I worked really hard for that one.
And it's not even that you incidentally passed him; you beat him 3-2. So
Eliminated it.
that's a win you can walk
it
away
was tight.
so proud from
Thank you
this
so
event.
much, man. Thanks for the kind words. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
I mean, shout out to Tony. He beat me perfect count on 2 songs. I edged him out by the window, so it was barely, but I'll take it.
Hey, listen, I think we had a lot to say about that Dolphin Talk pocket pick, and
Yeah.
you love to see a good pocket pick work out.
Yeah, for sure,
Yeah.
for sure. I love that song.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, great tournament. Thanks so much for the commentary and being a part of this and running the show. And
Well, thank you to
I
you
can't wait
all
to come
for
back next year.
putting on the best show we've seen in quite a while for an SMX tournament.
Thank
At
you.
least
Yeah.
my personal opinion, I think this really is like event of the year so far when it comes to content.
Oh,
Oh,
totally. Everyone's in great spirits, having a good time together, and that's what it's all about, really, at the end of the day. So
Yeah.
everything else is extra.
Yeah. Thank you and congrats.
Thank you, guys. Cheers. I'll see you guys in a little bit. I'm gonna go lay down outside.
Go
Much
recover.
love, kisses. Mwah. Shout out Stream. Hi, Stream. How are you? Love you.
All right, everybody say bye to Swagman.
All right.
Thanks, Swagman, for that beautiful interview. All right.
Swagman's off to go get some hard-earned rest, and we're seeing the
yeah.
card draw go down for HINTZ Spencer.
He earned that rest. I hope he takes a nap right now.
Well, unfortunately for HINTZ, his stamina run is not over because Summer is back.
Summer's back.
I mean, you just know that if it's in there, the other player is going to protect it right away because they're going to make you do that after what you just did.
I mean, even if the stamina thing wasn't a thing, it's Spencer. Spencer's absolutely gonna protect Summer. It doesn't matter who he's playing.
Oh, we had a
against.
single song
that-
swap, so now we have
Ooh.
Canon D.
We
Surprise
saw the
Canon
swap.
D2.
Ooh, okay, interesting. That is very interesting because of the.
That's a very interesting pick. I mean, the
Scoobies?
timing is kind of weird.
What?
Well, I don't-
Because
you
I think it's because
play-
of the BPM. Like nothing else is not very much is at this BPM, so it can be hard to get used to it.
Right, our resident double stepping queen here, Eesa. How do you
I did play this on the warm ups before, and yes, I double stepped it all, and yes, I full comboed it.
And you hit no mines? Are there mines?
Oh, I messed up after the stop. I accidentally hit the stop after the stop were on. But I double stepped it all. Yeah.
So it is definitely possible. Be inspired there. Anybody who's like,
I got
"Ah,
9 perfects. Okay.
that is nice. Let me tell you, that's way better
The
than
best
I've
Double
execution
steppable,
method
okay?
is the one that works for you. Remember.
If you do a technique and it gets you a good score, that technique is valid. 100%. All right, but let's see. HINTZ protecting Yevon Polka.
Now,
So yeah, I just want to
actually,
see them. I want to
here's
see what
a-
they do on Canon.
Here's a chart we haven't seen yet, I don't think. Stars.
Ooh, stars.
Well, we haven't seen Canon played either, right?
That's true. We haven't seen Canon
Yeah,
either.
well, we just talked about Canon. Let's talk about stars.
Let's talk about stars.
But Stars is pretty straightforward.
Well-
It's very 100able.
Okay. All right. Let's not confuse easy to time with boring or disinteresting.
It's
here.
easier to time than Canon for sure.
Hold on.
That'd
What
be-
about that intro though?
No.
With the vocals are way off sync. They are crazy off sync. Look at the graph. Anyone who ever plays Stars, look at the graph at the beginning. They're super wide, even when it's a
it's a good thing the vocal.
Disagree.
Good thing.
Oh, disagree coming in from SenPi.
All right. Well, unfortunately, there's actually nothing charted to the vocals in the beginning of Stars. It goes to
So
that drum beat
SenPi's
that
on
goes.
my side of Stars being very easy to time compared to Canon. Thanks, SenPi.
Let's not make up things on the broadcast, but since we haven't seen it come up in a draw to my knowledge, at least in the time I've been on stream, Stars is low BPM but very technical, 24 bracket foot switches, some crossover patterns. Actually has a number of patterns that appear to be allusions to some boss songs from Dance Dance Revolution, particularly around the Supernova era. I wonder why that's the case. There's a certain aesthetic je sais ne quoi occurring here with that chart. But
And very interestingly, it's a J-Beam tech chart. You don't see a whole lot of those.
looks like Spencer is getting his warm up in, and HINTZ is chilling.
He's like, yeah, I think he got a yellow. He's like, all right. Yeah.
At the same time, I don't think he needs to expend any energy playing
Yeah,
something
no.
he doesn't need to play at the moment.
HINTZ, I think HINTZ is warm. He might be a little overheated, if anything. So I think taking his free space here, just taking a load off is perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, so it's been a hot minute since Spencer played.
Although
So
it would not surprise me if Spencer and Jimbo
So
were
he wants to play his warm.
occasionally hopping on the other two machines available at the venue to make sure they don't go completely cold.
Yeah.
But the other machines have slightly different timing than this one does, especially the not Dedicab. What do you call it?
It's like a
the-
monitor setup.
Yeah, monitor setup. Yeah, that one has way different timing.
No, that is owing to the monitor setups usually.
Close.
If you purchase one for home usage, which is the primary avenue to playing the game at home, you are required to provide your own audio system there, and so unless you're going exactly with the same hardware spec, your timing experience will be just a little bit different.
All right, so HINTZ likely the lower seed here, picking. What is he picking? Looking like a 23, probably.
I think he's going to your beat.
To your beat. Oh,
That's
okay,
the direction we're
okay.
heading. Wait,
Wait.
you went past
Oh, we
it.
passed it.
Okay.
Stars?
Where is he going? I think. Oh, it's a second one. That's right. We we have
Okay,
negotiated
since it's been
with
a minute.
we've negotiated with T.O. JellySlosh to allow a song and a half warm up for players who have not played in a minute.
And more rest time for him.
He's fine taking that rest.
Yeah, going with something high BPM since we did that. Or like mid, what is this, like 160?
Yeah, I want to say
actually-
169.
I thought it was
Oh, wait,
174,
yeah.
or
I-
closer
oh,
back.
wait. There was something-
169, okay.
Yeah.
Alright, 169.
Yeah.
So since we have a lot of songs up in the BPMs, it's
Nice.
good to choose something a little higher, getting used to what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the kind of song that Spencer would just warm up on a normal day. He loves the higher BPM streamy stuff.
Oh, then he's keeping that warm up going past the halfway mark.
I mean, you can see the love. It's on the screen right there.
You know the reason why.
Let's go. Let's get the 100.
Oh, yeah, cursed it.
Eesa.
Aren't we like later than what happened in real life?
I think we're close. We're close. But
It
yeah.
wasn't me.
It could have been anybody. Somebody else out there could have said something.
It was a ghost. It's the same ghost that's haunting the pad.
Yeah. Oh my God. What?
What is this really?
What, HINTZ? Why? HINTZ is the lower seed. He gets the first pick. He is gonna pick Blood Rush as the first song that they want to play.
Well, if HINTZ can't succeed, you might as well make the others suffer with him.
I mean, I've
Put
seen
Spencer
this,
through it.
I've seen it before where players for some reason they don't want to pick their Protect as the first song.
Now, let's keep in mind that HINTZ played Blood Rush earlier in this tournament, and up until he picked up a foot switch chain miss and cost him the game against Jimbo, he was pretty solidly on pace to 99 Blood Rush. I think he was around 3,000 points over Jimbo. He was really going at it. He knows this chart. He's pocket picked it before. I think he has no problem going straight into it because he's been working on it rather extensively.
This chart is so hard.
Yeah, as we have said previously.
And I don't even know if it's like necessarily an exhaustion thing or trying to wear out Spencer. I think HINTZ just thinks he can take it. So let's see how game one goes.
As we have said previously, living is not a guarantee.
All right, well, Spencer already had 2 earlies.
Yeah, earlies do lower your life bar. So any player that does not have tight form and a good left
3
foot
earlies.
dominant
Wow, okay, I mean...
So
stream
Blood Rush as a chart is a tech gauntlet, and it focuses on different things primarily at different points in time. This slowdown at the beginning, kind of like the first of 3 distinct segments of the chart, will test your crossover ability. As this run twists and turns like crazy. Look at HINTZ committing to every single turn.
Come on, don't give it up. Don't give it up, Spencer. He's alive. He's alive.
So close.
Come on.
Spencer, you're so close. You were barely below HINTZ.
And I think
he was barely below HINTZ. It was like 500 or less.
it was just a few hundred points, but
It was not over. Never think it's over on this song.
Chose to concede for some reason.
How they would perform. Spencer definitely gets in his head a lot every time he gets those form earlies, which he often does. Not sure if it's a sensitivity thing or a form thing.
I mean, it's a testament to Spencer's ability that, despite what I'm about to talk about is a perceived tournament weakness I see in his performance, he's still good enough to consistently get second or even first in tournaments. But Spencer will, if he's not completely cleanly running through charts, sometimes he will pick up those errant off notes like you saw in the opening the Blood Rush, 3 earlies.
Right.
Yeah, but never give up. Man, it was not over.
I will also allude to a certain match at a Eclipse 2023 StepManiacs tournament where Spencer was on APC pace and then picked up enough off judgments to tie his opponent at the very end.
Just at the very end.
Congratulations, Primo Victorian, on your career accomplishment of tying Spencer on a song. One of my favorite little fun facts. Spencer, of course, went on to convincingly win that set 2-0 afterwards.
Wait, that's the wrong... We've selected the wrong winner for that chart. Spencer walked off, so...
Yeah, HINTZ was the winner of chart 1. Don't pay attention to the screen.
Yeah. But because of
they got it.
HINTZ winning, Spencer gets the pick for the next song, and of course, he's picking Summer.
It's summertime.
It be summertime. Yeah, this is a tough chart.
I hope all of you watching at home really enjoy the song in this chart, because this is now the 4th or 5th time we've seen it in top 16 today.
Well, we've had a lot of Blood Rush play too.
That's true.
Like what, 2 instances of Blood Rush?
At least 2.
That was at least the 3rd one.
I think there's been 3. I want to say 3.
Well, 2 of them have been with HINTZ, so he is
yeah, but
invoking the power of like the ancient blood ritual or something to keep that coming up.
You can see HINTZ like, oh my god, I gotta play Summer after all this stuff. I think it's really gonna come down to, will Spencer keep his form tight? Because he's really good at timing these really, really fast, streamy things. The problem is that he picks up earlies. And a mid?
Like this doesn't really have so much middle note on, though. Like,
that's true.
Summer is not hard for the middle note tech.
Nope. It's only really in the beginning, I would say. All of the extended 16th runs
Like
in
that
summer
entire stream right
are
there.
middle note
Zero
free.
middle notes.
And it was 100% clean from Spencer.
And all of the rest of those little runs, no middle notes, no middle note there. Like,
Yeah, I mean, that early miss of some flavor has given HINTZ a margin to work with,
okay,
even more
you
of a
gotta
margin
miss
now.
on one that had the middle.
It was actually on the up before the middle happened. So I think
Come on,
Spencer's
Spencer.
just.
Play on low sensitivity. It'll change your life. Trust me.
I think he's just like he's not in the right headspace. He's not locked in like he needs to be. But
All right, here it comes.
All right, we have additional
It's-
clarification that Spencer's misses appear to be on up arrow, which can make sense if he's going for a lighter form. If you do not apply enough force when moving forward to hit the up arrow, it's relatively easy to get an off judgment on
it's
that.
not over yet.
All right,
It's
coming
still
into the
going.
final runs. It's so close.
Oh my God.
Demolishing these runs.
Holy crap.
Come on, HINTZ, step on it. HINTZ takes it with a hex star rating over Spencer.
Yes.
Absolute pop off, dude.
Wow.
Yeah.
13 to 14 and 2.
That's crazy.
Yeah, PB for HINTZ. Wow.
HINTZ is on fire today.
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
That's absolutely nuts, dude. Like, I rarely see anyone ever take that kind of stuff off of Spencer.
I'm wondering, HINTZ might want his run back against Jimbo.
It could happen. We could see a Jimbo HINTZ grand finals. HINTZ is up 2-0 over Spencer. This is nuts, dude. What? I mean, because the rest of this stuff it definitely has more middle buttons. That the landmines for.
I cannot believe this tournament.
Spencer.
I cannot believe this tournament. I'm so engaged right now. I'm so engaged.
I mean, it's totally possible that Spencer could just bring it back, right? We've seen him rip some crazy stuff.
And, we are seeing the draw is trending towards the easier side now that Summer and Blood Rush are out of the way. As we had mentioned before, Stars is a more straightforward 24 with regards to timing. For players like these, it's not going to be particularly demanding. Error-prone, perhaps, given the tech, sure, but Stars is definitely a favorable pick for score chasers.
I see a 23. He's picking HINTZ's pick of Yevon Polka?
I think, well, if Spencer's comfortable on it, I think it's okay at this point. All the hard stuff is out of the draw. If HINTZ wins another game, it's over. And I think Spencer might just be trying to ensure that should we go to a Game 5 situation, there isn't something comfortable that he has to play around in the veto phase.
That's true. I mean,
that's maybe my higher psychological analysis of this card draw, but I mean, it's a straightforward 23 for execution, and I think Spencer might just be thinking, let me just
Maybe he's
APC
trying
this.
to stay away from middle notes.
Yeah, I mean, compared to Busted Out or Stars,
Busted Out, Stars, and I would say to your beat is also where you need to be more mindful of middle.
Right.
My exact intuition of Cannon, I'm not certain, but considering Cannon leans more into the pump style twists, I think we're going to see less center there than the other charts. But
I mean, this
Game
might
3.
just be the chart that Spencer's most comfortable with. We've seen APCs on this chart, including just a few minutes ago, right?
Well, HINTZ is going to pick up a miss, so it looks like this pick is working out for Spencer in the very beginning.
There's still a lot more chart to go, but yeah, that's definitely a comfortable lead. Especially, a miss is worth more points than an early, so.
Yeah, the best way I would think about it is usually an off judgment is at minimum like 7 perfects. A miss considerably so.
Yeah.
But the main part of this that's hard is the drill run coming up in a little bit. Yeah, after this little break, the drill run can really get you.
Holy crap.
Acing the drill run.
Wow.
Spencer is ripping.
Ripping. hard run to go.
All right, keep that focus. Keep that mental game. Don't lose it in the end.
Let's
APC.
go!
We
Yeah.
got the perfect score.
You know, that's the Spencer I know and love. That's the Spencer I know and
On
love.
HINTZ's Protect. So, yeah, that's
Nice
that's
Protect.
making a statement right
Let me
there.
play it real quick.
Like, you want to protect it? Excuse me, no, I'm gonna take that one. That's what Spencer's saying right now.
Wow.
Very cool hex you just picked up on Summer. Allow me to steal the spotlight for a second.
Yeah, let's picture break. Gotta get a picture. Got it.
All right.
Now that's
so-
what you call a photo finish.
All right. So what
I
is?
mean, HINTZ recently played Busted Out, right?
Yeah, that's true. You know, I think there's a lot of things that could potentially favor HINTZ here. The more-
I can see him going to either Busted Out or Stars here. Something, I don't know if I
Yeah,
heard.
so
we bustin'. We bustin'.
We bustin'.
it feels good once you've just played it. You remember what you're doing.
Oh, look at him busting it out.
Yeah. Yeah, a fairly low BPM chart, even though it is 24, only 103 beats per minute. But you know what that means. There's some tech. There's all kinds of tech in this chart.
Yeah, very heavy on crossovers, very heavy on foot switches, incorporating some brackets as well. Really
Very middle heavy.
kind of unique in how heavy it uses bracket foot switch type patterns.
Yep.
There's Busted Out, there's Stars, and then I don't think there's a whole lot that really has that same exact sort of tech in it in the game.
Right.
Offhand, I'm struggling to think of another example.
I mean, that's why it's a 24. It's probably the highest rated, like 100-ish BPM song in the game, or chart in the game.
Slow and steady.
Slow and steady wins the race. So, yeah, I think this is definitely HINTZ favored in terms of technical expertise, but we'll have to see how it plays out. He is definitely tired. You can see the sweat on his brow. Ooh, HINTZ picking up an early.
Yeah, both players have picked up their first mistakes, but coming into now this part of the chart,
Yeah, this
Those
part
brackets.
is tough.
all right, well played from both players coming into the break here.
Spencer keeping it very close to perfect.
Couple 100-point lead.
Yep, those brackets. They're both doing them cleanly.
HINTZ picks up another miss on that left, center, right type pattern.
You don't want that, HINTZ.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
struggling a little coming up towards the end here.
Probably over.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of difficult stuff left in the chart.
And Spencer just needs to not tilt.
Yeah.
That's the only real reasonable way this can happen. Like
I mean,
really
he-
egregious outlier.
There
Didn't
we go.
even pick up an
Just the
early.
one
that's
perfect in the
One
beginning.
perfect.
That is one. That is nuts.
Wow.
Yeah,
I mean, you can
3
see-
misses. He dropped the roll at the end for that foot switch chain on the center panel that busted out. Just unforced errors bringing it to game 5. So, all right, veto time. Let's see what we're playing.
It's another game 5. What is that, 5 in a row? Oh my god.
It's looking like we've got
It's crazy, dude. It's what?
All right,
almost
all right, hang
7
on.
p.m.
I feel like HINTZ should get rid of 2-year beat. I feel like Spencer's timing is too on. Get something.
Yeah.
So
He
currently
needs
now,
something more technical.
here in top 8, we've had more game 5s than non-game 5 sets. I'm looking at Star GG, 5 of them compared to 4 non.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, 2-year
Game
beat
5
was gone.
sets.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So does Spencer feel more comfortable on Kennedy 2 with the crossovers and the whatevers, or Stars with the brackets foot switches.
Given his performance on Busted Out, I would think Stars would be the logical choice to go.
Yeah? I mean, he did that Busted Out clean. One perfect.
Busted Out a one perfect run, and yeah, right on the money. We're seeing Stars.
Nice, okay.
So, Stars. Wild at 24. Got some crossovers, got a lot of brackets against center. Actually, more of a bracket-heavy chart than anything else. Appreciable number of foot switches, so lots of center brackets, foot switches, a little bit of crossover flavor. If I remember correctly, it does borrow certain patterns from other Dance Dance Revolution boss
The
songs.
hardest part is the very ending.
The big run.
No, it's like either a crossover or you have to just kind of double step or remember which way you're going.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. It's that sort of...
The very end has like one tricky little run that you could mess up.
yeah, it's got that little four-panel influence there. I think that pattern's borrowed from one of the Paranoia brothers of some flavor. Might be like Hades or the like.
Right.
So
Yeah, something around the
it's a
Supernova
very
era.
cool chart that follows some patterns and its aesthetic choices to a beloved addition to a series that we all know and love here.
Which, fun fact, every chart except for, I think, the ones below hard for this song end with a 5-7-3 full combo.
Curious little nod. I wonder what that happens to mean.
It could mean anything. All right. We love
These
the
guys
love.
are amped. They're happy
They're
about
pumped.
that set.
Neither one wants to make an execution error. We want it to be clean.
Look at James Landino busting it down in the background.
Look at him going.
There's a random chance that he hits a specific sort of Fortnite dance in the background.
Have perfects in the beginning.
That's
I
what
do
I'm
hope we get to
saying.
see James Landino hit the gritty.
Yeah.
That's a thing you can do.
That's what I'm saying. It is so hard to time those vocal parts. But it'll be mostly straightforward for a bit here. Just a little bit of foot switching. And
And you already saw a little taste of the center brackets to come.
Yep, those brackets.
Gotta make sure you're applying enough even pressure with your foot, given that the center panel is ever so slightly recessed, just to make sure you don't get an off judgment on it being late. Coming into some center panel twist now.
That early.
Spencer picking up a center panel early.
But it's not over. Don't give up.
You have to twist that way, which is even harder to execute than the prior twist, in my opinion. All right,
Is this
now here
the-
comes a section. You've got some foot switches on it. It's like,
This is so hard to read for me.
all right, start drilling. All right, hands are
Alright.
very slightly coming up into the ending of the chart. Here comes your more DDR-esque inspired four-panel runs. And there's a rather awkward little twist you have to do to hit this as intended, but it looks like both players are pretty comfortable executing that, and it's going to be HINTZ going to Grand Finals.
Taking Grand
So
Finals.
close.
40 points. Yeah. Separating from 5 to 2 in an early. Yeah, look at
Just-
that. I'm just gonna say, look at that beginning.
Spencer's graph is so tightly locked in there, but it's so tragic he picked up that one early great.
All right, I'm gonna go to the crowd.
All right, Eesa hopping off. Everybody say bye, Eesa.
Bye.
Thank you,
very
Eesa.
much for your commentary.
All right.
Very helpful.
Back.
And SenPi's back. Okay.
Been, over here on the sidelines watching these insane matches here.
Absolutely
This is just going crazy.
nutso, dude. I mean, 40 points separating the two players on a game 5. Just like, oh, I need that massage. I need it. I'm so tense, dude. 5 game 5s in
All right.
a row.
So, I've had some information relayed to me that I would like to share with the broadcast. And so,
Okay.
let's go back and talk about our good friend Jimbo. We haven't seen him in a while because he punched his ticket to Grand Finals way earlier on, knocking Spencer out. Spencer's out of the equation now, and now it's HINTZ coming back for a rerun of his winner's semifinals match where Jimbo, bright and early in top 8, took a clean, convincing 3-0. Now, along the way, Jimbo's performance leading up through top 16 and into grand finals has been a bloodbath. And JellySlosh has informed me that Jimbo here in his tournament has gotten his revenge against 3 different players who are responsible for eliminating him in prior tournaments. So at Eclipse East 2023, Spencer knocked Jimbo out. Jimbo got his revenge. At Winter Ball, HINTZ knocked Jimbo out. Jimbo got his revenge earlier. Midsummer Melody, Paranoia Boi did Jimbo in. And look what he did on the way here.
That is just crazy.
Jimbo has had the run of a lifetime in this tournament. And he has blown through sets after sets of some of the best players in this game and just sent them straight to losers.
Some of the best players that SMX has ever seen.
But HINTZ has crawled his way out of the canyon through an equally impressive gauntlet of players.
Yeah.
And is back and now looks to take it. Now, HINTZ still has a huge gap to close because he's got to win 2 sets. It's double elimination tournament, so you're not out till you lose twice. Jimbo's in winner's side. So HINTZ knocks him down once. We do another card draw. We go at it again. So now the question is HINTZ, who is probably very tired, very sweaty.
After 3 grueling game 5 sets.
Ready to come back against a well-rested and mentally psyched up Jimbo who wants to close the deal. So.
But the question is Jimbo warm? Because he hasn't been playing since the winner's final.
All I have to say is there's 2 other cabinets in this venue to play on.
Very true.
I'm hoping Jimbo's at least made a point of hopping back on and acclimating himself and not just relying on the 1.5 or 2 song warm-up he is going to get.
Yeah. But we will see. We're going to see how it shakes out. Very excited for this grand finals. We got all this pad maintenance done. The pads are looking crispy clean. We're getting great scores.
Got world-class talent here right now, and I'm just so surprised that this tournament has not played out the way I would have expected it to.
Because Spencer and Paranoia Boi
I really feel like
the bracket
performances of these players in other tournaments is relatively static. We see Paranoia Boi first a lot. We see Spencer second a lot. We see Jimbo around 4th or 5th a lot. It feels like it all got flipped on its head here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the volatility of you're not going to play your best on every single day, and card draws can easily favor one player over the other.
And as you can see here with this format we have, the order of cards and the way that sets can play out is not completely prescriptive, It's not necessarily just protect like neutral. This format has given us some very wild matches so far, and we've got a pretty wild card draw coming up now for grand finals. Maybe a little bit more leaning on the easier side here at the moment. Perhaps a boon for Jimbo, who may not be as warm as HINTZ is, and a bonus for HINTZ, who has been cutting his teeth against the hardest stuff in the game over and over and over on his way here. So this will be interesting. We're seeing a couple of familiar favorites here, although we haven't seen Cowbell Rock or Fearless yet in this top 16 to my knowledge.
Have we seen Accelerate?
We have seen Accelerate.
Oh, have we?
Okay. What about Monolith?
Monolith we've seen.
Yes.
Right. Oh, JJK picked Monolith because he wrote Monolith.
We've seen Monolith a few times.
Right.
All right, so Jimbo's Protected music is moving. And so I'm not surprised there. That's kind of like a comfortable mid-range 23 for him that he can probably feel he can excel on and just, out accuracy hints on it.
But, I mean, HINTZ has been ripping today, dude. He's been getting some crazy scores. So
it makes me wonder what he's going to go for.
Yeah, I mean, what
it'd be really funny if he protected Summer. Just
yeah, I don't think he wants to play Summer.
Let's give us like a 6th or a 7th Summer.
He protected Monolith though. I'm just full of crap. Apparently, this boy wants.
All right,
to. Summer has been vetoed.
Get that out of here.
We're ready for winter weather. All right, and Fearless goes away too as well.
Oh, Fearless.
Okay, I'm not surprised to see Fearless go away. Fearless being kind of like a J-Rock song, a little bit K-pop adjacent in its styling. He's got that really loud like fuzzy, distorted guitar, emblematic of a lot of like power metal type songs.
True.
And many players will find that particularly orally fuzzy, especially when you're trying to listen to the percussion, and it is a live performance band, so it's not always necessarily strictly on the grid.
Yeah.
That's a tall task to completely perform on in tournaments, so I'm not surprised to see either player pushed out of the way. But instead, we're going to get another redraw and show you returns.
Okay.
What was just there? My brain completely forgot.
It was a 24.
Some other 24.
I missed it. Did anybody catch it in chat?
Well, keep in
got
mind,
rewarded.
I don't think we're necessarily done with special actions. This card draw is not really set in stone until that scene switches over.
Yeah, it's actually impressive that they've managed to keep their special actions all the way to grand finals.
Yeah, I think
Fearless was redrawn. Okay.
Fearless was redrawn. Okay.
Yeah. Something else was eliminated. I can't remember what else was out there.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. It's not happening anyway.
So yeah, it looks like this is a draw that's going to be a reasonable neutral ground for all of our players. You know,
nothing
it's not,
too crazy.
Summer was the first one.
Summer was
Summer was our first veto.
Yeah,
so something else got vetoed, and then we got the redraw for Show You.
Summer, Fearless were both out. There's a third thing that got replaced, or one of these three things got replaced with Show You. But yeah, so we got the Monolith Protect. Monolith is very fast, very bursty with the kangaroos. Kangaroo.
The Baja Blast.
That's way harder to say.
Okay, actually.
Oh, here we go.
Wait, okay, there.
Fearless and Summer were vetoed, so something else was replaced by
I
Show
saw
You.
Fearless disappear from the draw. It wasn't swapped out, it disappeared. So something else was redrawn.
Those two were vetoed. Something else was redrawn.
Unless the execution of the card draw does not match the reality of...
No, it was definitely... Something was there, and then it became Show You, which is a special action. That's a thing that the players are allowed to do after the bans have happened. They're like, I don't want to play that chart. Get it out of here. But yeah, we've seen Mozart is back. We've seen Accelerate. We've seen Show You a bunch of times.
JellySlosh, is that you messaging from the official Red Note account? That's delivered with the cadence I would expect you to self-correct with. Is it you? Or is it someone else? Who's working card draw? Someone tell me. Someone point the camera.
It's fine. It doesn't even matter. This is what we've got.
If it's a mistake made by my friend Maverick, you are forgiven. Anyone else, I got my eyes on you.
Either way, I think we're going to do a half-song warm-up or possibly a song and a half. Who knows?
Have we seen Rock Slaves?
Man, look.
I don't think
yes,
so.
Rock Slaves has come
have
up.
seen Rock
Slaves has come up.
We haven't seen anybody do the hands on it, though. Just saying. $20 to the Matcherino for every instance of hands.
Or if you just want to donate $20 directly, make sure to !Matcherino.
Bang
We're up
Matcherino in chat.
About $320 in contributions if you look over in the overlay up
nice.
there. I'm having a very hard time pointing my finger in the right place. So I
that
hope,
does not count my $200, I want to say, contribution that I have yet to make.
Look at that. Look, so beautiful. There's the Matcherino link.
Who knows? Somebody could do a spin in grand finals. You never know.
We have an EMEA warm-up here. At this point, you're wanting to warm up on harder stuff to like really keep yourself warm.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got Show You, Accelerate, Monolith, and Mozart's back in the draw, you got to be ready to go. You know, you got to be up to speed. You can't be working up your way up to that 196 BPM of Monolith. You got to already be there.
Yeah. Well, I think really another cool thing, and mention of it in our stream chat here has made me realize it. I think whoever wins this tournament, it's going to be a nice, fresh, new first win for them for a tournament of this scale. So we will be crowning a new champion tonight.
Neither of these players have a major win under their belt, so this is history in the making right here.
What an event! Very nice. So yeah, got my local region hero, Jimbo, and Michigan's finest. Which I will say is someone who has made the trip out to the Michigan area for 2 of their events in the last calendar year y'all are a great scene out there, so I'm very excited to see HINTZ having his big breakthrough, it feels like. Of course, I'm a little biased. I'll be rooting for Jimbo till the end, you know. Gotta
Does Jimbo
support
read
my
at
local scene.
525?
I think he might read at 500 as a baseline.
I just saw 525 in his settings right there.
He might be ramping it up for something like Show You, which is a relatively high BPM.
I mean, that's true. It does have those little 24th gallops at this incredibly fast speed of 170.
Well, I think we've determined what our game one's going to be. Show You.
We're doing it.
Let's get started.
All right. So as we've seen it a bunch of times earlier in the bracket, but we haven't seen it recently. Show You kind of starts off fairly tame, but then it ramps up with a bunch of different tech.
Yeah, it's not dense at all, but the first thing you're going to see once we get out of this initial run is switching to some swing quantization and some relatively tricky patterns thrown in for good measure.
Jimbo with an early miss here.
2 misses, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. I think it was on down. I don't know if they were both on down, but...
Yeah, and you have to keep in mind, it's easy enough to lock into the basic swing gallop here, but there is going to be one occurrence of this pattern that expects you to do a hard crossover to hit it. Both players nail it.
Nice.
That's the kind of thing you got to know if you're going to be
Foot
picking
switch.
this confidently in tournament.
Yeah.
They've actually come back up to be quite close in score here. It's flashing a little bit.
Yep.
Now, Jimbo locks in. He locks in hard.
Yeah, Jimbo has been very clean on timing. Just those 2 misses really costing him. Ooh!
Yeah, you can follow this pattern by foot switching it, but it's not prescriptive as there aren't any mines to enforce, indicate, or punish.
Yeah, with that miss, HINTZ is going to give the lead over to Jimbo.
It's not quite over yet, as there's this one last burst here, which is particularly ugly. Wow.
Oh my
Jimbo
gosh.
screams a ton of off notes.
I think Jimbo was in the wrong direction to do that run.
He tried to lock into it with the hand off the bar, but even with HINTZ getting a late,
Yeah.
he still managed to clean that out. That was some jank from both players.
Wow, that's a little bit of an unfortunate game one, seeing that his perfect count was so much cleaner. I think if he had nailed that correctly, that would have been a done deal. But, you know, this is grand finals. He's got a whole other set to work with if need be, and he's
very
certainly
true.
more well-rested than HINTZ is.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's stiff or out of it because his timing is still spot on. 13, ignoring all the other off judgments on Show You. That's good.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts. I'm gonna say that's nuts.
Well, on the other hand, he gets the opportunity to pick something now, so maybe he can course correct a little by going to his protector, something else of his choosing.
That's true. Yep. Jimbo gets the pick of the next song. Looks like we're going to a 23 probably.
Music is moving, yeah.
Yep. His protect very much makes sense. Very much makes sense.
I mean, if he is able to keep Show You completely clean, with the exception of its, you know, challenging patterns, I don't see him making any egregious mistakes on this without it being an unforced error of some sort.
What did he change his read speed to? He changed it to an X mod. To like, I think it was like 2x or something. Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, like 325, which gives him 520.
Okay, all right. If that gets you the speed you want, all right.
I mean, there's a handful of charts I try to get right in between 400 and 425, if possible.
Yeah. Sometimes, especially if you feel that you're trending early or late on the chart, adjusting your scroll speed is a quick way to fix that, and maybe Jimbo has figured out through experimentation that he prefers a hyper-specific speed mod for a given song. As I do that a lot myself. But
Right.
Game 2, solid start from both players. Jimbo building out an early lead in the first quarter.
Yeah, this is the kind of a little bit of tech, a little bit of burst kind of chart that shouldn't be too tough for players at this level.
Yeah.
You just have to be mindful of some unmarked center panel foot switches. Typically, the
Like
act of the
those.
center panel gallop occurring is what indicates the foot switch, but it's not as explicitly marked. So really a more chart knowledge thing.
I feel like this is probably a chart that both players have APC'd, but I can't confirm that. There's this technically a spin. Nobody's making me pay $20.
No one wants to look away from the screen and risk anything.
Jimbo is locked in right now.
HINTZ is putting up a strong showing, though. Only a couple of yellow perfects on his side. Doing his best to keep pace because it's not over till it's over.
Yep. Jimbo better not get any misses.
There we go with the APC.
That's exactly why I figured he would have protected something like this, knowing he could just rip the absolute perfect combo, pick up a free set win.
It is confirmed. If Jimbo didn't have an APC before, he's got one now.
Jimbo came to play.
You can hear him. If you can hear the crowd out of this room, it is loud out there. Everyone is going nuts.
Yeah, you can see. I mean, you can see. Look back there. You can see all the people sitting around this cab, waiting and watching. There's even more chairs. Like these are to the people who aren't even sitting in the chairs. We have chairs over there.
Yeah, most of our seating arrangements are located between the two cabinets, which are arranged to face outward from one another for sound reasons.
Mhm.
So you're only seeing really about a quarter of the available viewing space for this match.
So with Jimbo taking the APC on music is moving, that means HINTZ gets the pick, and he picks Cowbell Rock.
This has a couple spots in it that if you don't really know they're coming, they can really mess you up, especially right in the middle of the chart. There's a 24th pattern that's technically spins, and it's very easy to hit earlies on it.
There is 24th there, isn't there?
Yeah, it's a swing-heavy spin pattern, and you
Yes.
have to be very inventive in how you
If you're
double-step or position yourself.
If you're not going to do the spins, it's very easy to hit
Cowbell
earlies.
Rock demands highly specific chart execution knowledge, and so we've seen HINTZ is masterful when it comes to center panel patterns, and I think this is a pick right up his alley, so let's get right into it.
Very much a game knowledge player.
But never mind just the form execution alone, Cowbell Rock is going to hit you with multiple flavors of syncopation, mixing that kind of triplet gallop in addition to just straight 16th swing, and you're going to see some other permutations that I think are actually unique to this chart. I don't think anything else in the game quite has a note arrangement like that. The closest thing I could think of is the beginning's full plus chart, which mixes yellow and dark purple.
Fun fact, this chart used to be rated a 24, but I guess it was bumped down because the 24th gallops are not quite as hard as other charts, but this part in particular can be very tricky.
And make sure that you position yourself to hit that up and down appropriately. Both players know what they're doing. All right, and here comes that spin section.
He's picking up the yellow, yeah. Jimbo is locked in.
Good
here.
Lord, Jimbo.
What the heck?
The rest of this chart from here on out is very similar to the first half.
Yep, mostly gallops with the not moving your feet in between them.
Yeah, another mixture of those different quantizations that you have to be very mindful of.
Oh my goodness!
2 APCs.
The double APC.
Jimbo
is locked in.
Like HINTZ got a 1 and it
Oh
lost.
my god!
All right. Hold up.
The 1
Hold up.
the 0.
Hold up.
They're taking a picture.
Hold up.
You know they're
Has
taking
Jimbo
a
done this
picture.
before? Hang on. For the first time
What?
in a while, I'm busting out the score browser because I need to do a little more analysis.
The double APC though? Oh my god, dude. And that was
Jimbo Step Maniacs. What's in your morning coffee? Can I get some of that?
HINTZ's pick. I mean, 1 is an amazing score. That's an incredible score on this song.
As soon as it's over, Jelly's gonna announce the winner on the house mic. You keep talking. As soon as I start talking, as soon as you see me standing with the microphone, stop. And then once I'm done, you guys are gonna close out the stream.
So, I'm going ahead and doing a little analysis, and this is, I believe, the first time Jimbo has APC at Cowbell Rock.
An APC first
ever APC
in grand
in bracket?
finals.
No, no.
Your
So,
opponent picked it against you?
yeah, so that's Jimbo's first APC on Cowbell Rock.
Oh, that's amazing.
Okay.
He pulled that one out. Let's take a look at
HINTZ.
the music is moving.
Music's moving.
Music is moving. Tell me, Jimbo. Okay, he's got
He
that
has
like
gotten
twice
that one
before.
before, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that makes sense. But let's look at HINTZ, his performance on those songs previously.
No, I think that is also a personal best for HINTZ, just kind of eking out one extra perfect.
Very
And
nice.
Now, if we go ahead and take a look at Cowbell Rock. It looks like this is taking a second to load, so we'll find out
slow
shortly.
right now.
Hit the refresh button.
No, that's a live update, not refresh. But actually, that achieved what I was looking for, and that's about on par with his previous personal best.
Yeah,
So
he has gotten one on it before.
and gotten one on it recently, it looks like. Well, actually, this is, that's sort of my score.
I mean,
Okay,
if you
but
have a 1 on a song, you'd think, hey, I
enough
should pick
about
that song.
the score history on these particular charts. We got a Mozart is back again.
And about time, too.
He keeps coming back.
And this time, he's in the mood.
We are having a hard time getting rid of Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart.
All right, HINTZ's pick, Mozart is back.
Next thing you know, you're going to tell me Beethoven's making his return.
No, he got a virus. But yeah, there's... HINTZ has played this pretty recently against at least one other player.
It's got to be fresh in everyone's minds, considering how frequently it has come up before, but...
Both grabbing a couple yellows here. HINTZ is still clearly in the lead, but not by a wide
it's like less
margin.
than 100 points.
It's super close. I mean, it goes 169 beats per minute, nice.
HINTZ hits the mine, switching the lead.
But Jimbo getting a few yellows, it's close. It's like 20 points off or something.
Yeah, HINTZ is much more mindful there not to repeat that same mistake that cost him the early game lead.
They're neck and neck here. I think Jimbo does have the lead, though.
Yep.
All right, coming
He's
back
gotta
into this
keep it.
repeat of the opening syncopation. Let's see how hard these players lock in.
Flashing this HINTZ getting a few more yellows in it.
And a
Gets the miss.
Yeah, that might just be it right there.
Yeah, because he's now picked up at least another yellow perfect along the way, and we're coming up to only 10% left in the chart. It's going to take an
just the
egregious
step jumps
execution
here.
error.
Yep, and
That late perfect make me nervous. But Jimbo
seals it. He closes it out with the 3-1 victory over HINTZ.
So
7-7.
JimboSMX with a generational run
Absolutely insane.
is your Red October 2024 singles champion.
And as we learned, he came to take his revenge, and he got it.
And he got it.
Absolutely incredibly impressive
Red
show
October
from Globe.
2024, Jimbo's Revenge.
Jimbo's Revenge. Incredibly impressive showing from both players. Jimbo first place, HINTZ second place. Nothing to sneeze at there.
Yeah, well, all of our new faces in the top cut here, SWAGMAN, Jimbo, HINTZ, they can all walk away very happy from this tournament.
Very, very happy.
I do hope, Paranoia Boi and Spencer, they're still incredible players, and I'm certain they will have plenty more moments in the sun, but tonight, it's these guys.
Very nice. All right, I think we're going to get a announcement from Zephyr real quick. Unless we get a speech.
This mic's already on me, so we're going to give you a speech that goes on to Twitch in a second here. So first, I want to thank everybody for coming out to Red October 2024. This has been amazing. Thank you to all our volunteers. Thank you to the venue. Thank you to did I just die? I just died. Ah.
We hear you. It's okay, Mozart is back.
Mozart is back like a serial killer, and he's taking our microphones away. All right. Once again, thank you so much to Red Note Gaming and Red Note Arcade. This event would not be able to grow into what it's been without it. With that said, it's gotten too big. So next year, we're going to be somewhere else. Maybe somewhere else around town, somewhere you guys have seen. We'll have some announcements sometime in the future. Might not be in Red October. Might not be called Red October because it might not be a red note or an October. So, but we'll be back. We'll be back next year. And until then, well, don't keep on stepping, maniacs. Let's have Jimbo say a few words.
Hold both like this. All right. Is this on? There we go. First shout out. Can we give a shout out to Chez for this awesome environment? And couldn't have asked for a better setting for this. Chez, I've known you for a very long time, and you have been a big figure in this community, and really appreciate you and the effort putting everything together. So thank you so much. To every You know, when I came back 10 months ago on a 5-year hiatus from dance game events and just events in general, if you would have told me 10 months ago that I would have won Red October, I would have laughed at you. I would have been stunned, but this is a testament to everybody here, and not just the amazing competitors we had this weekend, but the spectators, all the new faces, old faces. I really mean it that this is probably one of the most supportive gaming communities in all of competitive gaming. Find me a more supportive community, let me know, because StepManiacs is awesome. And yeah, it was mentioned that Tony beat me in Midsummer, Spencer beat me at Eclipse, HINTZ beat me at Winter Ball, but anybody here could have made it all the way to the end. Anybody here is capable of doing that, and I know this is going to get a lot bigger in the future, and you know, like I said, it's just a testament to every one of us in here. It's our job to keep this community going. We got something special here, and I want to see it grow to be even bigger every tournament, every year. So it all starts with every single one of you in here. Continue to make it grow. Thank you.
Welcome back.
Okay, so I think that's it for the announcements. I think that's just a SWAGMAN.
Yeah, we just got the approval from production to close it out. So I just want to say I think it's really awesome to see Jimbo make it through. I'm glad that he was one of our opening matches on the stream, and that I had the chance to both introduce him and see him all the way through to the end, not just as a local player, but with his return to competitive play and running into chezmix, who was like one of his last notable opponents and a friend of his, meeting up again. Not only was this the crazy tournament just for the pure gameplay alone, but now we have, I feel like, such a great ongoing storyline with like his return and coming back and beating all these players who had knocked him down before. We are esports.
Yeah, it's just a great seeing all the really close matches we had, not just today in top 16, top 8, but all the way through singles bracket and doubles full bracket. It's just been a crazy tournament from top to bottom.
It's an event for the books.
Yeah, I'm so glad that I got a chance to commentate it for y'all.
Oh, I am absolutely thrilled after making my commentary debut at last year's Red October to have come back and delivered another, I hope everyone believes, a great performance for this time. And of course, you guys and the rest of our other co-commentators, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
All our guest commentators. We love seeing new people on the mics and stuff, and returning people like SenPi. Did you have a great time?
Yes. This was, as usual, such a great event, and as it moves on into the future, I would love to see so many more of you, all of you in the chat, to come out, compete, have a good time, meet each other face to face and just.
Let me say, I recognize many of those names. I've met many of you in person. I've met a lot of you in the greater community online. I'm hoping we can get way more of us all under the same roof together.
Yeah, it'd be great meeting face to face. But even if you don't, we really appreciate you just joining chat, watching, hyping everybody up. And
so long as you play the game and you keep a positive outlook and you keep improving and enjoying it, that's really the bare minimum you need to do to participate and help grow the community.
And you keep on stepping, maniacs.
All right,
It's,
thanks
I think
all for
with that
watching.
outro, we're going to sign off for the night. So thanks for watching, and we'll see you at the next event.
I've been Zom.
I'm Pilot. Thank you for flying.
And I'm SenPi.
Peace.